docking will take place. If you can tell us a bit about that. Parmeshwar there took us through some of the details, but there's a lot of anticipation, and we're hoping that it all goes very smoothly. It'll start around 4:30 India time.
Good morning, namaskar. We all know that yesterday Shubhanshu Shukla and three of his astronaut colleagues, they were launched into space successfully. At 12:01 p.m. they were launched, and within 10 minutes they went to orbit. Now their spacecraft, which is a Crew Dragon, is circling the Earth at a tremendous speed of 28,000 kilometers per hour. Okay, and and they are in an orbit which is let us say roughly around 300 to 400 kilometer orbit, and at 400 kilometer height, the International Space Station, which is a mind-boggling sized spacecraft, which is as big as a football field, with 5 to 6 bedroom house of volume inside, it is circling the Earth, and at 4:30 p.m. Shubhanshu Shukla and his colleagues sitting in that Crew Dragon spacecraft, they are going to slowly, you see, the term which space scientists use is rendezvous. Rendezvous means meeting something, okay? Rendezvous in orbit, that is what is going to happen as far as Crew Dragon and International Space Station are concerned, as it was told by your correspondent, and yesterday very nicely explained by Pallavji. So the thing is, it was very clear. So they are going to, their orbits are not the same, might be similar, but not the same. So they are going to almost bring their orbits together, and then slowly, by using its thrusters, that means small rocket engines, Crew Dragon is going to we will proceed to the vicinity of the International Space Station, and there they are going to dock it, that is to attach themselves to their spacecraft to the International Space Station. It has to be done in a very systematic way, and in such a way that no air will leak out you. And it takes about 2 hours for these 4 people, Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 of his colleagues, to enter the International Space Station, where already 7 people are leaving. Okay, as it was told, astronauts from the United States, Japan, and Russia, they are already there, 7 of them. And these people are going to join and do experiments after that for about 2 weeks. So it will be a very exciting time. Shubhanshu Shukla he reached orbit safely, had his first meal, and he had sleep there. And I'm sure that they're all ready to go and dock with the International Space Station. Let's wait and see for the exciting moment.
Right, and we're also waiting for that interaction that will take place in a short while from now. Thank you so much for taking us through, all those details. So, Pallav, exciting time, since yesterday, since that finally the launch taking place after all the delays, and now counting down to the docking. Tell us more about this web interaction that we're expecting in a short while from now. It's incredible, really. They're in outer space. We're going to be speaking to them shortly. And by we, I mean, of course, the control station.
Well, all depends if they get 4G and 5G connections. See, we on Earth suffer this connectivity problems. They are already in space, over 300 kilometers above the Earth. There has to be connectivity between the Grace Crew Dragon and the Houston mission station. And we are told that this is going to be attempted, but there is no surety that it will happen. But if it happens, it will be wonderful, because we'll be able to hear from the crew what they've been able to do in less than 24 hours they have been in space. So fingers crossed that they will get connectivity. If they were in India, I'm sure we can assure connectivity to them, but they are in space. We can't assure that. In India, definitely 2G connectivity, voice connection, we can ensure everywhere. That is the beauty. But in space, we have to wait and see if it happens. If it happens, it will be wonderful. Otherwise, there is another opportunity later in the afternoon.
All right, let's just go across that discussion, I think, is taking place, is what the director is telling me. Let's go across and listen in.
Of our flight today, Peggy Whitson is now a 2-time commander for Axiom Space, having previously served aboard AX-2. This mission marks her 5th mission to space and will extend her record for the most time in space by an American. A 2025 inductee into the Astronaut Hall of Fame, Peggy serves as Axiom Space's Director of Human Spaceflight.
Dragon SpaceX, we're approximately 4 minutes out from our media event, so last set of instructions for you. Once we get video at the start of the ground pass, I will instruct you to start a timer so you can monitor the event duration. Reminder, that's 19 minutes. After that, I will say, Dragon, you are go for the event, and that is a call that cues the SpaceX media team to start the event. Once you hear that call, wait 5 seconds, and then begin. Any questions?
Copy. Start a timer. 19 minutes total. It's what we're expecting, and we'll give you 5 seconds after you make the call before we begin.
All right, that's a good readback. And final bit of advice, look good, sound good. You guys will knock it out of the park.
Putting a lot of pressure on us.
So great confirmation there from our crew communicating with our core here at SpaceX Mission Control, and also a good preview for us. So next up on our mission today is mission pilot Shubhanshu Shukla from the Indian Air Force, and he is taking his inaugural trip to low Earth orbit. Representing the Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO, Shuks is also an astronaut designate of India's inaugural human spaceflight effort, Gaganyaan, which is currently in development.
And then our third crew member for today's mission is mission specialist Sławosz Wisniewski of Poland. He is representing the European Space Agency as a project astronaut, coming from the reserve class of 2022. A scientist by trade, he spent 2 years as the engineer in charge of the world-famous Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, beginning in 2018.
And rounding out our crew, we have mission specialist Tibor Kapu of Hungary. Tibor emerged as one of 4 Hungarians selected for the Hungarian to Orbit astronaut program, also known as HUNOR. And together they are the crew of AX-4, Axiom Space's 4th private astronaut mission to the International Space Station.
In addition to representing the return to spaceflight for India, Poland, and Hungary in over 40 years, this mission also highlights the growing opportunities for nations and entities around the world to conduct meaningful work in low Earth orbit through private astronaut missions. Their time on station will feature up to 14 days docked to the orbiting laboratory, where they will conduct over 60 research activities representing 31 different countries. That's a lot of goodness for them to be doing up there, and we are excited to get them there.
I'm excited to see them get to station, do their welcome ceremony later today.
Absolutely.
But I think from that point on, they're going to be pretty busy. They've been busy in Dragon so far, like I mentioned earlier, getting ready for their arrival. And we on the ground are obviously monitoring them every step of the way. You heard Mission Control talking to the crew earlier. We actually staff Mission Control 24 hours, 7 days a week. Anytime we have a crew on station, we're always monitoring that Dragon spacecraft.
And while there's still several hours out from that, here we are, getting a moment to check in with them, see how they're doing, hear from them directly, and to think that they are currently over the Earth right now, going 17,500 miles an hour, completing an orbit every 90 minutes. This is truly a special moment for them that we get to join in.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear from them. There's a great image on your screen right now of where they are over the Earth. So for 3 of our crew members today, this is their first time in low Earth orbit. And as we heard them on the nets earlier, they sound excited. Sounds like it's going to be good.
Oh, I think so. And I know we're just a few minutes out, but this crew still has just over 5 hours to go before docking with the International Space Station. So here in a moment, we expect to hear directly from them about their first hours in microgravity, and certainly we're very eager to share that with everyone today.
So as you might imagine, communicating with a spacecraft that is moving 17,500 miles per hour requires a lot of planning and very precise timing. Part of that, which you know if you've joined us on previous crew missions, is that we can only talk to the crew when they're flying over a designated ground station. The amount of time that we have connectivity with the crew varies depending on the location of the ground station and the position of the spacecraft on orbit. Now, as you heard us talking about earlier with our commander, Peggy Whitson, for this particular opportunity today, we expect to have 19 minutes to hear from the crew.
Dragon SpaceX, you can start a timer, and then you are go for the event.
There you have it.
welcome Earthlings from Grace. We are in the newest capsule, Dragon capsule, and we are very happy with her. She's got a little bit of a new spacecraft smell, and we're loving her a bunch. It's so much fun to be up in space again. Always fun to be in space, but it's really fun to be in space with 3 new astronauts, and they've got a lot to share with you. But we just wanted to welcome you on board, Grace.
And we are here not only 4 of us, but we have with us our ZOG indicator, Joy, that started to float with us just when we injected into orbit. Joy is floating with us all over the capsule, so sometimes we have to find him and her here with us. But it's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I unbuckled for the first time, I didn't feel 100%, but then everything settled, and when I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning.
Where we are?
Now we are flying over Europe. We have just before this conference, we saw passing Italy, Sicily, the Greek islands, and the Balkans, and now we are going a bit slightly up north, so towards Hungary and Poland a bit on the side. So yes, this is a great moment to be able to see back on Europe, on home, on our countries, and yes, Maggie, you can show the view through the window. Okay. And over to Shukla.
Hello everyone, Namaskar from space. I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies, and wow, what a ride it was. Frankly, when I was sitting in the capsule in Grace yesterday on the launch pad, my only thought in my mind was that let's just go. After 30 days of quarantine, it was a feeling that I just wanted to go. Excitement and all was, probably far away. It was just the feeling that let's just leave here. But when the ride started, it was something like you're getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. Everything silenced, and you were just floating. You unbuckle, and you were just floating in the silence of vacuum. It was an amazing feeling. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has been a part of this. I understand that this is not a personal accomplishment. It is a collective achievement of each and every one of you who has been a part of this journey, and to make this possible, I really want to thank each one of you. Also to family and friends, your support has mattered so much. This is so much because of all of you guys. We showed you Joy and Grace. This is Swan, a great symbol. It looks really cute, but we have a very important swan in our Indian culture, which we are about. Swan symbolizes wisdom. It also has the ability to discern it's to be focused on and what does not. So basically, they call it an age of distraction, I would say. So this means a lot more, not just a zero-G indicator for us. And I think that we all have symbolism in Poland and in Hungary, in India as well. So I think this looks like a coincidence, but it is not. That it has more meaning than what we are attaching it to it. The capsule itself, Grace, has been very kind. I was not feeling very great when we, got shot into the vacuum. But since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself. everything, learning how to eat, I think. So it's a new environment, new challenge, and I'm really enjoying this experience with my fellow astronauts here. And it's good to make mistakes, but it's better to see somebody else do that too. So, so it has been a fun time up here. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much, guys, for making this happen, and I'm sure that we are going to have a great time. And with this, I will hand over to Tibor now.
Alright, hi everyone from space. Üdvözlök mindenkit a világűrből. We had an amazing ride, as Shuk said. We were actually only a few seconds away from a few more days of quarantine. So even though we were sitting basically almost 3 hours in our capsule, our new capsule, and you know those times could be sometimes a little bit boring, we had those minutes and seconds when it was actually very, very exciting even before the launch. When the launch happened, it was a feeling that I could not predict. We have been trying to prepare for those minutes and seconds for a long time, including the centrifuge training, including fighter jet trainings as well. But the rocket launch is completely something else. I was really, really happy that we could do this finally, and we also wanted to thank you for thanks for everyone around the world, and every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen, because finally our day came. When it comes to joy, a team that has joy is a team that is healthy. I think those words resonate with this crew the most. But it's not only us; it's all the teams around the world that we have been privileged to work with in the last year. Every time we look at her, we think of those people as well. We had so much fun, so much happiness during this year. All those happy moments are gathered and culminated in one little swan. And maybe some other words. This plush is actually a tribute to the one and single son in the crew, Sid, because he's the son of Shuk's, and he loves animals. So every time when I look at Joy, I also think about the hopeful future because of that. And a few words on Grace. I think we have a very deep connection with her. She's taking care of us really, really well. And this is her first time in space. And also the same goes for the three of us. So I think this is a deep connection. We love her. She's taking care of us. I wanted to say before that, Grace flies pretty loudly, but that's only true for the first 10 minutes. Yeah. Ever since then, we have been really, really quiet in space. When it comes to the first impressions of Earth. Alright, we have some things to show you guys. Since this was the first flight of Grace, we also inaugurated her. And when it comes to SpaceX Dragon capsule to fly for the first time, we put our patch in her. So Peggy will show you that we had our first ceremony as well in Grace. So we gave her our patch.
And like on our patch, the Earth is in the center of the patch. This is exactly how we see the view from here, from Grace, from up the orbit. We all four here represent quite a big chunk of the planet. That's what we think. We come from 3 different continents. We come from 4 different countries, with India obviously the big country, but the United States, and as well both of us representing the European Union and our countries, Poland and Hungary. Altogether, we represent something around between 25 to 30% of the global population. And that's what drove us, and how we look out the window. We see all of you back home, and hundreds of people who were working on the mission, hundreds of trainers that we met, hundreds of principal investigators, scientists, technologists, engineers, and who were working on science complements for our missions, but as well thousands or millions of students, kids and adults, people back home following our missions. So all this mission is thanks to you, and we represent all of you here in space. When we met for the first time, we have selected the motto for our mission was space for everyone, and I really feel that this became even more true now, but it became true for me when we met for the first time. It felt like a team from the early beginning, and we just got better, more, knowing each other in a better way, and we will try to do our best when we dock to the International Space Station. So this is the moment, we can't wait.
और नमस्कार, एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे सारे देशवासियों के लिए। कुछ ही देर कल 1 महीने क्वारंटीन में रहने के बाद कल हम लोग लॉन्च पैड 39 से लॉन्च हुए, जहां से पहली मून लैंडिंग, जहां से अपोलो 11 मिशन भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और इस समय स्पेस में बहुत ही ज़्यादा उत्साह, तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। और जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं और इस जर्नी का एक हिस्सा हैं। तो ये ISS तक जाने के लिए मेरी एक जर्नी की शुरुआत है एक तरह से। अभी हम लोग कुछ ही घंटों में ISS में डॉक करेंगे और फिर हम इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाके रहेंगे। बट कहीं ना कहीं ये भी दर्शाता है कि ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं, गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने, आप भी उतना ही प्राउड फील करें जितना मैं फील कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ये सब हमारे केवल टेक्निकल एकम्प्लिशमेंट को नहीं दर्शाता है, बल्कि हमारे ये होप्स, ये हमारे एम्बिशंस, ये हमारे एस्पिरेशंस को दर्शाता है कि हम किस तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। तो आइए मेरे साथ इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनिए। मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि अगले 14 दिनों में मेरा जो मिशन एकम्प्लिशमेंट है, जो टास्क है, वो तो मैं अचीव करूँ ही, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस एक्सपीरियंस को मैं किस तरह से अपनी फ़ोटोज़ और वीडियोज़ में कैप्चर करूँ, ताकि मैं वापस आके आप लोगों के साथ इसे शेयर कर सकूँ। मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप मेरे थ्रू ये जर्नी एक्सपीरियंस करें और इसका हिस्सा बने। एंड चलिए अगले 14 दिन को एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं और साथ में स्पेस में रहते हैं। धन्यवाद।
És akkor végezetül szeretnék minden magyarhoz szólni a világűrből. És azt hiszem, hogy rövid leszek, mielőtt még elérzékenyülnék, azt vissza fogom adni a mikrofont. Tudom, hogy mennyire vártátok ezeket a pillanatokat otthon. Hasonlóan voltunk ezzel mi is. Az egyetlen dolog, amit igazából sajnálok az egész küldetés és felkészülés során, hogy amikor ezek a várakozás pillanatai megtörténtek otthon a kis országunkban, akkor én nem lehettem veletek, de erre majd sor kerül majd a küldetés után nem sokkal. Rettenetesen hálás és büszke vagyok, hogy magyarként itt lehetek, és tényleg egy különleges érzés volt percekkel ezelőtt látni a kis országunkat a világűrből. Remélem, hogy ti is ennyire büszkék lesztek erre a küldetésre, mint én. Még találkozunk.
Thank you guys. Drogie Polki, drodzy Polacy, mówię do Was z niskiej orbity okołoziemskiej. Jesteśmy na pokładzie kapsuły Grace. Z nami również indykator 0G, który się nazywa Joy, jako 5. pasażer, ale tutaj przylecieliśmy, żeby reprezentować Was wszystkich, nasze kraje, ale w tym również Polskę. Ja jestem reprezentantem Was wszystkich i lecimy na Międzynarodową Stację Kosmiczną po to, żeby wykonywać nasze eksperymenty technologiczne, pokazywać naszą technologię, jednocześnie przygotowywać przyszłość technologiczną Polski, nie tylko dla nas, ale dla całego sektora kosmicznego, dla nowej generacji inżynierów, którzy będą wkraczać na rynek. Natomiast misja z jednej strony jest ogromnym symbolem zaawansowania Polski, jak Polska bardzo mocno poszła do przodu technologicznie i możemy dzisiaj to zademonstrować bezpośrednio na orbicie. Natomiast z orbity również będę miał możliwość przeprowadzania lekcji ze studentami, z uczniami z powrotem na Ziemi. Mam nadzieję, że niektórzy z nich wybiorą ścieżkę kariery taką jak ja. Miałem okazję pracować w niesamowitych organizacjach podczas mojego życia, w jednym z największych laboratoriów naukowych na świecie, w CERNie, zanim zostałem wybrany jako astronauta, a teraz zmierzamy na Międzynarodową Stację Kosmiczną, na to nasze niesamowite laboratorium na orbicie. Pozdrawiam Was wszystkich, reprezentuję Was wszystkich, 40 milionów Polaków. Zabieram Wasze serca, Waszą nadzieję ze sobą i czuję, że wszyscy mi tutaj towarzyszycie. Pozdrawiam Was i do zobaczenia już ze Stacji Kosmicznej. Dziękuję.
Somewhere we lost our commander. We need to find it, even though it's such a small space. So I would like her to come and say a few words for us, please.
Well, everyone knows how much I like to talk. Anyways, it's just been a great experience so far. We're really looking forward to it. We have a lot of science here down below us, and we're looking forward to getting on board the International Space Station and getting that underway. We have a lot of very high scientific goals, but obviously realizing the return of these 3 countries to space is very special.
All right, everybody, thank you very much for bringing us on board your capsule and giving us a little bit of insight into your experience. That concludes our event for today.
What a beautiful moment. I love seeing the 4 of them together. They have truly become a team, a crew. They come from 4 different corners of the world, 4 different cultures, and yet, as you just saw in that moment, they are doing life together. They are doing this mission as a family. And look at that, another shot out of the window, looking back at our home, the Earth. It doesn't get any better than that. Live of planet Earth. A couple of things stood out there, Ronnie, that I was hearing from each of them. Obviously, we got to hear from Peggy and Shubhanshu, Sławos and Tibor there, both in English and in each of their own languages. But Tibor had a comment there. A team that has joy is a team that is healthy. And that resonates. That they are clearly a healthy unit, a healthy team, full of joy, both in terms of their own persona and their zero-G indicator. It was incredible to see them, and we wish them well in the coming hours to get to this International Space Station. So it's incredible to think that they were here on Earth in Florida just a few, say 12 hours ago, and now, as you saw them, they're orbiting our planet 17,500 miles an hour, heading to the ISS, to the International Space Station. So as our crew continues to approach their destination, we all now turn our attention to that moment where they're going to rendezvous and dock with the space station.
All right, so that was quite an incredible, something to see, that web interaction, Pallav, the fact that they were, talking to us, Subhanshu Shukla there, talking about being in outer space. He said that he was sleeping a lot initially. I think he didn't feel too well. What are your takeaways from this entire conversation? I thought it was incredible that they showed us Earth through the window there.
Definitely, to see a live view of Earth from the Grace Crew Dragon, fantastic. And also to see that Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla is fit and fine in space, in the confined environments of that Crew Dragon, and the kind of camaraderie he is bringing in to the crew was exemplary. At one point, Tibor, his eyes welled up when he was speaking to his own countrymen, and then Shubhanshu kind of got up and hugged him and gave him a solacing hug. Very nice, and to see all four of them in that confined space, but happy, smiling, and joyful. They had grace with them, and they had joy. So they are not just four of them; they have a zero gravity indicator, which is joy. So all five of them.
And they spoke about the symbolism of that. Pallav, also for our viewers, this is a mission which includes an astronaut from Hungary, from Poland as well. It's a joint paid mission, and each of them spoke in their, language as well, and had special messages for their countries.
Oh, definitely. See, this is a very special mission. It's a cross-country, multi-country mission. America, Hungary, Poland, India, and other than Peggy, all of the other three are paying for their seats. So it's a multinational mission, and that they have gelled together. They have worked together for more than a year, and they are on their way to dock with the International Space Station. If all goes well, at 4:30 p.m. the docking will happen. Finally, after 6:30, we expect that we see them floating into the International Space Station. It's a long wait. Docking seems easy. It's a very complicated, slow process because both the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon are both traveling at 28,000 kilometers per hour. It's an enormous velocity. Relatively, they may seem together, but then they have to be brought together and conjoined. It's a complex process. We'll take you there live when that happens.
Right.
But to see the crew in such a healthy condition, at least two of them said they were unwell, and that is well known that they get space sickness because of the microgravity environment. Both Shuks and Swaznovsky said they were not well, but they seem to have recovered. And Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla said he was sleeping a lot. That is what his crew were telling him, which seems to be a good indicator. I'm sure his flight surgeon, which is Dr. Punnashlok Biswal, would be very happy to hear that he is resting and would be ready to go and take on his duties at the International Space Station. And to see live view of Earth from the International Space Station, from the Crew Dragon as it heading up to the station, amazing views.
Right.
I really wish they were over India. They would have passed over India earlier, but it so happened that this time they weren't.
See. Yes, that would have been absolutely.
I'm waiting for the picture to come when Group Captain Shukla will send us how India looks like from space.
What I also really appreciated was how he, connected with each one of us. He was speaking to India, to Indians. He said, this is everyone's effort in a sense, talking about how it's not some personal achievement of his, it's a collective achievement. He also said that, this journey is for everyone, and he wants all of us to be involved in this journey. And it's going to make the next 2 weeks very exciting.
Certainly. Group Captain Shukla has repeatedly been saying that 1.4 billion Indians should join with them, and we at NDTV have made our own effort to make sure that 1.4 or more, because we have a viewership beyond India, join with this mission and celebrate and make it a festival for the country, because our own astronaut has gone into space after 41 years. Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma went up in 1984. Gargi, you and I were still kids when that happened. But now
Yes.
we are seeing history being made in front of us. And this, like Group Captain Shukla said, is really the first firm steps towards India's own Gaganyaan program, which is our own human space program. So Group Captain Shukla is laying the first foundations for the Gaganyaan program. And I've said this earlier, if Gaganyaan, to land an Indian on the moon, is a marathon, then right now we have just learned how to crawl like babies and learn the first steps of handling microgravity for humans, because this is the first time we are going up in the 21st century for India. So Group Captain Shukla carries enormous responsibility on his shoulders, and he is a man who's very calm, cool, contented, and I'm sure he will give India the very best in times to come.
Invaluable what he will learn during this mission and take that to the Gaganyaan mission as and when it does take place. But Pallav, you spoke about, back when Rakesh Sharma went to outer space and how exciting it was for the country then and now. The fact that we have this, in a sense, ringside view of what is taking place time and again. We're going to have these interactions, we're going to have photographs. So for young people, this is something very exciting, and this will ignite minds. It will also inspire so many young people, which is another part of this, what we expect missions to achieve.
Absolutely. To connect with so many Indians, I'm sure it will inspire many Indians to become astronauts in time to come. Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, when I spoke to him last, he told me, Pallav, when I went up, there weren't so many television cameras. It was only Doordarshan. So this time, there will be a lot of coverage, and which will excite India and ignite the minds of Indians to become more scientists and engineers. Ignite the minds is a phrase which our former president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam himself, an aerospace scientist, used to use. And I'm sure Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, this particular mission will ignite many young minds, more so because Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma's mission was a one-off mission, whereas this is the start or initiation of a long-term program by India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government has already given a go-ahead till 2040, not just given a green signal, but also allocated rupees 33,000 crores for this particular mission. In my reporting years, I have never seen such clearances for such a long duration scientific mission. So this is an amazing journey which Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla has initiated, and it will go a long way.
And it's an investment into our future as well, isn't it, Pallav? We've already seen we have, a lot of aerospace startups have sprouted up, and this will lead to more such in development and, a boost for our economy.
Oh, absolutely. There are 200 plus startups in India, space startups. They will get a boost. There is so much money being put in by the government. I'm sure a lot will flow to these startups for developing new technology. But more importantly, this is the first step for India's plan for a Viksit Bharat. It really pumps up the population in India, the citizens in India, that here is a country which is ready to put in all the effort required to become a developed country. And this is the first ascent for a developed country. And that is what India's Science Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh, also said, that these are the first steps for India's journey for a Viksit Bharat. Personally, I don't want to wait till 2047. I want a developed India faster than that, and a sustainably developed India. And I'm sure, Gargi, you will second that.
Absolutely. Pallav, tell our viewers a little bit about the plushie they're carrying with them. It's a swan baby called Joy. It's floating around in space with them. And Subhanshu also spoke of, the significance of the swan. So that was very interesting. And again, sure, there was that India Connect.
Sure. They have this little baby toy which is called a zero-G indicator. All crew members, when they go to space, they carry this because this is the first time they get to know that they are in zero-G when their zero-G indicator floats up. So they have this little baby swan, and the swan is significant for Hungary and Poland, but for India it is even more significant because Hansa is the Vahan for goddess Saraswati, and goddess Saraswati is the goddess of knowledge. And Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has repeatedly emphasized that this is a tremendous connect for India, and this was specifically chosen by the 3 astronauts, and they came collectively to a decision to have a kind of a baby swan with a white fur and a black and yellow beak, and it represents the Vahan of goddess Saraswati, which is an incredible thing for them to carry. Group Captain Shukla is also carrying some personal stuff as a memoir and a gift for Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma. He has not disclosed what it is, but he's certainly carrying several things which he will bring back, and we will get to know what he has carried for India and for Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma. But this particular toy, the zero-G indicator, is telling us that they are floating around in space and they are playing with it. So right now there are 4 of them, and this little fluffy toy, Joy.
That's right. So this interaction, we just had, we saw with the astronauts there in the SpaceX Dragon, Grace. But Pallav, there's going to be a second interaction as well, and then finally the docking will take place.
Well, there's another attempt they will make at about 12:34. Whether they really do that or not, there is no indication. But again, a lot depends on connectivity between space to ground and whether they will be able to establish the connection. These are essentially ways to let the world know that our astronauts are doing well. This is also an outreach event to tell people, especially in Hungary, Poland, and India, and they said they represent about 25 to 30% of the world's population between them, including USA. So it's really to tell the world that we are fit and fine and happy, and we are heading towards the International Space Station. If all goes well, the docking may happen at 4:30 p.m. today. It's a long process.
And we'll continue to cover it right here. In fact, this coverage will continue. But first, let's take a look at what the family members of Shubhanshu Shukla had to say.
On behalf of the Axiom Mission Operations team, we're wishing you a safe, productive, and fun mission. Go AX4.
Cześć Sławosz, kochany synu, jesteśmy z Ciebie bardzo dumni.
Kisfiam, büszkék vagyunk rád.
Várunk vissza.
Nagyon szeretünk.
Hi Shuks, we are super excited about your visit to space. Come back triumphant. We'll all be cheering for you the whole while that you're there.
Good luck from Iowa. We love you, Aunt Peggy.
Your flight is our future.
Your flight is our inspiration.
Hi Sławos, you are about to do something truly out of this world. We are all here rooting for you.
Go chase those stars and make the mission unforgettable.
Hey Shucks! Wishing you all the strength, courage and wonder as you embark on this extraordinary mission beyond our world.
Szia, Timike! Sok sikert kívánunk a küldetéshez, várunk haza! Nyugi, nem lesz semmi zűr, irány az űr!
Hi Swarosh, we are so proud of you. Seeing you make your dreams come true is just amazing.
Enjoy the adventure. Earth is waiting for you.
Going is go!
Going is go!
Hi Shuks, wishing you a safe and inspiring journey beyond the stars. You make us proud. The sky is no longer the limit.
We are incredibly proud of you.
Go to space.
Have fun.
Make history.
Come back safely.
We are waiting for you.
Hey Shuks, you're gonna be doing just great in space. Rock on, man.
Rock on.
Go Axiom 4! Go AX4!
Greetings from India. Wishing you all the very best. To the crew, Godspeed, and spend as much time as possible to look out of the window.
All right, you're watching NDTV, and a short while ago there was that message from outer space. We'll get you all those highlights, all those comments that took place, but first a look at the headlines we're tracking. Subhanshu Shukla's heartfelt message from outer space. The AX4 crew does a webcast. He delivers his first personal message from orbit.
जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं। जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे
All right, so that was the first message coming from outer space, where all the astronauts spoke to the control station, and Subhanshu Shukla spoke about his experience, and very light moments captured there. Also a look at Earth from outer space. The Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, says the Constitution of India is supreme and all three wings of democracy work under the Constitution, hints at Vice President's recent comment on Parliament being supreme. An encounter breaks out in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur during a search operation by forces. The army say contact established with terrorists. Terrorists are said to be cornered. After the shocker from Mumbai, where an elderly cancer patient was dumped in a pile of garbage by her grand, action taken, 3 people have been booked. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who addressed the SCO Defence Ministers meeting in China, refuses to sign a document which dilutes India's stand on terrorism. No mention of Pahalgam, mentions Balochistan. Well, our special focus now, and just a short while ago, we heard the astronauts on board the space mission Axiom 4 addressing and interacting with the ground control station. So, Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla there, the 39-year-old Indian astronaut, the second Indian to go into space after 41 years, had a message for his countrymen. He asked everyone to be a part of this mission. Now, this was a webcam, interaction, and we're counting down to the actual docking of this rocket, or rather this spacecraft, to the International Space Station. In studio with me is Pallav Bagla, who's going to take us through all those highlights as well. Pallav, but first let's just take a look at the message that Shuk sent to India from outer space.
नमस्कार, एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे सारे देशवासियों के लिए। कुछ ही देर कल 1 महीने क्वारंटीन में रहने के बाद कल हम लोग लॉन्च पैड 39 से लॉन्च हुए, जहां से पहली मून लैंडिंग, जहां से अपोलो 11 मिशन भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और इस समय स्पेस में बहुत ही ज़्यादा उत्साह, बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। और जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं और इस जर्नी का एक हिस्सा हैं। तो ये ISS तक जाने के लिए मेरी एक जर्नी की शुरुआत है एक तरह से। अभी हम लोग कुछ ही घंटों में ISS में डॉक करेंगे और फिर हम इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाके रहेंगे। बट कहीं ना कहीं ये भी दर्शाता है कि ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं, गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने। आप भी उतना ही प्राउड फील करें जितना मैं फील कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ये सब हमारे केवल टेक्निकल एकम्प्लिशमेंट को नहीं दर्शाता है, बल्कि हमारे ये होप्स, ये हमारे एम्बिशंस, ये हमारी एस्पिरेशंस को दर्शाता है कि हम किस तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। तो आइए मेरे साथ इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनिए। मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि अगले 14 दिनों में मेरा जो मिशन एकम्प्लिशमेंट है, जो टास्क है, वो तो मैं अचीव करूँ ही, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस एक्सपीरियंस को मैं किस तरह से अपनी फ़ोटोज़ और वीडियोज़ में कैप्चर करूँ, ताकि मैं वापस आके आप लोगों के साथ इसे शेयर कर सकूँ। मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप मेरे थ्रू ये जर्नी एक्सपीरियंस करें और इसका हिस्सा बने। एंड चलिए अगले 14 दिन को एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं और साथ में स्पेस में रहते हैं। धन्यवाद। Hello everyone, Namaskar from space. I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies. And wow, what a ride it was. Frankly, when I was sitting in the capsule in Grace yesterday on the launch pad, my only thought in my mind was that let's just go. After 30 days of quarantine, it was a feeling that I just wanted to go. Excitement and all was, probably far away. It was just the feeling that let's just leave here. But when the ride started, it was something like you getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. Everything silenced, and you were just floating. You unbuckle, and you were just floating in the silence of vacuum. It was an amazing feeling. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has been a part of this. I understand that this is not a personal accomplishment. It is a collective achievement of each and every one of you who has been a part of this journey. And to make this possible, I really want to thank each one of you. Also to family and friends, your support has mattered so much. This is so much because of all of you guys. We showed you joy and grace. This is Swan, a great symbol. It looks really cute, but we have a very important swan in our Indian culture, which we are about. Swan symbolizes wisdom. It also has the ability to discern. So this means a lot more, not just a zero-G indicator for us. And I think that we all have symbolism in Poland and in Hungary, in India as well. So I think this looks like a coincidence, but it is not. That it has more meaning than what we are attaching it to it. The capsule itself, Grace, has been very kind. I was not feeling very great when we, got shot into the vacuum. But since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself, everything, learning how to eat, I think. So it's a new environment, new challenge, and I'm really enjoying this experience with my fellow astronauts here. And it's good to make mistakes, but it's better to see somebody else do that too. So it has been a fun time up here. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much, guys, for making this happen, and I'm sure that we are going to have a great time.
Welcome, Earthlings, from Grace. We are in the newest capsule, Dragon capsule, and we are very happy with her. She's got a little bit of a new spacecraft smell, and we're loving her a bunch. It's so much fun to be up in space again. Always fun to be in space, but it's really fun to be in space with 3 new astronauts, and they've got a lot to share with you. But we just wanted to welcome you on board, Grace.
We are here not only 4 of us, but we have with us our zero-G indicator, Joy, that started to float with us just when we injected into orbit. Joy is floating with us all over the capsule, so sometimes we have to find him and her here with us. But it's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I unbuckled for the first time, I didn't feel 100%, but then everything settled, and when I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning.
Where we are?
Now we are flying over Europe. We have just before this conference, we saw passing Italy, Sicily, the Greek islands, and the Balkans, and now we are going a bit slightly up north, so towards Hungary and Poland a bit on the side. So yes, this is a great moment to be able to see back on Europe, on home, on our countries, and yes, Peggy, you can show the view through the window. Okay.
All right. Hi, everyone.
everyone from space. Üdvözlök mindenkit a világűrből. We had an amazing ride, as Shuk said. We were actually only a few seconds away from a few more days of quarantine. So even though we were sitting basically almost 3 hours in our capsule, our new capsule, and those times could be sometimes a little bit boring, we had those minutes and seconds when it was actually very, very exciting even before the launch. When the launch happened, it was a feeling that I could not predict. We have been trying to prepare for those minutes and seconds for a long time, including the centrifuge training, including fighter jet trainings as well. But the rocket launch is completely something else. I was really, really happy that we could do this finally, and we also wanted to thank you thanks for everyone around the world, and every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen, because finally our day came.
All right, so how incredible to hear from those astronauts on board Grace. That's the Dragon spacecraft. Now there are 4 astronauts, as you know, in that spacecraft alongside Commander Peggy Whitson, who is a former NASA astronaut and a veteran. Pallav, you could hear it with her saying this has that new spacecraft smell. So I found that very, funny. Also, you have Tibor Kapu of Hungary and Slavos of Poland. And of course, our astronaut Subhanshu Shukla there of India. And we're counting down to the docking at the International Space Station, which will take place at around 4:30 p.m. India time. We're also hoping for another interaction in a short while from now. That's expected around 12:30. We're joined now by Arvind Paranjape, Director, Nehru Planetarium, Nehru Center, joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. And I'd like to go to you first. Your feelings, emotions, as we saw this incredible web interaction with the 4 astronauts. We heard astronaut Shukla speaking, talking about his experience, saying how he's being told by the other astronauts that he's sleeping a lot. And it was also very lovely to see the camaraderie they already have.
Absolutely. And, the feeling is a little different than other launches that I have observed or watched. And that is because there is an Indian here sitting and talking to us, not only in English, but also he talked to us in Hindi. And that was a great, great, great feeling. And seeing them, as you said just a few seconds ago, that the kind of friendliness they have, kind of playfulness they have, it tells everything, the kind of team that is in the capsule. And it's a great feeling. I have no other words for it.
Right, and astronaut Shukla also spoke about how significant this is, going forward for India's own manned space mission that we are planning. I especially appreciate it, and I was speaking to Pallav about this, about how he made it about all of us. He said, this is not my personal achievement, it's all our achievement, and he wants each and every one of us to, in a sense, be a part of this incredible journey that he's on.
And these events which are there and seen live across the country, across the world, makes a lot of difference, because I remember when last time the astronaut went up, and we heard there are people like me who took up, probably Pallav also took up to science journalism or astronomy and all that, because of such events. So these events are very important, and really thanks to your channel for making this available to the countrymen here. And at the planetarium also we have some people actually watching this. Unfortunately, because of our show, we can't actually telecast this completely, but then planetariums across the country are doing this live shows to people who are webcasting this thing live. And yes, as you said very correctly, that yes, it's a very challenging, making you feel so proud of these people, particularly Subhanshu, and the way he spoke about how he is feeling. So that makes up all.
That's right. And Pallav, your comments on that as well, the fact, he's talked about how he was sleeping a lot. He's been told by his fellow astronauts the message that he sent, and also what to expect now. Hopefully we'll have another interaction soon. And then, of course, the docking at 4:30.
Sure. It is very normal, I'm told, by several astronauts. They get what is called space sickness, which is very similar to what we get on Earth called motion sickness. They have tablets which can take care of that. And I'm sure his flight surgeon or the doctor who's attached to Group Captain Shukla would be very happy that he's been able to sleep well, because that is a good indicator that his physiology will adjust and he will be able to do well in space. The next few hours are very crucial. They are slowly but steadily approaching the same orbit as the International Space Station. Both the International Space Station and the Grace capsule will be traveling at over 28,000 kilometers per hour. That's a relative velocity with them has to become almost zero, and then the docking takes place. Docking is when two spacecrafts in space come together and join. India also attempted a docking of two satellites, but this is between two spacecrafts, the International Space Station, which is mighty and large like a castle, and the small Grace capsule, which both of them have humans, so it has to be done very carefully. It's a complex, choreographed, automated process. If the automation fails, then Group Captain Shukla, who's been trained as the mission pilot, can help guide the docking process. But the Crew Dragon is a highly automated vehicle. The entire process is computer controlled, and it's a long process. It will start at about 2:30, we'll start hearing, and finally we expect the astronauts to float into the International Space Station only after 6:30. But the timings are really not known, because this is a very complex process the way it goes on. But what started well should end well. Group Captain Shukla should be at the International Space Station, spending 14 days there, doing some India-specific experiments, but more than that, bringing back views of India from space. I really look forward to that Sare Jahan Se moment with some VIP, and I'll give no chocolates out for people to make those guesses who that VIP will be.
All right, Pallav. Well, yes, when they showed us that view from the window of Earth, I was hoping to see India, but they said they were over Europe at that time. We'll continue with our special coverage here. You can see, on the screens that we're counting down to when that docking at the International Space Station will take place. We're slipping into a short break. More coming up on the other side.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims. Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. An encounter is underway between security forces and terrorists in Udhampur in Jammu. A fierce gun battle started after security forces launched an operation at Basantgarh in Udhampur district. Some terrorists are believed to be holed up in the forest area. Earlier we spoke to Nazir for more details.
The Army has said they have launched a joint operation based on a specific information about presence of militants. And this area has been very tough area for when it comes to counter-militancy operations for the security forces. Basantgarh in Udhampur, which is near Jammu, is a tri-junction, which on one side connects it with Utwa district, on the other side Udhampur, on the third side it is Doda district. So that way it has become really a tough challenge for security as far as the security of this region, Jammu region is concerned. We have seen multiple encounters in this particular area. Not many times security forces didn't have this success. At least I remember once there was a major operation in which at least 3 terrorists were killed. But it has been such an area which has been tough in terms of terrain and in terms of jungle area. And within this operation, a firefight is the fierce encounter is underway. We don't know more detail. We are waiting for details, but clearly this shows that there have been more encounters in Jammu region than the valley of late, even as this encounter has come at a time when the security forces have deployed large number of troops across Jammu and Kashmir ahead of Amarnath Yatra. But yet we see this encounter. But clearly it appears that this operation was launched by the security forces. It is not an attack from the militants.
Sending a stern message, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh refused to sign a joint statement at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet in China because it did not mention the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 lives and did not reflect India's strong position on terror. While skipping any mention of Pahalgam, the document, however, did mention Balochistan and tacitly accusing India of creating unrest there. Let's just listen into what the Raksha Mantri said.
It is imperative
that those who sponsor, nurture and utilize terrorism for their narrow and selfish ends must bear the consequences. Some countries use cross-border terrorism as an instrument of policy and provide shelter to terrorists. There should be no place for such double standards. SCO should not hesitate to criticize such nations. India's zero tolerance for terrorism is manifest today through its actions. This includes our right to defend ourselves against terrorism. And we have shown that epicenters of terrorism are no longer safe, and we will not hesitate to target them. The pattern of the Pahalgam terror attack matches with LET's previous terror attacks in India. In exercising its right to defend against terrorism and preempt as well as deter further cross-border terrorist attacks, India on 7th May 2025 successfully launched Operation Sindoor to dismantle cross-border terrorist infrastructure. We reiterate the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of reprehensible acts of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism, accountable and bring them to justice.
Well, let's go across to Shiv Arur for more. And Shiv, a stern message there from the Raksha Mantri, with China and Pakistan trying to sidestep the issue of terror, but Rajnath Singh talking about some countries using terror as a policy.
This is the strongest possible message that the defense minister has sent out in the presence of the other defense ministers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which includes the Chinese, the Russian, and especially the Pakistani defense minister there, by refusing to sign a document where an attempt was made by the SCO to remove any mention of Pahalgam and to add Balochistan is a huge move by India. Remember, as a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, anti-terror, counter-terror, condemnation of terrorist acts is one of the principal resolutions and motivations of this entire setup. And for them to try and remove Pahalgam and add Balochistan is a very big slight. So Rajnath Singh refusing to sign that document is a huge deal. But in the presence of the Chinese and Pakistani defense ministers, to propound the theory that has been set in stone after Operation Sindoor, that acts of terror are seen as acts of war, is a huge message that India has sent out. Remember, India has just completed a large diplomatic outreach to the rest of the world regarding Operation Sindoor, trying to convince the world in many ways that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to be the biggest global national security threat. And therefore, what Rajnath Singh has basically done at the SCO is action that can be considered extreme. There is a huge call about why India is even part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization if the organization itself, which is headed by China, is looking to actually remove any mention of Pahalgam. The relationship and the nexus between China and Pakistan is a very well-known one, but this kind of brazen attempt to dilute terror against India is being seen very seriously.
Right, and Shiv, just very briefly, you spoke about how we send delegations all over the world to talk about Operation Sindoor and put India's message across. But what happened at the SCO clearly shows that a lot of work remains to be done for India in the neighborhood, diplomatically speaking.
Most definitely, except that at the SCO, you're dealing with two countries which are principled adversaries, if not enemies of India. One of them is Pakistan, the other is China. Russia, of course, is involved, but Russia has taken a kind of ambivalent stance, which is a serious issue in itself. But as far as China is concerned, considering that the SCO meet of the defense ministers happened just a couple of days after India's national security advisor was there to meet the foreign minister of China, Wang Yi, and when the Indian National Security Advisor had made very stern, very strong comments about Pakistan-sponsored terror, China had actually sort of pulled back and not really commented on those, which it usually does. That was supposed to be interpreted as a statement that China was going to allow India to have its say. But I think not signing that document, not endorsing that document is the way India is speaking. And you're right, I think there's much work still to be done.
All right, a stern message there, though, by Rajnath Singh. Well, let's now get to the latest on the space mission. And just a short while ago, astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla delivered his first personal message from outer space, from orbit. Remember, the spacecraft is currently en route to the International Space Station. They're on board Grace, the spacecraft that is taking them there. And we saw just a short while ago all the astronauts on board there sending their message, interacting, even messages to their own individual countries as well. And it was a historic launch. This is the second Indian to go to outer space after 41 years. Remember, the launch, however, was delayed several times. It was a launch that there was a lot of anxiety just ahead of it, but then finally there was absolute jubilation when it took off. And now, as we said, that we're counting down to when the docking takes place at the International Space Station, which will be somewhere around 4:30 India time. We are also expecting a second interaction with the astronauts on board. There is the commander, Peggy Whitson. She is a veteran. She's done several missions as well. She's a NASA astronaut. There are also two other astronauts along with India's Shubhanshu Shukla. There is Tibor Kapu of Hungary and Slavoj Oznansky of Poland also on board. In studio with us, we have Pallav Bagla, as always, to take us through, all the significance and highlights and what we need to look out for. But before that, let's just listen in. All right, we will, we're counting down, as we said, to the second interaction, Pallav, that we're expecting in a short while from now. We heard astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla, talking about, he spoke about how they're sleeping a lot. He's sleeping a lot, actually. He said his fellow astronauts told him he's sleeping a lot. But you said that is something that could be a part of his body adjusting to being in outer space. What was also interesting was this little swan plushie that they're carrying with them, which what shows them gravity, but also Shubhanshu Shukla speaking about the significance of the swan for India.
Oh, definitely. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has been speaking repeatedly about this toy which they have in the hand, which is called Joy. It's a baby swan, and it has significance both in all of the countries, which is Hungary, Poland, and India. And in India, it's especially important because swan or Hansa is the Vahan of a goddess Saraswati, and goddess Saraswati represents knowledge and discerning. And Group Captain Shukla has repeatedly said that this particular little toy they have is more than a toy, and they really feel that they are not 4 but 5 of them in that Grace Crew Dragon, which is a new vehicle in which they are traveling to the International Space Station. Remember, the Falcon 9 rocket, the first stage was a reused vehicle. The crew capsule they are traveling usually has been a reused vehicle. But they got to travel in a spanking new, brand new vehicle, and the crew has been able to get to name the vehicle permanently. So it will be called Grace. So Joy is the zero gravity indicator, and Grace is the name of the capsule. And astronaut Peggy Whitson said that it has the smell of a new vehicle in it.
Yes, well, she is a veteran, and she's there, along with 3 astronauts who are going to outer space for the very first time. Also, Pallav, are there any concerns as we're counting down to that docking that will take place at 4:30? It's a long process. A lot of it is automated, as you said. But tell us what to look out for.
Definitely, I think the docking is expected to happen at 4:30, but we'd start getting visuals and a live feed by about 2:30, which is we'll start seeing from the International Space Station cameras, the Crew Dragon approaching the International Space Station. It's a very slow, calculated, choreographed affair, because both of them, both the Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, are traveling at over 28,000 kilometers per hour, and nobody wants to take a risk with the docking process. It's a very slow process. It will take over 4 hours before the astronauts actually get to enter. So the puppy jhappi which we see in space will happen only after 6 p.m. or so is what I'm hearing. And we will see Group Captain Shukla floating into the International Space Station carrying India's flag to space, because that is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said from the Red Fort, भारत का बेटा या बेटी अंतरिक्ष में जाएगा भारत का झंडा लेके. So whether he carries it in his hand or has it on his uniform, is probably what it will be. But it will be a great moment when India reaches the International Space Station in person for the first time.
That's right. And the International Space Station has been around for decades, 25 years, around 25?
It has had continuous human presence for 25 years.
That's right.
So the only outpost outside Earth which has had life as we know it on Earth, is only the International Space Station.
And it's a collaborative effort with several countries,
yes.
the US, China, you have Japan, Europe as well involved with it.
Yes.
But for us, this is the first time an Indian is going to be on board the ISS.
Yes, initially India was offered to join the International Space Station, and at that time the Indian Space Research Organization and the government spurred that effort that India joined the ISS. Essentially saying they were not mature as a spacefaring nation. Today, India is a mature spacefaring nation. So, obvious next step is to have an Indian space station, which will come up by 2035. But this particular space station is likely to be retired by 2031, 2030 time frame. And if there is another international space station happening, I'm sure India would definitely be a part, because all countries want India's engineering skills to be party to any global effort. And this is, Group Captain Shukla is really laying the first steps, not only for India's Gaganyaan program, but for a global human space program and mission.
Right, Pallav, let's just, we saw that message earlier. You were here with me in studio when we heard the astronaut speaking, and astronaut Shukla spoke about how this is a journey with everyone, and he's so happy to have everyone along. He said, not just my achievement, it's everyone's achievement. And of course, we all know that, statement made back in the day by 41 years ago, in fact, by Rakesh Sharma when Indira Gandhi asked him, how does India look from outer space? And he said, Sare jahan se acha. So these two messages is what we've had from outer space. Let's just take a look at both of them.
एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके. तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने.
All right, so how incredible to see both those, messages from outer space by Indians. Rakesh Sharma, of course, was on board a Russian spacecraft. He was orbiting Earth. He was just in outer space. We have Subhanshu Shukla heading for the International Space Station. And he spoke about how this is a big step for our own, India's own manned mission to outer space. And that's something we're all hoping for. And it's going to be invaluable what he learns in this particular space mission for that.
Absolutely. Now, I would call this the Sharma to Shukla, India's cosmic leap. And the difference is very interesting. India participated in the Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma's mission along with Soviet Union. Then we were aligned more with the Soviet Union. And in 21st century, we are going to the International Space Station, partnering with NASA and America. Very interesting times. And now we have great friends with both Russia and America, and have great dialogue with both of them. So it also shows the changing geopolitical environment for India. At one point, India was under sanctions by America. And today, we are jointly undertaking a mission to the International Space Station. India has already signed the Artemis Accords, and they would probably be hopping across to the moon whenever that opportunity comes, when both countries can go to the moon together. Otherwise, India will definitely go to the moon by 2040, but we could go to the moon together before that.
That's right. And Pallav, tell us about, the commander, Peggy, somebody that you've actually spoken with, you've interviewed her, and it's so interesting to see her as, the commander here with these three novice astronauts, should I say?
The three rookie astronauts is what she told us. Commander Peggy Whitson is a legendary astronaut from America. She has done more space missions, more space hours, more walks outside the space station. She is supposed to be a great team leader, and she is the commander of this mission. She is part of this private space company, Axiom Space, which has put this mission together. So she is essentially leading these 3 astronauts, and she had some very nice words to say about Group Captain Shukla. On the interview we did with astronaut Peggy Whitson, she told us that Group Captain Shukla is wicked smart. And now wicked smart means super intelligent. It's not. It's a very nice phrase to use, even though it's an American phrase which is there. And his own colleagues on the astronaut mission have said that he carries with him the wisdom of a 130-year-old. So astronaut Peggy Whitson, as the leader, gives a lot of confidence to not just Hungary, Poland, and India, that the mission would go off successfully. She knows how to handle these missions. She knows how to get the team going. And when she spoke to us, she spoke very highly, not just of Group Captain Shukla, but also about the Indian human space program.
All right, so we are, counting down to the docking, Pallav, and we're, waiting to see whether we will have another interaction with the crew on board, with the astronauts on board, Grace. So we're just waiting to see when that will take place. But for the moment, do stay on with us, Pallav. We're going to move on to some other news in return to this as soon as we get that live web link and we, see that they are interacting with the mission command. Well, moving on to other news now, and Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, has said that the Constitution of India is supreme and that all 3 wings of democracy work under it. Referring to a judgment passed by the Supreme Court on the foundation of the basic structure doctrine, he said Parliament has the power to amend, but it cannot alter the basic structure of the Constitution. So this is being seen as Justice Gavai's hint really at the Vice President's recent comments on Parliament being supreme.
नेहमी वाद होत असतो की विच इज सुप्रीम. आमचे बरेचसे मित्र उपस्थित आहेत जे पार्लमेंट लेजिस्लेचरला रिप्रेझेंट करतात आणि मध्यंतरी एका घटनात्मक व्यक्तीनेच म्हटलं की द पार्लमेंट इज सुप्रीम. मी म्हटलं की नायदर द पार्लमेंट नॉट द एक्झिक्युटिव्ह नॉट द ज्युडिशरी आर सुप्रीम, बट इट इज ओनली द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया विच इज सुप्रीम अँड ऑल द विंग्स वर्क under the Constitution.
Constitution is encapsulated, its essence, its worth, its nectar in preamble of the Constitution. And what does it say? We, the people of India, the supreme power is with them. No one is above the people of India. And we, the people of India, under the Constitution, have chosen to reflect their aspirations, their desire, their will, through their public representatives. And they hold these representatives accountable, severely accountable on occasions, through elections. A prime minister who imposed emergency was held accountable in 1977. And therefore, let there be no doubt about it. Constitution is for the people, and its repository of safeguarding it is that of elected representatives. They are the ultimate masters as to what constitutional content will be.
Well, yes, the CJI was speaking in an event organized in Amravati, his hometown, a felicitation event, where he had made it very clear that he's speaking there not as a CJI, but as a son of Amravati. And in that 20-30 minute long speech, he made a point to reflect on this, point of debate that has been making rounds for last few months. About which of the 3 or 4 wings of the Indian democratic setup are supreme to one another. And again, reiterating all the statements that he had given earlier, CJI Gavai made it very clear once again that according to him, it is the Constitution under which all the 3 different wings, be it legislature, parliament, executive and judiciary work. Now, this is not the first time that CJI Gavai has spoken about this explicitly. We remember that a couple of months ago when he was here in Chaitya Bhumi, first time out he had become the Chief Justice of India. Even then, while giving a speech, he had spoken about the same matter, and especially because that was the time when all of these statements about one wing of the democratic setup being superior to the other, had just been making rounds. But herein, he is also stated while giving the statement, the one that we heard a while back, making it very clear that a constitutional position holder, of course, indirectly referring to the Vice President of India, saying that the Parliament is supreme. But CJI Gavai has reiterated his view on this entire supremacy debate, making it very clear that according to him, it is the Constitution that stands supreme. Later on, while speaking about the duty of judges, he also added that whenever a judge in any court in the Indian judiciary setup is giving a judgment, they should not think about what the people will think about their judgment, but should do it while thinking about it to the to its core. That is the kind of message that CJ has been trying to give in the last few speeches. Something again, besides the supremacy debate, this is again something that he highlighted yet again while speaking in an event at Amravati.
In other news, 3 people have been booked in Mumbai after the shocking case where a 60-year-old woman suffering from cancer was found abandoned in a pile of garbage in the RA colony area. The woman allegedly told the Mumbai police that she was dumped there in the trash by her own grandson. And now 3 people, including the grandson, have been held. Earlier we spoke to Radhika for more.
That's it. Very shocking and disturbing case coming from Mumbai days after a 60-year-old woman was dumped in a garbage pile. Now her family members, including her grandson and her brother-in-law, have been booked by the police. In fact, her body was found dumped. She was found dumped in a garbage pile in RA Colony in Goregaon East on Saturday, after which police started investigations. She told the police that she was dumped by her grandson. Her grandson, in fact, refuted those allegations, said that she went out of her own accord. She had mental issues. She was suffering from all kinds of ailments, and therefore she had the habit of wandering about, and that she went out of her own accord. But police widened the investigations only to find out that it was indeed her grandson, along with his uncle, who had decided to dump her. As far as sequence of events are concerned, initially there was a violent episode inside their house. She was suffering from some health issues, including skin cancer. She was taken to Shatabdi Hospital by both the grandson as well as the uncle, where she was denied entry. They took her out of Shatabdi Hospital in the wee hours and decided to dump her in the garbage pile, as they did not want to take care of her. They tried to mislead the police by saying that she did it out of her own will, but the CCTV grabs really suggested that they had in fact tried to take her to the hospital, and then later they decided to dump her. Police took cognizance of it. Thankfully, right now her condition is stable. She's undergoing treatment at the Cooper Hospital. Police had admitted her in Cooper Hospital after she was found dumped. Now action being taken against both the grandson and uncle. No arrests have happened yet, but they have been booked as part of this case.
All right, some international news now. And following a NATO chief's daddy comment to Donald Trump, the White House has really leaned into this. It shared a video of Mark Rutt's interaction with the US president, and it was titled also that Daddy's Home. It's set to the track of singer Usher's song Daddy's Home. Now, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte had praised the US president for brokering the Israel-Iran ceasefire during a press conference in Hague. When Trump spoke about how they were just going at it like children, he said, well, sometimes daddy has to use strong language. This was a highly unusual compliment, though he did later defend himself, saying he wasn't exactly calling Trump daddy, but just giving an example. Take a look.
Do a lot of flexing. Shawty, you already know what it is. So when my lady say,
you can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then daddy has to sometimes use strong language to
you have to use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
All right, so that was the comment where he says daddy sometimes has to use strong language, and, the daddy moment at the NATO summit. Vishal with us for more. And Vishal, the White House really leaning in with that post that they put out saying daddy's home. But At the same time, the NATO summit is being considered quite a success. So, and Mark Rutte, it's being talked about how he handled Trump, even going as far as to use Trumpian language. So, tell us all the brouhaha about the daddy, quote that he gave.
Yeah, so Gargi, just to give you an example, it's been almost 12 hours since that comment was last made, and the internet and the social media is abuzz with reactions following that comment, and still people are talking about it. One of the comments on social media said that this is almost like a sitcom, not a NATO summit. It's almost like an entertainment program that the leaders are talking about. So that goes to show that people are not just talking about NATO in terms of defense spending, but also getting entertained by the comments made by the leaders. Of course, as you mentioned, Mark Rutte has now come up and said that he did not intend to call Trump as daddy, but he was talking about in a more general sense. But nonetheless, the comment has been, has generated a lot of brouhaha, as you mentioned, and also the White House has now leaned on it and tried to play it up by using a song by the well-known singer from the US, Usher, Daddy's Home, and now trying to play it up even more. And Trump has also reacted to it and said that he's quite affectionate to the leader. And it's been traditionally known that Mark Rutte has quite a good relationship with Trump. So it's not really surprising that he did comment on those lines, while at the same time also hailed the new defense spending of 5% of the GDP that the leaders have signed recently.
That's right. So diplomacy in these, Trumpian times. Vishal, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Now, in more news from the US, the CIA has backed President Trump's view that the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites caused severe damage, contradicting reports by US intelligence. On the other hand, Iran has confirmed that its nuclear facilities were badly damaged in the strikes conducted by the US and Israel.
It's a matter of technical issue. Our Atomic Energy Organization and other relevant agencies are working on that. But yes, our nuclear installations have been badly damaged. That's for sure, because it has come under repeated attacks by Israeli and American aggressors. Again, what matters most for the people in the region and beyond is to really understand the depths of this lawlessness that happened for the past 12 days against Iran.
All right, on to some lighter news now. And luxury Prada left the internet shocked with the launch of their latest Kolhapuri flats. These are reportedly retailing for 1.2 lakh. Now, it's not just the price of the chappals that's raised eyebrows, but also the fact that credit hasn't been given where it's due, and that's to Indian craftsmen. It's not even called Kolhapuris. Let's just listen, and Abira sent us this report where she spoke to a few people on their reactions.
Today I'm here joining with me our students from NIF, and let's talk to them what they think about it. Like I said, it's a very proud moment, but at the same time, it's so sad that something like this keeps happening over and over again.
Right. Hi, I'm Sagar Kadrekar. I'm from NIF Global Andheri Bandra Thane. I'm their senior faculty here. And coming back to the question, we recently saw a Prada show which made mark in the industry. But there's one highlight factor from India, that is Kolhapuri chappals, which there was not a single mention about India. So it's really sad that brands like Prada, which is they have a legacy behind it, but still there's no mention from the roots of where people are artisans, they work hard. I mean, it takes one entire day to complete a Kolhapuri chappal, and it's completely handcrafted. Yeah. And if they are going to sell it for in dollars like that, then and there's not even single mention, it is really unfair to the artisans of India.
And absolutely, we don't know how this money is even if it's reaching the craftsmen. It's very unfair to them. And I can see both of you wearing Kolhapuri chappals. Can you tell me how much did you buy this for?
Mine are for $750.
Okay, and what about yours?
$350.
Yeah, so, and it's from Kolhapur?
Yeah, it's from Kolhapur.
So tell me about these chappals, where you get it from, and also what do you think about this whole cultural appropriation that has happened recently?
Hi, my name is Riya Gaikwad. I am from NIF Andheri. I am a student here, fashion student. So basically every year I go to Kolhapur and I buy these chappals. It is like what I have seen my grandparents to my parents wearing those. They never thought that it will be labeled as a leather sandal, flat leather sandal, and sell it in 1.2 lakhs. So it is incredibly different to see what I am wearing from my childhood to being there on the runway. I was happy to see it, but then when I got to know that there was no credits given to the artisans, which made me shook, like, why not?
All right, so a whole lot of deal about Kolhapuri chappals being sold by Prada. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right?
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24x7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the real.
Amid the emergency face-off, FIR has been registered against Karnataka BJP ex-handle. The post compared Indira Gandhi to Adolf Hitler. Chief Justice of India B.R. Gavai says Constitution of India is supreme and all three wings of our democracy work under the Constitution. Hints at Vice President's recent comments on Parliament being supreme. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who's addressed the SCO Defence Ministers meeting in China, refuses to sign a document that dilutes India's stand on terror. No mention of Pahalgam. After the shocker from Mumbai, where an elderly cancer patient was dumped in a pile of garbage by her grandson, now action has been taken. 3 people are booked. The patient was dumped after admission in a hospital was refused. Shubhanshu Shukla delivers his first personal message from orbit today, hours after lifting off aboard the Axiom 4 mission to the International Space Station.
तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं.
Shubhanshu Shukla says it's a new environment and new challenges for us, and everybody is part of his journey with him. Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We are starting this edition with some big breaking news coming in amid the face-off between the BJP and the Congress over emergency. A huge controversy erupted over Karnataka BJP post, and now an FIR has been registered against Karnataka BJP ex-account. Well, remember this post compared Indira Gandhi with Adolf Hitler, and it was fired from Karnataka BJP's official handle. This FIR now has been registered after a complaint was lodged by a Congress leader. We will be getting more on that in just a bit. We have reactions first coming in from the Congress and the BJP. Let's listen in.
I think some problem with the BJP. They should know that after the emergency declared, the entire country has given a mandate to Indira Gandhi. She ruled the country in 1980. The JD, Janata Dal or any other Parivara could not maintain and they could not bring back their government. So the Congress party under the leadership of Indira Gandhi has come back to power. She has ruled, she has contributed her life, sacrificed her life for the sake of this country. Now for the sake of publicity, they are just discussing on that.
Yesterday, BJP had clearly tweeted stating that Indira Gandhi was an authoritarian and of the character which Hitler holds. This tweet is absolutely right as per our thoughts, as Indira Gandhi acted as an authoritarian leader on 25th June 2025 and later during the entire 21 months of emergency period.
All right, BJP clearly saying that the tweet that was posted from Karnataka BJP's official handle was right and in agreement with their stand, and they're not going to budge from it. My colleague Deepak Bupana also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Now an FIR has been registered, we understand. Deepak, what action is expected?
Well, the BJP is again crying foul and saying that, this is an actual emergency-like situation that is being created by the Congress party once again, because, while people are, raising pertinent issues about emergency and putting out social media posts, there are FIRs being registered against them, and it's vendetta politics is the charge of the BJP. The Congress says that this is unnecessarily, trying to gain publicity by raking up unnecessary issues, and more importantly, drawing parallels with Adolf Hitler, to a former prime minister who's contributed so much to the country's progress and also sacrificed her life, is what the deputy chief minister himself, of course, has said. So right now it's a tug of war of sorts that's happening between the Congress and the BJP over this. The post has been deleted by the BJP social media handles. The FIR was registered on the behest of a complaint that was filed by the Congress leader Manohar, and the FIR names BJP Karnataka the X handle as the accused.
All right. Well, the video was shared by BJP's Karnataka handle, X handle. That's the video that we are showing to you on your TV screens there. And we understand the Congress is quite upset with that. Karnataka Congress Party, one of the leaders there have filed a complaint, after which this FIR now has been registered. What happens next remains to be seen. Meanwhile, this looks like the face-off between the two sides is only escalating and isn't seemingly going to die down anytime soon. Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more updates come in. Meanwhile, there's some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, has said that the Constitution of India is supreme and all three wings of democracy work under it. Referring to a judgment passed by the Supreme Court on the foundation of the basic structure doctrine, he said that the Parliament has the power to amend, but it can't alter the basic structure of the Constitution. Well, the CJI here has hinted at Vice President's recent comments on Parliament being supreme, and has said that it's the Constitution that is supreme and all three wings of democracy work under it, and that is his take. Let's listen in.
नेहमी वाद होत असतो की विच इज सुप्रीम. आमचे बरेचसे मित्र उपस्थित आहेत जे पार्लमेंट लेजिस्लेचरला रिप्रेझेंट करतात, आणि मध्यंतरी एका घटनात्मक व्यक्तीनेच म्हटलं की द पार्लमेंट इज सुप्रीम. मी म्हटलं की नायदर द पार्लमेंट नॉट द एक्झिक्युटिव्ह नॉट द ज्युडिशरी आर सुप्रीम, बट इट इज ओनली द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया which is supreme, and all the wings work under the Constitution.
Constitution is encapsulated, its essence, its worth, its nectar in preamble of the Constitution. And what does it say? We, the people of India, the supreme power is with them. No one is above the people of India. And we, the people of India, under the Constitution, have chosen to reflect their aspirations, their desire, their will, through their public representatives. And they hold these representatives accountable, severely accountable on occasions, through elections. A prime minister who imposed emergency was held accountable in 1977. And therefore, let there be no doubt about it. Constitution is for the people, and its repository of safeguarding it is that of elected representatives. They are the ultimate masters as to what constitutional content will be.
All right, my colleague Nupur Dogra also now joins us in the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Nupur, that's a very strong statement coming in from the CJI, clearly hinting at the comments that the Vice President had made a few days back.
Well, yes, Kitty, this is not the first time CJI B.R. Gavai has reiterated the same stance. He has been saying, and in fact, it is for the fourth time in past 2 months that the Chief Justice of India has said that it is the Constitution which is supreme, neither the Parliament nor the judiciary nor the executive. None of it is supreme, but it is the Constitution which is supreme, because Constitution is the document which enlists the powers of executive, legislature and judiciary, and draws a boundary between all three pillars of the democracy while maintaining a balance of power between them. So it is, in fact, a very strong message from the Chief Justice of India, who we can clearly say here that he is taking a stance, very strong stance against this kind of pressure that the judiciary has been facing, and these comments that have emerged about Parliament being supreme, judiciary or the Supreme Court overstepping its power in, especially with regards to, if you remember, there was a Tamil Nadu governor judgment by the Supreme Court very recently, which has in fact stirred controversy. And after this judgment, where the Supreme Court had enlisted the powers and imposed a timeline on the president and governor to pass bills, give assent to bills, it is after this judgment that these comments have been made from various parts of the legislature.
Well, yes, and it's the stand that's been taken from either side. The executive may feel that it has the supreme power. The judiciary may feel that, the final power rests with it. But ultimately, as the Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, also said that the Constitution is supreme and all three wings come under it, of democracy come under it. That's also something that many would abide by and many would agree to. Thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. All right, we have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Sending a stern message, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has refused to sign a joint statement at a Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet, for it did not mention the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 innocent lives that did not reflect India's strong position on terror. While skipping any mention of Pahalgam, the document mentioned Balochistan, accusing India of creating unrest there.
It is imperative that those who sponsor, nurture and utilize terrorism for their narrow and selfish ends must bear the consequences. Some countries use cross-border terrorism as an instrument of policy and provide shelter to terrorists. There should be no place for such double standards. Yes, you should not hesitate to criticize such nations. India's zero tolerance for terrorism is manifest today through its actions. This includes our right to defend ourselves against terrorism. And we have shown that epicenters of terrorism are no longer safe, and we will not hesitate to target them. The pattern of the Pahalgam terror attack matches with LET's previous terror attacks in India. In exercising its right to defend against terrorism and preempt as well as deter further cross-border terrorist attacks, India on 7th May 2025 successfully launched Operation Sindoor to dismantle cross-border terrorist infrastructure. We reiterate the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of reprehensible acts of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism, accountable and bring them to justice.
This is the strongest possible message that the Defence Minister has sent out in the presence of the other Defence Ministers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which includes the Chinese, the Russian, and especially the Pakistani Defence Minister there, by refusing to sign a document where an attempt was made by the SCO to remove any mention of Pahalgam and to add Balochistan is a huge move by India. Remember, as a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, anti-terror, counter-terror, condemnation of terrorist acts is one of the principal resolutions and motivations of this entire setup. And for them to try and remove Pahalgam and add Balochistan is a very big slight. So Rajnath Singh refusing to sign that document is a huge deal. But in the presence of the Chinese and Pakistani defense ministers, to propound the theory that has been set in stone after Operation Sindoor, that acts of terror are seen as acts of war, is a huge message that India has sent out. Remember, India has just completed a large diplomatic outreach to the rest of the world regarding Operation Sindoor, trying to convince the world in many ways that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to be the biggest global national security threat. And therefore, what Rajnath Singh has basically done at the SCO is action that can be considered extreme. There is a huge call about why India is even part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization if the organization itself, which is headed by China, is looking to actually remove any mention of Pahalgam. The relationship and the nexus between China and Pakistan is a very well-known one, but this kind of brazen attempt to dilute terror against India is being seen very seriously.
All right, big breaking news now coming in. We are given to understand that India has now hardened its stand on the Indus Water Treaty, and India has clearly said that the treaty won't be restored. Union Water Minister has reiterated Union Home Minister Amit Shah's stand, who had clearly earlier said that the treaty remains to be suspended between the two nations. Remember, India had suspended the Indus Water Treaty, refused to share water with Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, sending out a big message, a big diplomatic move after the Pahalgam terror attack. And we understand now India continues to maintain the same stance, clearly saying that the treaty won't be restored. Pakistan definitely is suffering after the Indus Water Treaty was suspended, and we understand that there have been warnings issued by Pakistan also in the recent past, clearly asking India to remove the suspension. My colleague Akhilesh also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Akhilesh, clearly India making it clear that the treaty won't be restored. The Union Water Ministry clearly reiterating Amit Shah's stand, what the Union Home Minister also had spoken about the treaty earlier.
That's correct. In fact, Home Minister has made it very clear that the Indus Water Treaty, which has been kept in abeyance by India, will not be restored, because the water and blood cannot flow together, and the water of Indus will be utilized for the benefit of the people of the country. This stand has been reiterated by the Jal Shakti Mantri C.R. Patil. In fact, he told very clearly on Bilawal Bhutto's threat that there will be war if India does not release water. So Mr. Patil said very clearly that India is not scared of such threats, and no water will be given to Pakistan. He also confirmed NDTV's report that Pakistan has in fact written 4 letters to India, pleading that India should reconsider its decision to keep the treaty in abeyance, because there will be a water crisis and shortage in Pakistan. He said that on such letters, whatever necessary action has to be taken will be taken, but there's no reconsideration as far as the decision is concerned.
Absolutely. All right. Akhilesh, I'll just come back to you. We have the audio bite also coming in of C.R. Patil, Union Water Minister. Let's play that out first.
मैं आपको एक लाइन में इतना कह सकता हूं कि पानी कहीं नहीं जाएगा. बाकी बिलावल क्या कहते हैं वो उनका प्रश्न है, उनका अपना पॉलिटिक्स वहाँ करना है. इसके लिए वो कहते रहेंगे. उन्होंने तो धमकियां भी दी थी कि पानी नहीं बहेगा तो खून बहेगा, वो भी आपने सुना होगा. तो ऐसे गिदड़ धमकियों से तो हम डरते भी नहीं है, मगर कुछ बातें समय पर ही अच्छी लगती है. इसके लिए उसका जवाब समय पर ही आपको मिलना वो भी उचित.
All right, C.R. Patil clearly saying that the kind of threats or warnings that have been issued by Pakistan, India is not going to be scared about that, and Pakistan can go on to do what they want to do, but the treaty won't be restored. My colleague Akhilesh Sharma continues to be with us on the broadcast. Well, there have been threats issued by Bilawal Bhutto also on many occasions, Akhilesh, we understand. Just yesterday also he had said that, you know, India will have to share the Indus water fairly, or we will take the water from the 6 rivers completely. But despite that, India making it clear that it's not going to be scared by these Gidar Dhamkis that the Union Water Minister was also talking about just now.
Yes, that's correct. In fact, India has made it very clear that water and blood cannot flow together. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said it on many occasions, and that is why he was very firm that this treaty should be kept in abeyance, because Pakistan has been promoting cross-border terrorism, and this cannot go on for a very long time. In fact, India has been also saying to Pakistan and also to the World Bank, which was instrumental for this treaty way back in 1960, that this treaty is heavily tilted in favor of Pakistan, and the water which belongs to India rightfully was not given to India. So now India has been writing to Pakistan saying very clearly that this treaty should be renegotiated, but Pakistan was not agree to come on the tables to talk about this. But now, since India has kept this treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam terror attack, now Pakistan has been pleading to India that it should reconsider its decision to keep the treaty in abeyance. But India has made it very clear that the water and blood cannot flow together. In fact, India has chalked out a long-term plan to utilize the water which has been going to the Indus rivers and through river to Pakistan. That 160 kilometer long canal will be constructed to connect this to Ganga Nahar, and that water will be given to Rajasthan and also to other states.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Akhilesh, for getting us all those details there. Well, big breaking news coming in at the moment here. Big statement from the Union Water Minister on the Indus Water Treaty here. We will keep an eye on the developments on this big story and get you more. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right,
and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's
To that, and she had in fact said that they must get him eliminated so that the line is clear for the two lovers to get together once again.
And we are also given to understand that arrests have been made in this case as well. We will be waiting for more details to come in. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Uma Sudhir, for getting us all those details and inputs on this big story that we're tracking here. We will get you more on that as more updates come in. It's time for a quick break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
FIR registered against Karnataka BJP ex-handle amid the face-off over emergency between Congress and BJP. Chief Justice of India B.R. Gavai says the Constitution of India is supreme, hints at Vice President's comments on Parliament being supreme. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh refuses to sign document at the SCO Defence Ministers meet in China that dilutes India's stand on terror. After the shocker from Mumbai, where an elderly cancer patient was dumped in a pile of garbage by her grandson, now action has been taken. 3 people have been booked.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच। शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong.
Right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's.
Big breaking news now coming in connection with the AI-171 plane crash in Ahmedabad. What we are given to understand is that this is through government, the information that's coming in, that AI-171 black box data is being downloaded at this point in time. Remember, that is something that's going to provide crucial bit of information on the reason of the crash of the plane in Ahmedabad. And what we are learning at this point in time is that the data is being analyzed. The analysis of data from the black box is currently underway. And my colleague Vishnu Shom now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Vishnu, this is what we are learning at the moment. What more details?
Very big breaking news now coming in on the process of investigation into the AI-170 crash. Remember, more than 270 people were killed when an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft on a flight from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick crashed shortly after takeoff in Ahmedabad. It is now clear that the black box, which has 2 components, a digital flight data recorder and a cockpit voice recorder, those have been successfully accessed. The data has been downloaded. All of this has taken place in Delhi. The Accident Investigation Board is actually a part of this entire process. Both the cockpit voice recorders and flight data recorders. Remember, there are 2 black boxes in this aircraft. Each black box has 2 components, the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Data from the cockpit voice recorders, both of them, and the flight data recorders, both of them, were recovered from the crash site. The black boxes were brought from Ahmedabad to Delhi by an Indian Air Force aircraft with full security on the 24th of June 2025. The front black box arrived at the Accident Investigation Board's laboratory, Delhi, at 2 p.m. on the 24th of June, so a couple of days back, the rear black box, one was positioned, remember the black box in the front of the aircraft, one at the rear section of the tail section of the aircraft, that was brought also on the 24th of June. The current status and data extraction status is that on the evening of the 24th of June, the team led by the Director General Accident Investigation Board, along with technical members of the National Transport Safety Board, which is the American investigator, the American regulator, they began the data extraction process. The crash protection module from the front black box was safely retrieved. Like, that is the crucial part of the black box. It is inside that data actually exists. The memory module was successfully accessed. Data has been downloaded, and this is the big breaking news. Data has been downloaded of the black boxes in this crash. The analysis of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder is underway. These efforts aim to reconstruct the sequence of events leading to the accident and identify contributing factors to enhance aviation safety and prevent future occurrence. All actions have been taken in full compliance with domestic laws and international obligations in a time-bound manner. Now, I was inquiring through my sources on when a preliminary report would be out. As I understand it, a preliminary report into this crash needs to take place within a period of 1 month. That time period hasn't happened, but with the recovery of this data successfully, and given the fact that at least one of the black boxes was very badly damaged, given the fact that you have recovered the data, the process of reconstruction can start. And I think in a finite period of time, there would be a report, a preliminary one, which can actually give people around the world, not just in India, that basic explanation. What went wrong? Why did that Boeing 787 Dreamliner's engines roll back on thrust? Did they roll back on thrust? Was there an electrical failure? Was there a pilot error? Was it a combination of factors? Was there potential fuel contamination? There are any number of theories, including incorrect configuration of the flaps. All theories. Now we have the data, we will know the truth.
Yes, Vishnu, that means essentially what this really suggests is that now the data has been successfully secured and recovered. We are one step closer to solving the mystery of the Ahmedabad plane crash.
Well, I wouldn't say one step closer. We are on the verge of cracking the mystery. Let us hope that the data gives us a clear evidence of what exactly went wrong. Now, remember, when we speak about the DFDR, the Digital Flight Data Recorder, it records more than 1,000 parameters on every single aspect of the flight. For example, the performance of the engine, the fuel flow rate, the configuration of the flaps, those are structures on the wing, the configuration of the cockpit, the electronic systems on board, the electrical systems on board, the avionics on board, the control inputs by the pilots. That's one. And then, of course, there is the cockpit voice recorder, which records the conversations of the pilot. And so you corroborate what were the pilots saying and what does the data show. Remember, the cockpit voice recorder, in other words, the recordings of the conversations by the pilots themselves, is not necessarily enough to solve a mystery like this. You need data from the digital flight data recorders. Why is this important? It is important because Air India operates more Dreamliners than any other wide-body aircraft in its fleet. What is a wide-body aircraft? It is a long-range airliner with twin aisles inside the cabin, but the Dreamliner is used by airlines across the world. Therefore, this will have a bearing on Dreamliner operations for any number of airlines and carriers across the world. Is there a systemic problem with the Boeing 787? Is this as a result of a problem within Air India, a maintenance defect, pilot defect, or perhaps a combination of all factors? We will get to the truth soon enough.
All right, that's the big breaking news coming in at the moment. What we are learning is that this is information coming in from the government, that the data from black box has been downloaded and it has been successfully secured. This clearly means that the Ahmedabad plane crash mystery is expected to be solved in the near future, and this is the latest coming in. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Big breaking news coming in at this point in time in connection with the Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Shifting our focus now, our big coverage on Shubhanshu Shukla's journey to space continues on NDTV at 4:30 p.m. Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will become the first Indian ever to set foot on the International Space Station. About 28 hours after liftoff, SpaceX Dragon capsule carrying 4 Axiom 4 crew members, including India, Shubhanshu Shukla, will dock at the space station, beginning the 14-day mission. Well, in his first call from space, Shubhanshu Shukla called his experience as indescribable. Greeting with a namaskar from space, Shubhanshu said that he's getting used to zero gravity, like a baby learning how to walk. But he's really enjoying every moment. He's also said that this mission was a strong step forward for India's human space program and for the upcoming Gaganyaan mission. Remember, during the 14-day mission, the astronauts are scheduled for a list of experiments and planned interactions as well. Let's first listen in to Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members from Axiom 4 mission.
नमस्कार, एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे सारे देशवासियों के लिए। कुछ ही देर कल 1 महीने क्वारंटीन में रहने के बाद कल हम लोग लॉन्च पैड 39 से लॉन्च हुए, जहां से पहली मून लैंडिंग, जहां से अपोलो 11 मिशन भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और इस समय स्पेस में बहुत ही ज़्यादा उत्साह, बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। और जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं और इस जर्नी का एक हिस्सा हैं। तो ये ISS तक जाने के लिए मेरी एक जर्नी की शुरुआत है एक तरह से। अभी हम लोग कुछ ही घंटों में ISS में डॉक करेंगे और फिर हम इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाके रहेंगे। बट कहीं ना कहीं ये भी दर्शाता है कि ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं, गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने। आप भी उतना ही प्राउड फील करें जितना मैं फील कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ये सब हमारे केवल टेक्निकल एकम्प्लिशमेंट को नहीं दर्शाता है, बल्कि हमारे ये होप्स या हमारे एम्बिशंस या हमारे एस्पिरेशंस को दर्शाता है कि हम किस तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। तो आइए मेरे साथ इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनिए। मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि अगले 14 दिनों में मेरा जो मिशन एकम्प्लिशमेंट है, जो टास्क है, वो तो मैं अचीव करूँ ही, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस एक्सपीरियंस को मैं किस तरह से अपनी फ़ोटोज़ और वीडियोज़ में कैप्चर करूँ, ताकि मैं वापस आके आप लोगों के साथ इसे शेयर कर सकूँ। मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप मेरे थ्रू ये जर्नी एक्सपीरियंस करें और इसका हिस्सा बने। एंड चलिए अगले 14 दिन को एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं और साथ में स्पेस में रहते हैं। धन्यवाद। Hello everyone, Namaskar from space. I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies, and wow, what a ride it was. Frankly, when I was sitting in the capsule in Grace yesterday on the launch pad, my only thought in my mind was that let's just go. After 30 days of quarantine, it was a feeling that I just wanted to go. You know, the excitement and all was, probably far away. It was just the feeling that let's just leave here. But when the ride started, it was something like you getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. Everything silenced, and you were just floating. You unbuckle, and you were just floating in the silence of vacuum. It was an amazing feeling. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has been a part of this. I understand that this is not a personal accomplishment. It is a collective achievement of each and every one of you who has been a part of this journey. And to make this possible, I really want to thank each one of you. Also to family and friends, your support has mattered so much. This is so much because of all of you guys. We showed you joy and grace. This is swan, a great symbol. It looks really cute, but we have a very important swan in our Indian culture, which we are about. Swan symbolizes wisdom. It also has the ability to discern. So this means a lot more, not just a zero-G indicator for us. And I think that we all have symbolism in Poland and in Hungary, in India as well. So I think this looks like a coincidence, but it is not. That it has more meaning than what we are attaching it to it. the capsule itself, Grace, has been very kind. I was not feeling very great when we, got shot into the vacuum. But since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself, everything, learning how to eat, I think. So it's a new environment, new challenge, and I'm really enjoying this experience with my fellow astronauts here. And it's good to make mistakes, but it's better to see somebody else do that too. So it has been a fun time up here. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much, guys, for making this happen, and I'm sure that we are going to have a great time.
Welcome, Earthlings, from Grace. We are in the newest capsule, Dragon capsule, and we are very happy with her. She's got a little bit of a new spacecraft smell, and we're loving her a bunch. It's so much fun to be up in space again. Always fun to be in space, but it's really fun to be in space with 3 new astronauts, and they've got a lot to share with you. But we just wanted to welcome you on board, Grace.
All right. Hi, everyone from space. Üdvözlök mindenkit a világűrből. We had an amazing ride, as Shuk said. We were actually only a few seconds away from a few more days of quarantine. So even though we were sitting basically almost 3 hours in our capsule, our new capsule, and those times could be sometimes a little bit boring, we had those minutes and seconds when it was actually very, very exciting, even before the launch. When the launch happened, it was a feeling that I could not predict. We have been trying to prepare for those minutes and seconds for a long time, including the centrifuge training, including fighter jet trainings as well. But the rocket launch is completely something else. I was really, really happy that we could do this finally, and we also wanted to thank you for thanks for everyone around the world, and every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen, because finally our day came.
Only 4 of us, but we have with us our DOG indicator, Joy, that started to float with us just when we injected into orbit. Joy is floating with us all over the capsule, so sometimes we have to find him and her here with us. But it's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I unbuckled for the first time, I didn't feel 100%, but then everything settled, and when I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning.
Where we are?
Now we are flying over Europe. We have just before this conference, we saw passing Italy, Sicily, the Greek islands, and the Balkans, and now we are going a bit slightly up north, so towards Hungary and Poland a bit on the side. So yes, this is a great moment to be able to see back on Europe, on home, on our countries, and yes, Maggie, you can show the view through the window. Okay.
And well, this message from Shubhanshu Shukla comes just 4 decades after Rakesh Sharma, the first Indian to orbit the space, told the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi that India looked सारे जहां से अच्छा from space. Listen in.
बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा।
एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने।
All right, very beautiful message coming in from Shubhanshu Shukla as he's about to complete the docking at around 4:30 p.m. This is what we're learning, and that will begin his 14-day journey into space, and we all wish his safe return. Well, we have some more news that's coming in at this point in time. We are given to understand that US President Donald Trump has weighed in on the victory of Indian origin politician Zohran Mamdani in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary, calling him a 100% communist lunatic. Trump has also criticized other progressive leaders who support Mamdani, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Chuck Schumer, after former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo conceded the election. Meanwhile, actor-turned-BJP MP Kangana Ranaut has also launched a big attack on Mamdani. Ranaut has claimed that Mamdani sounds more Pakistani than Indian. My colleague Vishal Vivek also now joining us on the broadcast. Vishal, put this into context for our viewers. Trump launching a big attack on Mamdani, as well as we have BJP MP Kangana Ranaut also speaking about it.
Yes, so there's a big context to this. The fact that Mamdani belongs to the same circle as AOC, as you mentioned, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's one of the most famous left-leaning politicians in US. So he belongs to the same cadre, and he is being projected as the next big Democratic voice. He's almost poised to become the next New York City mayor. He just replaced Andrew Cuomo as the main primary candidate on the Democratic calendar. So that remains to be seen. But he's almost set to be the New York City mayor, because New York almost certainly always votes Democratic. So that will be interesting to be seen. But as far as the controversy regarding his comments is concerned, he has been, spotted at many anti-India rallies in the U.S. He has made some objectionable comments against the PM, against PM Modi. So these are some of the things that he's done in the recent past that has, given him a lot of traction. At the same time, a lot of brickbats as well. As you mentioned, Kangana has attacked him, Donald Trump has attacked him, and now even Congress has joined in all these folks and attacked him. So the thread is common here. They've all been talking about how anti-India his stance is, and he's been quite brazen about it. He's been quite rabid about it, is what these politicians are claiming, especially Donald Trump, who has gone on to Truth Social and labeled him as a lunatic, commie lunatic. So that goes to show how deep this resentment goes.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us those details there. Well, big updates now coming in at the moment, and statements from Donald Trump as well as Indian BJP MP Kangana Ranaut there. All right. We will keep an eye on the developments here on this big story. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Shubhanshu Shukla's heartfelt message from space says his supporters are part of this journey with him.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with
Big breakthrough in the crash probe. We're talking about AI 171 black box data that has been downloaded, and analysis of the black box data is underway. Emergency face-off. We're talking about an FR against Karnataka BJP's social media site X handle after a controversial message on social media site where Indira Gandhi was equated to Hitler by the BJP leader. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who addressed the CSO, this is SCO, this is the Defence Minister's meeting in China, and refusing to sign a document which dilutes India's stand on terrorism. He's gone on to say there's no mention of Pahalgam, and therefore Rajnath Singh refusing to sign on the SCO document in China. And after the shocker from Mumbai, where an elderly cancer patient was dumped in a pile of garbage by her own grandson, now action is being taken. 3 people have been booked. And from space, Shukla delivered his first personal message, a heartfelt message from orbit, hours after lifting off aboard. This is the mission to the International Space Station. The crew shared lighter moments as well from Grace, the capsule there, and Shukla thanking all his supporters, particularly his wife.
जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं.
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadla. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including very crucial information that is coming about. And Vishnu Som has all the details of the data from the black boxes that has been recovered from the Air India plane crash has now successfully been downloaded. To know more on this, Vishnu joining me. Vishnu, a big breakthrough there, and of course raising hopes as far as the recovery of the data is concerned.
Well, the data has been recovered. And that's the reason why we have this huge, big breaking news story. Not only has it been recovered, it is now being analyzed by Indian investigators and also the US National Transport Safety Board. Now, this is as per legal requirements, but we now have the entire sequence of events of what has taken place. But the big story that we are presently tracking is that despite the damage which was sustained by the black boxes, the data from the black boxes of AI 171, which is the Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which went down in a crash just after taking off from Ahmedabad on a flight to London Gatwick. That data has now been recovered. The flight was able to fly for just about 30-35 seconds after takeoff from Ahmedabad. It crashed. It resulted in the death of more than 270 people, both on the aircraft and on the ground. But the data we now have, and it's an entire sequence of events of the recovery of those black boxes, and I'm going to go through a couple of those points so that we fully understand what's taking place. I think this government statement makes the point that all international regulations are being followed. India is a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and therefore the data being recovered is being done as part of a process. Now, the most significant part of what we now know is that on the evening of the 24th of June, 2025, the team led by the Director General of the Accident Investigation Board with technical members from the AAIB and the National Transportation Safety Board began the data extraction process something called the crash protection module from the front black box was safely retrieved. And on the 25th of June 2025, the memory module was successfully accessed and its data was downloaded at the AAIB lab. The analysis of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder is now underway. These efforts aim to reconstruct the sequence of events which led to the accident and identify contributing factors to enhance aviation safety and prevent future occurrences. All actions are being taken as per international norms and also domestic laws. I think the key point over here is that this is going to be followed very closely, not just in terms of Air India, which has more Dreamliners in service than any other wide-body aircraft that it presently operates, but also by international operators of the Boeing 787, because what took place on that day remains a huge mystery. How did an aircraft which has never had a crash before appear to have lost engine power, which resulted in it going down shortly after takeoff within approximately 35 seconds of the crash? Was there a rolling back of engine power? The pilot had declared a mayday, remember. If so, what caused that? Was there a massive electrical failure? Was the aircraft improperly configured? These are just a couple of questions. Was there potentially poor fuel contamination or poor fuel which resulted in fuel contamination? Was there pilot error? Was there a mix of many factors? Were there concerns about maintenance at Air India? All of these will be answered. Now, what they're trying to do is reconstruct the events based on the data that they are looking at. I think the key part of this is to understand what exactly a black box is. For starters, and we've said this repeatedly, I think it's important that we repeat this information. A black box isn't black in color. It's in fact orangish in color. It's made in that way so that it attracts attention. Now, what we do know is the dates in which the two black boxes of the aircraft were recovered. And this government statement says both the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorders were recovered. These are both collectively part of what is known as a black box unit. There are two of these units on the aircraft, one in the front of the aircraft, one behind the aircraft. There's the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Both of these were recovered, one from a rooftop of the building at the crash site on the 13th of June 2025. The other was recovered 3 days later from the debris itself. Standard operating procedures were followed. It was stored carefully. It was transported. It was put under 24-hour police protection with CCTV footage monitoring all of this. It was kept in Ahmedabad. Subsequently, on the 24th of June, both of these black boxes were flown by the Indian Air Force to Delhi. And the front black box, the black box located in the front of the aircraft, that arrived at 2 p.m. on the 24th of June. The one in the rear arrived at 5:15 on the 24th of June, which leads me to believe that given the sensitivity and the importance of this entire investigation, both these black boxes were flown in on separate aircraft of the Indian Air Force. And on the evening of the 24th of June, a team led by the Director General of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board, which is India's accident investigator, along with technical members from the National Transportation Safety Board, which is the American regulator, they began the data extraction process. The crash protection module, that's a part of the black box, from the front black box, which as I understand it was more damaged, was safely retrieved. And a day later, on the 25th of June, in other words, yesterday, the memory module was successfully accessed, right? And its data was downloaded at the Accident Investigation Board lab in Delhi. This comes at a time when there was a sense that perhaps this needed to be sent out, perhaps to the US, to the United Kingdom, to Singapore, where facilities exist to actually download this data. But we've set up a lab recently in India, and this data has been downloaded at this lab. Now, what is the data? There are two elements. There's the cockpit voice recorder, which records the conversations of the pilot. And then there is the digital flight data recorder, which records 1,000+ parameters on everything on the flight. The fuel flow, the condition of the engines, whether the engines were throttling up, were they throttling down, the power to the engines, the surface of the wings, whether the flaps were deployed. Flaps are structures on the wing of an aircraft which actually influence the manner in which the aircraft flies. Very, very important as an aircraft takes off and lands. There's one line of thought that perhaps those flaps were not were improperly configured. Some say that that's not the case. We will know one way or the other with this data. What about the cockpit instrumentation? What about the electrical harnesses on board? What about the overall electrical systems? What about what the pilots were saying? Because is that corroborating with what the data shows? Remember, the recovery of just the conversations of the pilot alone is not enough in something like this. Sometimes the pilots might be thinking that something is going wrong when in fact the data tells you something different. So what they are trying to do, and I quote, these efforts aim to reconstruct the sequence of events leading to the accident and identify contributing factors to enhance aviation safety. A final couple of points. Number one, this is critical for Air India, as I mentioned. There are tens of thousands of passengers. There are thousands of passengers at the very least who travel on Dreamliners every single day. But the Dreamliner is one of the most successful Boeing models in recent times. It is operated by dozens of airlines across the world. And therefore, if there is something systemically problematic with the Dreamliner aircraft, would this is something which therefore impacts airlines across the world? Or is it something to do with Air India and Air India alone? As I understand it, and I would stand corrected on this, given India's legal prerogative to follow the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization norms, we are a signatory, the preliminary report has to come out within 1 month. So we've not reached that 1 month period as yet. Obviously, there is a lot of interest in this across the world. But on the basis of the fact that you've actually got data, which is a massive breakthrough, I would suggest that the preliminary report, right, which basically tells you this is what we know so far, this is what it seems to be, that would be out perhaps even in a matter of days.
Absolutely, Vishnu. Of course, that will answer all those questions that you have.
I would suggest some of those questions, Divya, because it's a preliminary report, and a final report, Divya, can actually take several months to go through. Whenever there is a crash, Divya, and sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's a point worth making. There is very often not one factor. There are many factors. For example, if there is an issue with the flight surfaces or the flap setting done by the pilot, then that goes into training. That goes into issues like fatigue. That goes into whether the fly-by-wire control system of the aircraft was working properly. Were there hydraulic issues as well? I've already named 4 or 5. There could be many more such conditions. So you need to analyze all of this, and you need to understand where exactly things started going wrong. That could take about 2-3 months, that's my guess, perhaps even longer. But the immediate cause of the crash, which gives you a basic idea of what went wrong, within 1 month, there should be that preliminary report.
Right, Vishnu, of course, answering some of the questions at least, and what really went wrong and what was really said, the communication that the pilot had with his co-pilot, perhaps with other members of the crew and the passengers on board that ill-fated flight. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for breaking it down for us. Moving on now to more news, and this is in regard to Union Water Minister C.R. Patil, who's gone on to say that Indus Water Treaty won't be restored, while dismissing former Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's threat that Islamabad would go to war if India denies its share of water under the Indus Water Treaty, reiterating basically what Home Minister Amit Shah just said last week, that in regard to the Indus Water Treaty, that will not be restored. That is something that C.R. Patil has now gone on to confirm yet again.
मैं आपको एक लाइन में इतना कह सकता हूं कि पानी कहीं नहीं जाएगा. बाकी बिलावल क्या कहते हैं वो उनका प्रश्न है, उनका अपना पॉलिटिक्स वहां करना है. इसके लिए वो कहते रहेंगे. उन्होंने तो धमकियां भी दी थी कि पानी नहीं बहेगा तो खून बहेगा, वो भी आपने सुना होगा. तो ऐसे गिदड़ धमकियों से तो हम डरते भी नहीं है, मगर कुछ बातें समय पर ही अच्छी लगती है. इसके लिए उसका जवाब समय पर ही आपको मिलना वो भी उचित है.
Akhilesh, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest. Akhilesh, this really comes on the heels of the statement that was made by Bilawal Bhutto. Take us through what the Water Minister today has gone on to say, something that has been said in a very strong statement by Amit Shah just recently.
That's correct, Diva. In fact, the Water Resources Minister has endorsed what Home Minister Amit Shah has said about not restoring the Indus Water Treaty. He has made it very clear that India will not review, not renegotiate the Indus Water Treaty. Whatever Bilawal Bhutto says, India will not be scared with these threats of starting war on water. India has made it very clear that war and the water and the blood, they cannot flow together. In fact, India is working on a long-term plan to construct a 160-kilometer long canal to connect the river water of Indus to Ganga Canal. and that will help to states like Rajasthan and Delhi. And in fact, the Water Resources Minister has also made very clear, Mr. C.R. Patil said, that India has received various letters from Pakistan. He has actually confirmed NDTV story that Pakistan has been pleading by writing stories to India that India should reconsider on stand to keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, but India is not going to yield to those demands.
Thank you so much, Akhilesh, for joining us with all those details. Let's also get you the latest, and this is in regard to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in China has put out a very stern message and has refused to sign a joint statement at that Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet that has taken place because it did not mention the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 innocent lives and did not reflect India's strong position on terrorism, while skipping any mention of Pahalgam. The document mentioned Balochistan, and that is what India is being accused of creating unrest there, and something that India has strongly been refuting.
It is imperative that those who sponsor, nurture and utilize terrorism for their narrow and selfish ends must bear the consequences. Some countries use cross-border terrorism as an instrument of policy and provide shelter to terrorists. There should be no place for such double standards. SCO should not hesitate to criticize such nations. India's zero tolerance for terrorism is manifest today through its actions. This includes our right to defend ourselves against terrorism. And we have shown that epicenters of terrorism are no longer safe, and we will not hesitate to target them. The pattern of the Pahalgam terror attack matches with LET's previous terror attacks in India. In exercising its right to defend against terrorism and preempt as well as deter further cross-border terrorist attacks, India on 7th May 2025 successfully launched Operation Sindoor to dismantle cross-border terrorist infrastructure. We reiterate the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of reprehensible acts of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism, accountable and bring them to justice.
This is the strongest possible message that the Defence Minister has sent out in the presence of the other Defence Ministers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which includes the Chinese, the Russian, and especially the Pakistani Defence Minister there, by refusing to sign a document where an attempt was made by the SCO to remove any mention of Pahalgam and to add Balochistan is a huge move by India. Remember, as a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, anti-terror, counter-terror, condemnation of terrorist acts is one of the principal resolutions and motivations of this entire setup. And for them to try and remove Pahalgam and add Balochistan is a very big slight. So Rajnath Singh refusing to sign that document is a huge deal. But in the presence of the Chinese and Pakistani defense ministers, to propound the theory that has been set in stone after Operation Sindoor, that acts of terror are seen as acts of war, is a huge message that India has sent out. Remember, India has just completed a large diplomatic outreach to the rest of the world regarding Operation Sindoor, trying to convince the world in many ways that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to be the biggest global national security threat. And therefore, what Rajnath Singh has basically done at the SCO is action that can be considered extreme. There is a huge call about why India is even part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization if the organization itself, which is headed by China, is looking to actually remove any mention of Pahalgam. The relationship and the nexus between China and Pakistan is a very well-known one, but this kind of brazen attempt to dilute terror against India is being seen very seriously.
Thank you so much for getting us all those details. And let's just switch tracks. And this is in regard to a FIR that has been filed against the BJP Karnataka unit at a police station in Bengaluru. The complainant, has really gone ahead and filed this due to the controversial social media post by the BJP Karnataka's official X handle comparing former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi to German dictator Hitler. The post in question read, "Indira not equals India, but Indira equals Hitler," accompanied by a 38-second video, and the video referred to India's national emergency and featured graphics and describing it in a very derogatory manner as far as the former Prime Minister is concerned.
I think some problem with the BJP. They should know that after the emergency declared, the entire country has given a mandate to Indira Gandhi. She ruled the country in 1980. The Janata Dal or any other parivara could not maintain and they could not bring back their government. So the Congress party under the leadership of Indira Gandhi has come back to power. She has ruled, she has contributed her life, sacrificed her life for the sake of this country. Now for the sake of publicity, they are just discussing on that.
Yesterday, BJP had clearly tweeted stating that Indira Gandhi was an authoritarian and of the character which Hitler holds. This tweet is absolutely right as per our thoughts, as Indira Gandhi acted as an authoritarian leader on 25th June 2025 and later during the entire 21 months of emergency period.
My colleague Deepak joining us to get us the very latest. Deepak, this is not the first time that the BJP has drawn such parallels. Arun Jaitley also had said this in regard to both Hitler and Indira Gandhi turning democracy into a dictatorship back, a few years.
Well, the BJP is again crying foul and saying that, this is an actual emergency-like situation that is being created by the Congress party once again, because, while people are, raising pertinent issues about emergency and putting out social media posts, there are FIRs being registered against them, and it's vendetta politics is the charge of the BJP. The Congress says that this is unnecessarily, trying to gain publicity by raking up unnecessary issues, and more importantly, drawing parallels with Adolf Hitler, to a former Prime Minister who's contributed so much to the country's progress and also sacrificed her life, is what the Deputy Chief Minister himself, of course, has said. So right now it's a tug of war of sorts that's happening between the Congress and the BJP over this. The post has been deleted by the BJP social media handles. The FIR was registered on the behest of a complaint that was filed by the Congress leader Manohar, and the FIR names BJP Karnataka the X handle as the accused.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us those details. And with that, we're slipping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest when it comes to the controversy that has been stirred by Prada, that has left the internet in a state of shock with the launch of their latest Kolhapuri chappals that are reportedly priced at 1.2 lakh rupees. The alarming price for a pair of chappals has raised quite a few eyebrows as far as the internet is concerned, not just for its pricey tag, but also the credit that hasn't been given where it's due, and that's to the Indian craftsmen. Well, Sonakshi Sinha has also got onto that bandwagon, reacting to the price tag, saying that she would rather spend 1.2 lakh rupees in India buying Kolhapuris rather than spending on one Kolhapuri of, this Prada version of the Kolhapuri chappals. But it is, let's just listen into, of course, many people are divided on the Kolhapuris making it to the international, this is the international fashion map, so to speak. But can India really claim it's a, infringement of its copyrights, so to speak? Let's listen into what the lawyers have to say. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy gets us the details.
I'm joined by senior lawyer Amit Nayak, who will take us through the legal aspects of the controversy surrounding Kolhapuri chappals being used by Prada and the outrage surrounding it. Mr. Nayak, thank you for joining us on NDTV. My first question is, of course, this has led to a lot of outrage. Prada using Kolhapuri chappals, people have called it cultural theft. But does this constitute IP infringement, and what are the legal remedies possible, if at all, this amounts to IP infringement?
So let's get the facts clear. As far as Kolhapuri chappals are concerned, they had a registration of a geographical indication in 2018. Right. That geographical indication indicates the geographical region, and they've got that registration. The question is, what did Prada showcase? Did it showcase Kolhapuris or did it showcase sandals?
Okay.
Prada has taken a view that these are sandals and flat sandals.
Right.
So there was no misrepresentation,
Okay.
according to me.
Right.
So legally it may be very difficult to claim a geographical indication or a breach of that in this case.
Okay.
A passing of action maybe yes. But the point really is that what is the case that you have against Prada? Point number one. Point number two, if you ask me, Prada should have actually said that they were inspired by Kolhapuri chappals.
Right.
That's in the least that should have happened,
Right.
according to me. But is a case sustainable on geographical indication? I don't think so. In the manner in which Prada has presented it.
Right.
So that's the nuance of it.
Right.
Is there a breach of morality of the artisans? I would say all of that is a matter of mutilation, etc., and how you're portraying it.
Abira joining us to get us the very latest. Abira, there are many reactions coming in, and some, of course, reacting to that price tag, but many reacting to India not really getting its due when it comes to the Kolhapuri chappal. But, now we have Sonakshi Sinha also getting on to reacting to this. Take us through her reaction.
So I just did an interview with her, Sonakshi Sinha, and when I asked her about the Kolhapuri chappals, the first thing that she said was, I would rather buy a 1.2 lakh Kolhapuri chappal in India and not from Prada, Let's keep the money here, right? That's what she meant. Let's keep the money here and encourage the craftsmen here than going and buying Prada, who doesn't even acknowledge the fact that, it's a Indian craftsmanship that they are taking international. So the acknowledgement is very important, but what she exactly said, I would read it out to you. I would rather buy Kolhapuri for 1.2 lakh in India. But also she said, good that Indian fashion is going international, but this price tag is a bit ridiculous. But yeah, it is a good thing that people have started talking about it. People will talk about, we will see more people hopefully wearing Kolhapuris now. So yes, it is a good conversation starter. People all over the world will now know about Kolhapuri. That's a good thing. But the fact that there is no acknowledgement is a sad thing, but Sonakshi took it very positively, but she also believes that spending that amount of money, that ridiculous amount of money, if I have to, I would rather spend it home in India.
Abira, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Of course, we will keep tracking the story. For now, moving on to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the 39-year-old Indian Air Force pilot. Let's just cut across to live feed coming in from space. Let's take a look as to the 4 astronauts who are in space.
Millions of people can travel off Earth to live and work in space and on other planets. It all starts with missions like these. It's hard to believe that it's been 5 years since Dragon radically changed how humanity gets to space, but I am very excited to see what this mission and all the ones to follow have in store. But with that, I do want to check back in with NASA at JSC. So Joseph, let's hand it back to you.
Thank you, Ronnie and Paul. And absolutely, yes, it's an incredible day to welcome the Axiom Mission 42 to the International Space Station. And I know we've already covered so many key milestones, including what it took to get to this point right now. And arrival day is always a busy one aboard the unit.
We see 4 good suit leak checks.
And right there, another great milestone. Another great milestone right there, 4 good suit leak checks. And we talked about that earlier about during the dynamic phases of flight, the crew puts those suits on to make sure that everything is safe and sound for them to provide that extra layer of protection as they continue to chase down the International Space Station. Now, from the space station perspective, here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, arrival day is always a busy one. And this morning, with no exception, NASA's astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers are already in position inside the cupola module, and they're using specialized software to keep track of Dragon's trajectory and confirm it.
And it is Shubhanshu Shukla's heartfelt message from space showcasing India's space aspirations. The group captain, the 39-year-old Indian Air Force pilot turned astronaut, delivered that very personal message from orbit, saying that he was thrilled to be with the other astronauts and that he was learning things in space like a child, learning how to walk, learning how to eat, with a special mention to his wife for being a wonderful partner. Without none of this was possible, and none of this would really matter. The historic launch that took place yesterday, marking India's return to human spaceflight after a pause of 41 years. Mr. Shukla is one of the 4 astronauts aboard that mission. And of course, this is a mission that's going to dock, and that docking is going to take place later in the evening at 4:30 p.m. But before that, let's get you this very special, heartfelt message by Shukla from space.
नमस्कार, एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे सारे देशवासियों के लिए। कुछ ही देर कल 1 महीने क्वारंटीन में रहने के बाद कल हम लोग लॉन्च पैड 39 से लॉन्च हुए, जहां से पहली मून लैंडिंग, जहां से अपोलो 11 मिशन भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और इस समय स्पेस में बहुत ही ज़्यादा उत्साह, बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्राउड फील कर रहा हूं। और जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूं, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं और इस जर्नी का एक हिस्सा हैं। तो ये ISS तक जाने के लिए मेरी एक जर्नी की शुरुआत है एक तरह से। अभी हम लोग कुछ ही घंटों में ISS में डॉक करेंगे और फिर हम इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाके रहेंगे। बट कहीं ना कहीं ये भी दर्शाता है कि ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं, गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने। आप भी उतना ही प्राउड फील करें जितना मैं फील कर रहा हूं, बिकॉज ये सब हमारे केवल टेक्निकल एकम्प्लिशमेंट को नहीं दर्शाता है, बल्कि हमारे ये होप्स या हमारे एम्बिशंस या हमारे एस्पिरेशंस को दर्शाता है कि हम किस तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। तो आइए मेरे साथ इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनिए। मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि अगले 14 दिनों में मेरा जो मिशन एकम्प्लिशमेंट है, जो टास्क है, वो तो मैं अचीव करूं ही, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस एक्सपीरियंस को मैं किस तरह से अपनी फ़ोटोज़ और वीडियोज़ में कैप्चर करूं, ताकि मैं वापस आके आप लोगों के साथ इसे शेयर कर सकूं। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप मेरे थ्रू ये जर्नी एक्सपीरियंस करें और इसका हिस्सा बने। एंड चलिए अगले 14 दिन को एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं और साथ में स्पेस में रहते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Indian astronaut Shukla is all set to dock the Dragon spacecraft that he is piloting with the International Space Station, and the crew has been orbiting Earth since their launch from Florida a day before, and as they look forward to spending 14 days on the ISS. Let's just switch tracks now and get you the latest, and this is in regard to Telangana. A video has emerged and that's gone completely viral, where a woman is seen driving her car on the railway tracks. This has sparked panic among people, and this is of course this also disrupted various trains. We're talking about 14 to 15 trains that were impacted because of this woman who drove onto the railway tracks.
I spoke to the SP of Railway Police at Secunderabad, Chandana Deepti, and she has said that this woman was extremely aggressive and in fact not cooperating at all with the police even during the questioning. What they do know is that this woman was driving her Kia Sonet on the railway track, and she continued to drive it at a pretty fast speed, I must say, as the visuals are showing, for almost 6 to 7 kilometers. People were chasing her and telling her to stop, but simply she wouldn't stop, and subsequently, finally, when her car did stop, she refused to put the glass down, and then they had to force the glass open, and then she's threatening them also with a martial arts weapon, nunchuk, and subsequently they had to use almost 15 to 20 people to bring her under control. They had to in fact tie up her hands in order to ensure that she stayed in control. The second part of it is that the worry for the police was that this is a very busy track leading up to Bombay and Bangalore as well, and therefore 10 to 15 trains in fact had to be diverted from this track so that no kind of an accident happens, because you can imagine the impact of the car, the car with a fuel filled in it hitting against a vehicle at high speed. The impact can cause any kind of an accident, and therefore that is something that the police and the locals there were able to thwart. 3-4 things about this woman. She's said to be 34-year-old. That's what her license and also PAN card that the that the police have recovered is showing. She is from Uttar Pradesh. The police understand that she possibly was working for an MNC and had decently lost her job, and she is possibly also a divorcee, a single person is what the police is trying to now check and confirm. One other thing is that she appeared to be very disturbed. Whether she was under the influence of drugs is something that they will medically try to establish or try to investigate, but she does not appear to be drunk is what the police have told us.
Uma, of course, visuals emerging of how she needed to be dragged out and off that car, and she wasn't really cooperating, and many questions being raised as to what was she doing there in the first place and how did she manage to get onto the tracks. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now to Mumbai, 3 people have been booked after that shocking case where a 60-year-old woman suffering from skin cancer was found abandoned in a pile of garbage in the RA colony area of Mumbai. The woman allegedly has gone on to say that she was dumped in the trash by her own grandson. Initially, this is something that was being refuted by the grandson. However, that was very contradictory to the CCTV footage that was recovered. My colleague Radhika has the details. We will have Radhika back with us to get us more on this. For now, let's just move on to more news coming in on the other side of this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
सज गया है मंच। शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV.
Welcome back. Now it's NATO Secretary General praising US President Donald Trump for brokering the Israel-Iran ceasefire during a press conference at The Hague, going as far as calling Trump a daddy in an unusual compliment. Following the chief's daddy comment to Trump, well, the White House shared that video of the interaction that the two leaders had as well. Take a look.
I just want to get your attention. Hey girl. I really want to be all up in your head. Turn the lights on. Is it you say daddy's home for me?
You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
It's been almost 12 hours since that comment was last made, and the internet and the social media is abuzz with reactions following that comment, and still people are talking about it. One of the comments on social media said that this is almost like a sitcom, not a NATO summit. It's almost like an entertainment program that the leaders are talking about. So that goes to show that people are not just talking about NATO in terms of defense spending, but also getting entertained by the comments made by the leaders. Of course, as you mentioned, Mark Rutte has now come up and said that he did not intend to call Trump as daddy, but he was talking about in a more general sense. But nonetheless, the comment has been, has generated a lot of brouhaha, as you mentioned, and also the White House has now leaned on it and tried to play it up by using a song by the well-known singer from the US, Usher, Daddy's Home, and now trying to play it up even more. And Trump has also reacted to it and said that he's quite affectionate to the leader, and it's been traditionally known that Mark Rutte has quite a good relationship with Trump. So it's not really surprising that he did comment on those lines, while at the same time also hailed the new defense spending of 5% of the GDP that the leaders have signed recently.
Right, Vishal and Mark Rutte there didn't just play the daddy song, but added daddy needs to use strong words at times. And even though he later went on to say that he wasn't really calling Trump a daddy. Stay with us for the next story as well. And this is in regard to US President Donald Trump, who has weighed in on the victory of the Indian origin politician Mamdani in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary, calling him a 100% communist, a lunatic. Trump also criticized other progressive leaders as well, not just Mamdani, including Andrew Cuomo as well as Senator Chuck Schumer. Now, this is, meanwhile, actor turned BJP MP Kangana Ranaut has also launched an attack on him. Kangana Ranaut claimed that he sounds more Pakistani than Indian. Vishal back with us. Vishal, Kangana Ranaut there hitting out at him as well, saying he's ready to wipe out Hinduism while questioning his roots.
The fact that Mamdani belongs to the same circle as AOC, as you mentioned, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's one of the most famous left-leaning politicians in US. So he belongs to the same cadre, and he is being projected as the next big Democratic voice. He's almost poised to become the next New York City mayor. He just replaced Andrew Cuomo as the main primary candidate on the Democratic calendar. So that remains to be seen, but he's almost set to be the New York City mayor because New York almost certainly always votes Democratic, so that will be interesting to be seen. But as far as the controversy regarding his comments is concerned, he has been, spotted at many anti-India rallies in the U.S. He has made some objectionable comments against the PM, against PM Modi. So these are some of the things that he's done in the recent past that has, given him a lot of traction. At the same time, a lot of brickbats as well. As you mentioned, Kangana has attacked him. Donald Trump has attacked him, and now even Congress has joined in all these folks and attacked him. So the thread is common here. They've all been talking about how anti-India his stance is, and he's been quite brazen about it. He's been quite rabid about it, is what these politicians are claiming, especially Donald Trump, who has gone on to Truth Social and labeled him as a lunatic, commie lunatic. So that goes to show how deep this resentment goes.
Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment, and this breaking news is in regard to the release of the film of Diljit Dosanjh, his latest film, Sardar G3's row that has, Mika Singh was reacting to it, and now we also have Guru Randhawa, another singer, reacting to this. In particular, he has in fact gone on to talk about this controversy. And let me just get you the latest in regard to what is being said by Guru Randhawa. He's gone on to say, when the PR team is more talented than the talent itself, controversies become part of the daily routine. The day is near when our people will open their eyes and know the truth. First of every month, dropping bombs is what he has gone on to say. Well, Abira, decode this cryptic message of Guru Randhawa there, trying to really, this is really comes on the heels of that comment that we first heard from Mika Singh.
Yes, absolutely. This is the time when, citizens need to speak up, especially the Punjab singers are speaking up. But I told you, Mika once was banned in 2019 because he performed in Pakistan at a wedding. And after he apologized, was the ban removed. So that has happened to Mika. Also, let me tell you, with Guru Randhawa, following the trailer release in 2024 of his Punjabi film, Shaukat, some fans and the group accused the film of being pro-Pakistan, tearing his posters in protest. So that Guru Randhawa defended the project, urging people to watch and judge the film on its merit. But they have also faced these kind of bans. They have also, but right now, when the situation is such that Diljit Dosanjh is accused of it, and they are jumping into it, talking about it, and also saying that they need to support the country. But it is also the truth that at some point of time, they have also faced such protests and bans.
Right, now, what is really being said is you were born in India, remember this. What does this message really mean? Because given the fact that they come from the same profession, and at a time like this, when the fraternity should be united in its front, because this can really happen to anyone at any particular point in time, not just exactly this sort of controversy, but, this is an industry which is prone to controversy per se.
Absolutely, I agree with you. But right now, it's not about the industry, it's not about the artist, it's not about the state, it's about the country. And this is the time when everybody together as a country need to unite and take a stand on something like this. Like Sonakshi Sinha said in her interview that do Pakistan allow Indian actors to work there? No, they don't. So why should we? And we stand by our country, and everybody need to stand by our country. So that's exactly what everybody should think of. And I am guessing right now Guru Randhawa is just talking as a citizen of the country and not as an artist, not a part of the industry, not as a Punjabi, just as an Indian.
Another separate message taken to social media site X, he has gone on to say that you become a complete foreigner, you should never betray your own country, even if you become a complete foreigner. And of course, taking a jibe here, saying one should never wish ill for the country that provides for them. But this really, it has, the singer Diljit Dosanjh there really coming out in his defense, saying that all this was short, all this happened when everything was okay, and this was prior to the attack that took place in Pahalgam.
Yes, Diljit Dosanjh is out there promoting his film in London, and in an interview he said that a lot of money is riding on the producers. They have already decided to not release in a particular territory, so they are going through losses, but they need to release it because there's a lot of money riding. And also he defended the producers by saying what the producers had already said in the statement, that we only shot this much before the attack happened. By February, the shoot was already done. So this was their statement, and Diljit went on to support them and said that nobody knew what is going to happen. This happened much later, and this is what he said in his defense and defense of his producers for releasing the film overseas.
Is anyone coming out in
and now we also know it's releasing in
Pakistan? Abira, is anyone coming out in the defense? And of course, this really comes after there's been a blanket ban when it comes to Pakistani stars and artists performing as far as Indian films are concerned, as far as India is particularly concerned. And here we have, seen this in the past as well, and this is something that happened with that Fawad Khan film as well.
Yes, with Fawad Khan film, the same thing happened. Vani Kapoor went to Dubai to promote the film with Fawad Khan, but it didn't release in India. And the Federation, the Film Federation came together and made sure that the film didn't release in India. But there is one singer who came in support of Diljit Dosanjh, and it is Jaspreet Jassi. He supported Diljit Dosanjh, and he said this backlash over Hania Amir is really not necessary. It has nothing to do with the artist. It's between two countries. So he's the only one, Jaspreet Jassi, the singer, who came out and supported Diljit Dosanjh in the recent times.
Right, this really comes on the heels of Mika there saying, calling him a fake singer, saying the country comes first. Thank you so much, Abira, for getting us those details. Let's just get you the latest, and this is massive security that has been beefed up for the Rath Yatra. NSG has been deployed for the first time as far as the Rath Yatra security is concerned. So this is the first time deployment of the elite force. AI-powered cameras are also being used for monitoring, and we're talking about 10,000 security personnel who are on duty. And it is the town of Puri that's been transformed into a fortress. The pilgrim town of Puri has been turned into this fortress in order to prepare for the Rath Yatra celebrations of Lord Jagannath. That's going to be taking place tomorrow, the 27th. We spoke about 250 artificial intelligence-enabled cameras that have been installed in various places in the town for surveillance, and also the security personnel, including a central armed forces as well as those who are participating. And this is just as far as the preparations are concerned. In order to know more on this, Manogya spoke with the DGP. Listen in.
Massive preparations are underway for the Chariot Festival to be held on 27th June in Puri. As lakhs of devotees will gather, it would be interesting to watch and ask what are the police preparations this time. To talk more on this, I have with me Odisha DGP YB Khurania. Welcome to NDTV. What are the special preparations being made this time?
Car Festival is always a very big event for Odisha Police. This year we are making extra arrangements. For the first time we are putting AI-enabled CCTV right from Bhubaneswar to Puri and then from Puri to Konark. And through CCTV we will be keeping a close watch on all the crowds, movement, traffic movement. And there are certain special features built into the system. Like we will be able to have whether there is a crowd surge at certain point and some movement of troops or deployment of troops is required, that can take place. Besides, we have set up a integrated command and control center where senior officers of all the agencies will be present in the control room 24/7, and they will be able to see in real time the situation on the ground and take decisions.
How tough will it be, because the crowd keeps on swelling? However, this time with Operation Sindoor in the background, what are the special and specific measures made?
We are taking extra care as far as security is concerned. For the first time, we are deploying National Security Guard. Their quick reaction teams will be there. Their snipers will be there. And other agencies have also been mobilized. On the seaward side, we will be deploying Marine Police, Coast Guard and Indian Navy.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue. And for the latest updates and breaking news, don't forget to subscribe to our NDTV YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial.
A big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe. Data has been downloaded from the black boxes that were recovered. Analysis of the data is underway. After a controversial message on social media site X on 50 years since emergency, where Indira Gandhi was equated to Hitler, now action is taken against the BJP. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who addressed the SCO Defence Ministers meeting in China, refuses to sign a document which dilutes India's stand on terrorism, has no mention of the Pahalgam attack. The controversy over singer Diljit Dosanjh's new film, which features a Pakistan actor, explodes. And after singer Mika, now singer Guru Randhawa has hit out at Diljit, and he said, "Remember, you were born in India." He also indicates this might all be a PR exercise. A Telangana woman's wild car ride on the railway tracks creates a furor. 15 cops is what it took to finally bring her to a stop and arrest her. And spacecraft Grace will be docking at the International Space Station soon. Astronaut Subhanshu Shukla gave his first message from orbit. He said Namaskar and that the mission was a solid step towards India's human space program.
जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं।
Up first, let's get to this latest controversy between Punjabi singers, and after the controversy over Diljit Dosanjh's latest film, which features a Pakistan actor. He came under attack from singer Mika. Now another singer has stepped in. Guru Randhawa has also stepped into this entire row, and he has said he said, don't forget you are born in India, and he also said that sometimes it is PR machinery that takes control. So hinting that perhaps this is all a PR stunt. Well, let's go across to Abira for more on this entire story. And Abira, the controversy really is on this film, which features a Pakistani actor and Diljit Dosanjh. However, his, the production houses claim this was all shot before the controversy, before, Operation Sindoor took place, and it's only being released abroad. But now Guru Randhawa has also waded into this controversy after singer Mika.
Yes, absolutely. Guru Randhawa tweeted yesterday and today about this, but he has not mentioned Diljit Dosanjh in his tweets. But of course, the internet was quick to know that who it is about. Let me tell you what he said on X on 25th of June at 9:47 p.m. When the PR team is more talented than the talent himself, controversies become part of daily routine. The day is near when our people will open their eyes and know the truth. LOL, first of every month dropping bombs. God bless the fake PR and the artist. This is what he tweeted yesterday, which was followed by another tweet today. Even if now he had 4 lines in Punjabi, then he said, even if your citizenship is not Indian but you were born here, please remember this. This country made great artists and we all are very proud of it. Please be proud of where you were born. Just an advice. So yes, he's absolutely, we think he's hinting on Diljit Dosanjh. We also saw Mika, jumping into this controversy and was very quick to make a statement against Diljit Dosanjh and his decision to release this film. While Diljit is busy promoting the film in UK, he has defended his producers, and in an interview he has said that a lot of money is at stake and we had to release the film, and also that this unforeseen event that took place at Pahalgaon happened much later. The shoot was already over by February, so that's something not under our control what happened, but because there's a lot of money in stake, we had to release the film overseas. The producers are already losing out money when it comes to, because they are not releasing in a particular territory. This is what he said in that interview. But yes, singers are coming out and taking a stand, because it is not about Punjab right now. It is not about the industry or the singing community. It is about the country, and they are standing by their country. But there is one singer who has gone and said that what is happening is not right, and he has supported Diljit Dosanjh. I'm talking about Jaspreet Jassi. Says that India constantly steals Pakistani song. What about that? Then we should also ban Pakistani songs. He's the only singer who has gone and supported Diljit for now. Yeah.
All right, so some support there coming in, but more and more singers jumping into it, some even implying that it's all a PR stunt. Thanks so much, Abira, for joining us with the latest there. But moving on to news now of the Congress party and the infighting and the barbs that we've seen at MP Shashi Tharoor. And now after Shashi Tharoor had posted a picture of a bird and implied, and said birds are free to fly, the sky is free, and it was seen as some sort of, a snide remark or comeback to the Congress party. Now another MP has also posted a picture about birds of prey, and he has said in that, don't ask permission to fly. Birds don't need clearance to rise, but today even a free bird must watch the skies. And he said hawks, vultures and eagles are always hunting. So this is the latest in this back and forth that we've seen, and this started after the Congress president had said that Shashi Tharoor was in the CWC because of his language, and then he said that some people, for them, the Prime Minister comes first. He said for the Congress, it is the country that comes first. Again, implying about Shashi Tharoor's praise of the Prime Minister. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu, who is tracking all these jibes and salvos that are taking place within the Congress party. And Sunil, so what do we make of this latest one? Yesterday, Shashi Tharoor posted that picture of the bird and saying, birds are free to fly in the sky. And now Congress MP, they're posting about, you could fly in the sky, but be wary of birds of prey.
That's right. And posted pictures of the vultures and the eagles and the, everything else. And especially when you have patriotism and nationalism, up your sleeve. So it's definitely something that it's a tongue-in-cheek in response between, Mr. Tagore, who's a confidant of the Congress High Command and the leadership. It's definitely a clear sign that there has been, and it's continuing to be, a war of words or a battle of nerves between the Congress leadership and Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Mr. Shashi Tharoor has been upset for a long time on a host of issues. And it's in that backdrop that not only did he contest against Mr. Karge, who was seen as the official candidate with the backing of the Gandhis at that time, and then subsequently, even though he's been a chairperson of the External Affairs Committee, didn't get selected and was not shortlisted by the Congress to go in that all-party delegation. But be that as it may, the Congress finally accepted all those people who were shortlisted by the government and went abroad. And then, of course, we've seen that article and the differing perceptions, as you point out, whether it's Modi first or nation first, and then the rest. Those are differing perceptions between Mr. Tharoor and the Congress party. So be that as it may, we will definitely have clearly a showdown, and the gloves are off between Mr. Tharoor and the Congress leadership. How it plays out is something that we'll have to wait and see in the next few days and months ahead.
We're seeing this, what is playing out currently with these jibes and counter jibes and salvos at one another. But what is really happening? What is the Congress High Command deciding? What are they thinking when it comes to this? Because it's been weeks or months, I think, now that we have been talking about this friction taking place between Shashi Tharoor, one of the best known Congress MPs currently, and the party.
Absolutely, Gargi. It's been nearly 6 months. In fact, they did have a high-level meeting. In fact, the local Congress state unit in Kerala was very much upset with Mr. Tharoor and his remarks that he had made at that time, and not related to Prime Minister Modi and Operation Sindoor, because that hadn't happened, but was supporting the LDF government for its various policies and measures that had been taken. And this is in the run-up to an election which is due now only 6 to 7 months away. And it's in that backdrop that everybody was told that, you shouldn't speak out of turn, speak within the forum. Shashi Tharoor, on his part, even in an interview to us, said that he would speak with the leadership within. But yesterday, I think the gloves came off on pointed questions with Mr. Karge being asked. He said there is a difference of perception. Some feel that Modi first, nation second. We believe nation first, the rest later.
Right, and currently Shashi Tharoor seems to be filming episodes, for RT India. So, he's doing his own thing there. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with the very latest. In other news now, data from the black boxes recovered from the June 12th Air India plane crash have been successfully downloaded, and the data from it is now being analyzed, is what government sources have said. Now, the black boxes, a flight data recorder or FDR, and the cockpit voice recorder CVR were damaged in the crash. There were questions over the recovery of the data and how usable it would be, but now we are hearing it is being analyzed, and this means we are now a big step closer to understanding just what happened on that fateful day, what led to the crash of Air India's Boeing 787 Dreamliner that crashed just 36 seconds after takeoff, killing 241 people who were on board the plane, and then remember 34 people on the ground in the medical college into which the plane went and crashed into. Let's go across to Vishnu for more. And Vishnu, give us more details of what you are hearing and how soon are we, to having some sort of perhaps even preliminary report.
I think legally a preliminary report needs to come out in 1 month after the crash, so we are well within that period. But this clarification from the government comes at a time when there were lots of questions being asked about whether India had the ability to retrieve this data or whether these black boxes were going to be sent abroad. What's now clear is that on the 24th of this month, the 2 black boxes of the aircraft were flown to Delhi to the Accident Investigation Board, and they, along with the American regulator, the NTSB, have been successful in downloading the data. The downloading of the data took place yesterday, and since then, they've been trying to analyze the data. 2 sets of data, the cockpit voice recorder and the digital flight data recorder. There are 4 of these on an aircraft. So 2 digital flight data recorders and 2 cockpit voice recorders. Together, 2 of these form 1 black box. So there are 2 black boxes on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. With this data being downloaded, what we now know is that they are in the process of reconstructing what went wrong. So for those watching this and wondering and asking the right question, which is what did go wrong, there are no answers now. But I think what we have established, or what the government has now established, is that the damaged black boxes have been retrieved. The data has been downloaded successfully, which means that we are well underway in terms of getting a report. And the fact that we've got an international observer, the NTSB, which is a part of that process, is also important, because remember, the Dreamliner is operated not just in India, but by airlines across the world.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with all the latest developments there. The Union Water Minister C.R. Patil has said the Indus Water Treaty won't be restored, dismissing former Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's threat that Islamabad would go to war if India denies its share of water under the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, India left this water treaty after the Pahalgam terror attack. The Water Minister there reiterating what Home Minister Amit Shah had said last week, that they will not restore the historic accord.
मैं आपको एक लाइन में इतना कह सकता हूं कि पानी कहीं नहीं जाएगा। बाकी बिलावल क्या कहते हैं वो उनका प्रश्न है, उनका अपना पॉलिटिक्स वहाँ करना है। इसके लिए वो कहते रहेंगे, उन्होंने तो धमकियां भी दी थी कि पानी नहीं बहेगा तो खून बहेगा, वो भी आपने सुना होगा। तो ऐसे गिदड़ धमकियों से तो हम डरते भी नहीं है, मगर कुछ बातें समय पर ही अच्छी लगती है, इसके लिए उसका जवाब समय पर ही आपको मिलना वो भी उचित है।
Now for more, and Akhilesh, the government really doubling down. Now the Water Minister C.R. Patil repeating what the Home Minister said. There's no question of restoring the Indus Water Treaty.
That's correct, Gargi. In fact, Water Resources Minister Mr. C.R. Patil confirmed that Pakistan has been pleading by writing various letters to India, asking that India should reconsider its decision to keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. They are saying that there's a imminent threat of water crisis as far as Pakistan is concerned, and that is why they are pleading again and again to India that it should reconsider its decision. But India has made it very clear that blood and water cannot flow together. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very categorical about Indus Water Treaty. In fact, now the government of India has been working on a long-term plan how to use its share of water as far as the treaty is concerned, and now they are planning to construct a 160-kilometer long canal to connect the water to the Ganga Nahar, which goes to Rajasthan, and that's why all the North Indian states will be benefited from the waters of Indus Treaty. That's why India has been very clear, very categorical. There also, Mr. Patil was very clear that such empty threats won't work, where Mr. Bilawal Bhutto said that if India does not release the water, there will be war. He said it's just empty threat, and India is not scared of such threats.
All right, Akhilesh, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Time for us to slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The UN has posted drug addiction is not a choice, yet many people who use drugs face stigma and discrimination, further harming their mental and physical health and standing in the way of the support that they need.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money?
Welcome back. Luxury brand Prada has left the internet in a state of shock with the launch of their latest flat chappals, the Kolhapuri, which are retailing reportedly at a price of 1.2 lakhs. Now, the alarming price for a pair of chappals has raised quite a few eyebrows on the internet. But what has also upset people is that credit hasn't been given where it's due, and that's to Indian craftsmen. Now, actor Sonakshi Sinha has also spoken on it. And in fact, many have come out and questioned the Kolhapuri being used in this manner by Prada without giving any credit to Indian artisans. But with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24x7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more.
Welcome back. Now, popular singer Diljit Dosanjh is in the midst of a controversy. This is over the casting of Pakistani actress Hania Aamir, who plays a key role opposite Diljit in his latest film. However, the decision has triggered a wave of backlash, especially given the ongoing political tensions between India and Pakistan, and some have even called to boycott Diljit Dosanjh. But now popular singer Guru Randhawa has jumped into this controversy and thrown a curveball in which he's posted a cryptic message on social media hinting that the controversy could be a calculated PR move rather than genuine public outrage. He, in fact, this is the second post he has put out on this. The first post is about your citizenship, that even if now your citizenship is not Indian, but you were born here, please remember that. This is what he had posted earlier, and he's also, in fact, implied that perhaps this entire controversy is more of a PR stunt. Remember earlier, singer Mika had hit out at Diljit Dosanjh as well over the release of this film. Diljit Dosanjh has released this film abroad, and his, in fact, the production house has even said that the casting and the filming had taken place before this entire before the conflict that took place in Operation Sindoor. Well, Mika Singh now joining us live. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. And Guru Randhawa is now implying that this entire controversy, this big fight, is actually, it just could be a PR stunt.
बिल्कुल गार्गी, I think देखो अगर वो समझदार होते तो he could have deleted that post. The post is already there, which he posted about that movie. वो वहीं पे है. अगर उनको थोड़ा सा भी गिल्टी फील होता है या थोड़ा सा भी उनको लगता है कि यार मुझे सॉरी बोलना चाहिए, तो वो सिंपली आगे सॉरी बोल दें. और हम सभी लोग प्यार करते हैं. ही इज अ ग्रेट आर्टिस्ट, वी ऑल रिस्पेक्ट हिम, वी ऑल लव हिज म्यूजिक, बट दिस टाइम हमारे लिए देश पहले है. और अगर उनसे कोई गलती हो जाती है तो आगे सॉरी बोल दें और अपना पोस्ट डिलीट कर दें. पर वो सीधा बोलने के नहीं जी, मैं तो ये पोस्ट भी डिलीट नहीं करूँगा और इसके मैं अगेंस्ट ही काम करूँगा. और वो खुद ही आगे आते जा रहे हैं बार बार. आई थिंक he could have called his producer. I don't know who is the producer, where are the heroines. They can talk about this. Only he is coming in front and talking about this movie.
बट मीका जी, गुरु रंधावा जिन्होंने एक पोस्ट डाला है, उन्होंने हिंट किया है कि शायद ये पूरी कंट्रोवर्सी एक पीआर स्टंट है। ये जो बॉयकॉट की बात जो चल रही है, शायद ये एक पीआर स्टंट है। एंड उन्होंने कहा है कि व्हेन पीआर टीम इज मोर टैलेंटेड देन द टैलेंट इटसेल्फ।
100% ही इज राइट। आई टोटली एग्रीड विद गुरु, बिकॉज देखो आपको गार्गी ना, आपने हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट सरदार जी फर्स्ट? नहीं ना, आपने सुनी सरदार जी 1 कौन सी थी, 2 कौन सी थी? अब सडनली 3 के बारे में ही बात हो रही है। पहली 2 का तो पता नहीं चला, तीसरी का अगर वो समझदार होते तो वो पहले ही आके बोलते, यार मैं 4 महीने पहले बोलते कि मैं मूवी मेरी जो बन चुकी है मैं रिलीज करना चाहता हूँ, मेरा बहुत सारा उसमें खर्चा पैसा लग गया है। बट उन्होंने सीधा उसका पोस्ट डाला, तो पता है कि इसका रिजल्ट यही आएगा, वो सीधा आके उन्होंने पोस्ट कर दिया।
सबसे पहले तो आपने क्रिटिसाइज किया, आपने वो पोस्ट किया इंस्टाग्राम पे, और आपसे ही मतलब ये पूरी कंट्रोवर्सी इनफैक्ट आगे बढ़ी है आपके पोस्ट से।
जी जी जी, ये देखो मैं अगेन दिलजीत के अगेंस्ट नहीं हूँ, अच्छा लड़का है, अच्छा गाता है, बट मुझे लगता है जब हमारा देश एक तरफ हो चुका है तो हमें पहले अपने देश की बात करनी चाहिए। जब हमारे रिश्ते अच्छे होंगे पाकिस्तान के साथ, डेफिनेटली हम उनके साथ काम करेंगे या उनका म्यूजिक हम मूवी में डालेंगे। बट अभी हमारे रिश्ते खराब हैं, तो हमें उन सभी सोल्जर्स की, उन जवानों की रिस्पेक्ट करनी चाहिए जो बेचारे बॉर्डर पे बैठे हैं। तो अगर हमारा ऐसे ही म्यूजिक चल के यहाँ से वहाँ चलता है तो फिर बॉर्डर पे बेचारे जो मेहनत कर रहे हैं उनको छोड़ ही दो।
आप खुद कंट्रोवर्सी में रहे पास्ट में, आप भी मतलब जब इंडिया पाकिस्तान टेंशन बहुत हाई था, आप गए थे पाकिस्तान, आपने वहाँ परफॉर्म किया और आपके अगेंस्ट भी काफी बैकलैश हुआ था उस समय।
बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ, आई थिंक मुझे हर जगह से बैन कर दिया गया और मुझे खुद नहीं समझ आ रही थी, बिकॉज जब मैं वहाँ पे शो करने गया था, मैं तो एक मैरिज पे, वेडिंग पे मैंने परफॉर्म करा, मैंने उसको प्रमोट भी नहीं करा, और मैं वाया वीज़ा लेके गया हूँ, पासपोर्ट के बिना पाकिस्तान एंटर नहीं कर सकते। बट मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ ठीक है यार, अगर ऑडियंस मेरे अगेंस्ट जा रही है, मुझे नहीं पसंद कर रही, तो मैं ये बात भी 2018 या 19 की है, तो मैं स्पेशली मुंबई में आके मैंने एसोसिएशन से लाइव होके मैंने सॉरी मांगा था। अगर आपको याद होगा मेरी फुटेज वहाँ पे होंगे। तो अगर ठीक है गलती होती है, ये वो गलती नहीं है जो मेरे से गलती होगी, ये गलती वो है जो जानबूझ के करी जा रही है कि ठीक है यार, दिस इज द इजीएस्ट वे टू प्रमोट योर मूवी। अच्छा पब्लिसिटी स्टंट है।
अच्छा, आपने पहले भी बोला है कि दिलजीत दोसांझ मस्ट अपोलोजाइज, एंड आपने ऑल्सो कहा है कि कुछ ऑब्जेक्शनेबल सीन्स हैं इस फिल्म में, वो हटा देने चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, आप देखिए अभी तारे ज़मीन पे मूवी आई है आमिर खान साहब की, जिसके अंदर काफ़ी चीज़ें उन्होंने एडिट करी हैं, बिकॉज शायद उनको वो उन्होंने काफ़ी कुछ एडिट करा कि ठीक है अगर वो चीज़ें नहीं पसंद आती तो उन्होंने हटा दी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें। अगर सुपरस्टार आमिर खान अपनी इतनी महंगी बड़ी फिल्म से बहुत सारे शॉट्स हटा सकता है, तो इनकी तो मूवी इतनी कोई बड़ी तो मूवी है नहीं, एक नॉर्मल मूवी है जैसे पंजाबी मूवी होती है, बहुत सारा ऐसा कोई खर्चा भी नहीं हुआ। तो ये छोटी सी चीज़ तो देश के लिए तो कर सकते हैं यार। और आज मुझे कोई 5 करोड़ 10 करोड़ ऑफर करता है, आज भी पाकिस्तान में परफॉर्म करो, मुझे भी पैसा पसंद है, लेकिन मेरे लिए देश पहले है। मैंने एक गलती करी थी 2019 में, उसके बाद आज ये 2025 चल रहा है, मैंने कभी किसी पाकिस्तान सिंगर या कभी प्रमोटर के साथ काम नहीं करा पाकिस्तान में जाके, बिकॉज मेरे लिए देश पहले, इनके लिए भी पहले देश होना चाहिए। जो भी इनकी हीरोइन है पाकिस्तान की, वो तो अपने पाकिस्तान को प्यार करती है और उसके लिए वो सपोर्ट भी करती है। तो वो दिलजीत भाई जी, तुसी भी इंडियन हो, आप अपना इंडिया को सपोर्ट करो यार। आप तो डिलीट भी नहीं कर रहे पोस्ट, आप सॉरी भी नहीं बोल रहे, आप बोलो ठीक है मैं ये मूवी ना ओवरसीज रिलीज करूँगा, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, उसका मतलब तो यही है।
राइट। और मीका जी, फाइनली इफ यू वांट टू सेंड अ मैसेज टू दिलजीत दोसांझ थ्रू एनडीटीवी, प्लीज गो अहेड।
मैं यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि तुम, दिलजीत बहुत समझदार सिंगर है, बहुत ही उसने पंजाब का, इंडिया का नाम बहुत वर्ल्ड वाइड रोशन करा है। तो अगर हर इंसान की लाइफ में एक ऐसा दौर जरूर आता है कि बेचारे को समझ नहीं आता मैं क्या करूँ, मैं एज ए ब्रदर उनको यही एडवाइस करूँगा कि यार तुम आके सॉरी बोलो। हाँ, तुम्हें कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, आप बोलते मैं ओवरसीज रिलीज करूँगा, दैट इज़ रॉन्ग। और सबसे पहले उनको अपना वो पोस्ट डिलीट करना चाहिए जो उन्होंने मूवी के बारे में डाला है। उन्होंने पूरा पोस्ट पूरा वायरल कर दिया है, पूरी पब्लिसिटी ले ली है, अब शायद वो डिलीट कर दें। बट ही हैज़ टू से सॉरी एंड ही शुड रिमूव दोज सीन्स फ्रॉम द मूवी।
All right. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us here at NDTV. Singer Mika Singh there saying that Diljit Dosanjh should apologize for his film in which he has a Pakistani artist. And remember, there's been a massive controversy over this. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias,
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist and never
Good afternoon and welcome to our continued coverage of India's cosmic leap. Our big focus group captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the 39-year-old Indian Air Force pilot turned astronaut who in 7 minutes from now on the Crew Dragon spacecraft along with his crew members will be docking at the International Space Station. The video that you see is live footage coming in from Axiom 4, which is the private company which is in charge of this mission, right? The private aeronautical company in charge of this mission. Live footage coming in. The spacecraft itself has been built by SpaceX, NASA, a close partner. The International Space Station, where they'll be docking and staying for several days before they return to Earth, is an international effort, as the name suggests. There's an American module, a Russian module. There are international components in other modules as well. But the process of docking with the International Space Station is a slow process. It takes time, it's precise, it's largely automated, but it's at this stage that Group Captain Shukla's role as pilot on this mission comes into play. The final override authority, once cleared by the commander of the mission, Peggy Whitson, would then be carried out by Group Captain Shukla in the event of any last-second course corrections which are required. There is a huge safety issue as well at this stage. The crew members, including Shukla, are looking very closely at their consoles, at their glass cockpit, as it were, to get an idea of where exactly they are placed. Remember, they have to match the exact trajectory of the International Space Station, the speed of the space station, and they'll be inching forward they'll be inching forward slowly, I should mention, to ensure that first there is a soft seal that takes place and then a hard seal when the clamps on the Crew Dragon engage the clamps on the International Space Station. It's only once that takes place that the astronauts from the Crew Dragon can be transferred on to the International Space Station. That's going to take a couple of hours from now. What we are focusing on now is that critical 5 minutes. This is one of the most critical parts of this entire voyage, where the Crew Dragon module locks into the International Space Station in what is called a soft lock. It is an extremely precise maneuver. The thrusters on the Crew Dragon will be firing as and when required to ensure that the spacecraft is perfectly aligned. Let's just listen in for a moment to what's happening in that live feed before we go across to Pallav Bagla, our science editor, who's with me in the studio.
6:30 a.m. Eastern, as we return to that exciting view from Dragon looking up at the International Space Station. You can ever so faintly see the solar arrays coming into view, and that strobe light illuminating the radiators, which are right along that central portion and angling upward. The International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft now approaching the west coast of North America, right around the Seattle area, that border between the United States and Canada, as we are approaching 1 minute away from waypoint 1, the second checkpoint and second series of waypoints for the spacecraft to reach to. The teams have already pulled go, but we will listen for the call outs for that waypoint 1 arrival.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2. As a reminder, manual impulsive retreat recovery is not permitted.
And Dragon copies all.
And there you heard communications on the big loop about that soft capture ring, and that is the initial contact that will occur between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, a soft capture, with that soft capture ring then retracting and the 12 hooks that will drive and connect and form a hard mate between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. From there, power communications will then be connected up, and astronaut Nicole Ayers will make her way into the pressurized mating adapter and get ready for hatch opening procedures, which will require bringing the vestibule, the space between the two hatches, between the International Space Station and Dragon Grace, together. And there we see the orbital sunrise making its way over top of the International Space Station as they continue their pursuit of each other, now angling over at North America. And there in the center screen, if you look at the topmost, the Dragon now perfectly aligned over top of the International Space Station, now looking down at that Node 2 Zenith port, and a great view just off the bottom portion there. That is the Dragon Endurance spacecraft that it'll be just alongside of. So Dragon has reached waypoint 0, and on initial comms earlier that the teams on the ground, once reaching waypoint 1, have been allowed to bypass that waypoint and now move on to waypoint 2, which will be in about 9 minutes from now, and targeting docking in about 14.5 minutes from there. Go, no-go polls for docking in about 7 minutes as the teams on the ground continuing to monitor Dragon's progress. And once they arrive to waypoint 2, there will be a pause, make sure everything is lined up just perfectly before that final approach and docking.
Come in over here as we see this incredible footage. And if you look at you see the International Space Station right in front of you. That's the view from the Crew Dragon. But Pallav, I find that monitor, that display on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, bottom right-hand, which appears to show the thrusters in action.
That is true. That's the live display of the thrusters, the Draco thrusters on the Grace module, firing to make sure that the crew module and the International Space Station are perfectly aligned for a docking. Right now, the update is that they are expecting a 4 p.m. India time soft capture of the docking, and then it's a long wait till the hatch opens. These times can vary a little bit because the pressures have to be stabilized. Even the docking mechanism, the times can vary a little bit depending upon the accuracy and the position of the space station and the crew module. So there can be a little variation in the time, and we keep seeing that NASA and SpaceX are updating the time every now and then, saying docking expected at this time, expected at that time. So right now expected at 4 p.m. So that will be the first time Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla would be touching the International Space Station, albeit only with the Crew Dragon and not stepping inside, which would take a couple of hours after that.
You know, Pallav, what we see on the monitor in the top right-hand side is actually fascinating, because that's the view from the Crew Dragon to the International Space Station and the exact point that they are heading at. Now, this, of course, is the external view, again from the Crew Dragon, looking at the International Space Station, and they're heading straight. And they're going to be, latching on to one of the ports over there. There are several ports in which spacecraft, including
they're going to be hooking on to what's called the Harmony module,
right,
and using that American module.
There are life rafts as well, by which I mean Soyuz aircraft,
Yes.
Soyuz spacecraft, which are permanently docked. There's always at least one Soyuz capsule. The Russian Soyuz is, of course, done yeoman service on the International Space Station. At least one of them is always docked to ensure that if the crew needs to get out, they can get onto that. It serves as a life raft. But this would, SpaceX has been providing so many missions up to the International Space Station in order to get crew supplies in, crew members in. Pallav, go ahead.
See, in the next 5 minutes, we'll approach what is called the go, no-go point, meaning if we cross that 5 minutes, it's an automated process. After that, they do not retract. They get into that safe zone, and after that 5 minutes, it has to be a docking. So if any change has to be done, it will be in less than 5 minutes. That is the normal protocol.
What an incredible view, Pallav.
Yes, this is
This is the front. This is from the International Space Station. The hatch of the Crew Dragon has opened a little while back. You're zooming in right now to get a better view. Don't worry, it's not moving that fast. That was just a camera zoom in. Pallav, a bit worried at that stage. And then it's all going to happen really slowly right now. And in about, 3 minutes, 49 seconds, or maybe a little bit more than that. It's going to gently get into place. Now, there are thrusters which are constantly firing because they have to match the exact trajectory of the International Space Station. And if you look at a display on the bottom right-hand side, you can see exactly what thrusters, and you can't see them visibly. Sometimes you can.
The light shines on the thruster which is firing at that particular moment. This is a live feed, and there are 12 Draco thrusters there.
Oh, what a remarkable sight. Just look at that. And you can see the thrusters firing as if on cue. Pallav evidently has a direct neural link with the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. But you could see, and you will continue to see, the thrusters fire, the forward thrusters, just as absolutely millimeter perfect adjustments are made. This is a view of the Crew Dragon as it approaches the International Space Station. Pallav.
And Vishnu, for our viewers, they need to understand both are traveling at about 28,000 kilometers per hour. The relative velocity between the two would be nearly zero when the docking happens.
The speed is 26,481 kilometers per hour right now.
You got a sharper eyesight. I can't read that much, but that's what the speed.
An altitude of 423 kilometers.
420. That's roughly the altitude on which the International Space Station travels. Right now, I'm told the space station is somewhere over North America, and the docking is expected in the next 7-8 minutes, with another 2 minutes to go for that exact go/no-go point. Because after that, it has to be a docking. If they have to abort, they have to do it a little before that. Because beyond that, they go into what is called the keep-out sphere.
Right.
So, lovely views. The front hatch is open. The hatch from which the crew entered the Grace Dragon was the side hatch. That side hatch will remain closed throughout this 14-day mission. It will open only when they have the perfect splashdown, because that side hatch opens only for entry and exit of the crew. On the space station, it's the front hatch which is used for entry and exit of the crew. So we can see the lights and the laser lights firing away to make sure that the Crew Dragon is perfectly aligned with the Harmony module and the port there. The docking mechanism itself is a very complicated process, jointly developed between NASA and Roscosmos, and all of this has been perfected over years and years, over hundreds of dockings. I should also remind our viewers that India also recently did a space docking experiment. We docked and undocked two of our uncrewed satellites. They were in circular orbit, all in preparation for human docking, which may happen at some point for India. So India also becoming the fourth country to do docking in space. Right now it has only been done by America, Russia, and China. India became the fourth to dock in space. And right now we are seeing the Crew Dragon and the crew on board. The Indian, American, Hungarian, and the Polish crew got to name the capsule, which is very rare.
What a lovely name, though, Harmony.
Yeah, no, Harmony is the module. The name of the capsule is Grace.
Right.
And the little soft toy they are carrying on them as the zero gravity indicator is called Joy. So Joy and Grace, lovely names for the capsule. And astronaut Peggy Whitson did say when she was traveling in this that it has the scent of a new capsule, because it's the first time it has been flown. That's why they got to name it. So the name will stay permanently as Grace.
All right, let's just listen in for a moment, Pallav, to what the commentary is from Axiom. No audio at the moment is what I'm told, but my God, just look at how amazing this is. And this is high definition footage coming in from 423 kilometers above the Earth of one spacecraft focusing on another spacecraft traveling at a speed of 26,481 kilometers per hour.
And it's right now.
Hang on, we've got the audio back up. Let's listen.
To the International Space Station. Dragon Grace now 25 meters away.
All right, less than 25 meters at this stage before the Crew Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon has now reached waypoint 2, 20 meters away from the International Space Station, and will continue its approach to the International Space Station.
Pallav, have we reached a go-no-go point?
I think we have crossed the go-no-go point.
And there you can see a great view of that zenith port, that space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module.
What an incredible view of the
Dragon spacecraft right now sitting at waypoint 2, just 20 meters away.
Houston station for step 4 in block Bravo. Dragon attitude is as expected.
Houston copies. Station Houston on the big loop. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor per steps 5 and 6 and 1.102.
Station copies. Monitoring per steps 5 and 6.
And there you heard it. The final steps relayed up to the crew for final approach and docking have been given as we continue to see Dragon Grace spacecraft close the gap between them and the International Space Station. Now, just before the spacecraft reaches the international docking adapter for that soft capture, you'll hear the call out CHOP, or crew hands off point, which Dragon will continue its journey and make that initial connection, that soft capture, in those final few moments.
SpaceX Dragon 10 meters.
10 meters.
Inside 10 meters, a little less now than 30 feet away, is all that separates Dragon Grace from the International Space Station.
Five meters.
5 meters.
You can say both views.
Five meters before the Crew Dragon with Shubhanshu Shukla docks with the International Space Station. Let's cut back and listen in on what's happening.
2 meters. Chop. 2 station. 2 meters. Chop.
We have chop.
1 meter.
1 meter. Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
All right, breaking news now. The soft dock has been successful. The Dragon capsule with Shubhanshu Shukla has
Dragon
docked
Grace
with the
and the
International
Axiom
Space
Mission 4
Station.
crew have arrived to the International Space Station at 5:31 a.m. Central Time over the North Atlantic as the two orbiting around the Earth, connecting with the soft capture ring, and now we'll begin the ring retraction to bring the two vehicles closer together, and then the 12 hooks, the two sets of 6, will drive to form a hard nut. And there you heard there, the soft capture ring is retracting, and then we'll do so until sensors are indicating it's time for those hooks to drive in place and give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to station. And again, Axiom Mission 4 and its commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, and mission specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski and Tibor Kapu of ESA and HUNOR have arrived to the International Space Station with contact at 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, as the two were orbiting over the North Atlantic. The soft capture ring, that initial contact between Dragon Grace and the International Space Station, continuing to retract, and we'll await for the calls that the sensors read that it will be time for those 12 hooks on the Dragon to then begin driving and connecting itself to form a hard mate to the International Space Station.
Ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
This is Mission Control Houston, as you are seeing a live view of the recently connected Dragon Grace spacecraft with the Axiom Mission 4 astronauts and Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu arrive to the International Space Station, soft capture and contact at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, as the two were orbiting above the North Atlantic. And right now, the two mated with that soft capture, the soft capture ring retracting to pull the spacecraft closer to the International Space Station. And once given the go, the ring or the hooks around the Dragon nose cone will drive and connect to form a hard mate. Teams on the ground in both Houston.
Station Houston on the big loop. MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Station copies.
And the great call there, that's the next step in this docking procedure, is the driving of the hooks, the 12 hooks surrounding the nose cone or the nose of the Dragon spacecraft. And we'll monitor those. They'll drive in 2 sets of 6. The first set of 6 right now, they're traveling, and we'll continue to follow along as the docking process continues on. And then after that first set of 6, the second set will drive and connect Dragon to form a hard mate to the International Space Station. And once the docking is complete, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, who have been monitoring from the International Space Station from the cupola of the Dragon's arrival, it'll be Ayers that'll begin the hatch opening or hatch operations. And that'll start by opening up the main hatch on the Node 2 Zenith section of the Harmony module. That's what you see Dragon connected to. And what's separating that module and the Dragon spacecraft is that and continuing to monitor that first set of 6 hooks forming that hard mate. And once the full set of 12, Ayers will continue the docking procedures with the leak checks and then begin making its way into the pressurized mating adapter. That's what you see between the Harmony module and the Dragon spacecraft, and access into there to then what we begin pressurizing the vestibule, that small compartment between the 2 hatches. And that vestibule has been exposed to the vacuum of space prior to Dragon Grace's arrival. So the next step is to carefully reintroduce that air and pressure inside so it matches both that of the station and the Dragon spacecraft. And we just received confirmation that the first set of 6 hooks have driven and closed, and we'll now begin the second set of 6 to continue that hard mate between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station.
All right, just for the benefit of our viewers, what you are seeing is fairly historic footage. I'm as amazed at the footage and the quality of that feed as anything else. And that's the Dragon capsule, which is now engaged its hooks and is in position with the International Space Station.
If you are just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston, where Axiom Mission 4 aboard the Dragon Grace spacecraft have connected to the International Space Station at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, currently in the process from soft capture to the hard mate to the orbiting laboratory. First set of 6 hooks have closed, and now monitoring that second set of 6, 12 in total, to form that hard mate.
That hard mate forming is going to take a little bit of time, and it's only once that is done and the pressure is equalized between the Crew Dragon, the vestibule, which is a small area between the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, once that is equalized with air pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station, and the hard lock is confirmed, that we can start talking about a transfer of the astronauts, including Shubhanshu Shukla, onto the International Space Station, where they'll be welcomed. Pallav, what happens from here onwards?
Well, what we see is the incredible view of Group Captain astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla.
And we just heard confirmation there. All 12 hooks have closed, and that is a hard mate to the Dragon Grace spacecraft and the International Space Station, completing from soft capture to that hard mate.
They are at the International Space Station, awaiting the opening of the hatch, and that is going to take a couple of hours. And then we will see the crew of 4 going into the International Space Station. Docking is a very complex process. It started almost 2 hours ago and will go on for another 2 hours. And then we will see the astronauts going inside. This is the first time an Indian astronaut has reached the International Space Station. Even though the International Space Station is really at the fag end of its life, but an Indian astronaut reaching the International Space Station is a historic moment for India. The Axiom 4 mission, which I sometimes call the mission Akash Ganga, has created history for India and the world, because there is an American, a Hungarian, and a Polish astronaut. Astronaut Peggy Whitson is the commander, and there are 3, as she herself says, rookie astronauts who have never flown into space. Now, all 3 have been in space for 28 hours. So we don't think we should call them rookie anymore. They are there at the International Space Station. I'm sure their hearts are beating fast. They are in their space suits now, because this is an active phase. It's in the passive phase when they go into their comfortable clothes. Because when we saw them in the afternoon speaking to the world from space, they were in their more comfortable clothes. So they are in their space suits. So they will change back into more comfortable clothes and then enter into the International Space Station. All of the International Space Station really works at what is called the Greenwich Mean Time or the London time. So beyond this, when they enter the International Space Station, they will be greeted by the commander of the International Space Station, who is currently the Japanese astronaut on board. And then they would be shown around for safety, and then there would be time for probably for the end of the day for today. And tomorrow would be a new day for Group Captain Shukla, second day in space, and work will begin.
Power and comm connections shortly.
So Pallav, in terms of the process from the soft capture, which is where we are essentially, to that hard mate that they're referring to, what exactly are they talking about?
Oh, the International Docking Port is a very complex mechanism which has been developed between Russia and America, and the whole process has been made so that the seals are literally airtight.
Right.
And all of this starts with what they call a soft capture, and then slowly the retraction happens, and the Crew Dragon is slowly brought closer to the International Space Station, and then the hard capture happens, after which it's the seals, they become hermetically sealed, meaning there is no air gap or air leakage, and then all the tests begin.
And that's called the hard mate.
The final thing is the hard capture. And then the seal tests, whether the seal is airtight or not, will begin. I'm told by different astronauts that once the hard capture happens, it's only a small hatch which is there between the crew module and the spacecraft, and both start literally hammering on each end of the door of the hatch, and there are 2 of them, because on each side, because they are very anxiously waiting to meet each other. There are 7 crew on board the International Space Station, and 4 more are going to join them. So we will have, for India, if we call them, that will be a Space 11 for India at the International Space Station. And who knows, India has a way, they could always do something when there are 11 people.
Right. Well, joining us also Dr. Krisvin Karthik. He's a scientist at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bengaluru. Manish Purohit is a former scientist at ISRO. Dr. Ajay Lele with us as well. Air Vice Marshal Deepak Gaur. So we've got a lot of excellent voices on this program, all watching on with fair amazement at what's taking place. Dr. Karthik, what does this moment mean for you, and as somebody who's been watching, the evolution of Indian science?
Yeah, thank you for calling. Yeah, it is incredible and a great for the young generation also to ignite them for getting inspiration for the space related events. Generally what happens, it is like a one generation watching is ridiculous. For example, that moon exploration, it happened long before, and after that there was nothing. And our Rakesh Sharma 84, it happened, and after 41 years. So for the current generation, it will be upcoming era, it will be a continuous space exploration. They are gifted, and all these activities are really good for inspiration for them to get into excited about the science activities and seeing the world out of the earth. Yeah, I mean, other than the regular entertainment, etc., media and the cricket and the media, I mean, the movie release and etc.
Right. Well, give me a second. Let me go across to Ajay Lele.
So many people.
Dr. Lele, I think what strikes me most is we've been watching space now for so many decades, but it's the quality of this imagery, a live feed of two spacecraft traveling at 27,000 kilometers per hour at approximately 428 kilometers away from the Earth. And, the fact that we could see it as brilliantly as we did, it just makes space so much more real for us. I think that's my immediate thought. How about yours?
Pressurizing the vestibule, which is that small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station.
Ajay, are you there?
Talked about this has been exposed to vacuum prior to docking, and we'll need to...
All right, let me put that across to Air Marshal Gaur. Air Marshal Gaur, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Atmospheric pressure.
Your thoughts on just this incredible footage that we are seeing. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, Vishnu, for me, the more fascinating part as I was watching the soft and hard docking take place was the immenseness of the black space behind and the majesty of our blue planet as it was, swirling, relatively speaking, behind the docking procedure. To me, that was the most fascinating part of the whole picture.
From that capture moment.
Dr. Deepak Gaur, I'm sure you must have followed what Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla said earlier in the day. He said he was a little unwell, and also he was sleeping a lot. You were part of the mission which selected astronaut Shukla. As a doctor, what is your feeling of what is the health of Group Captain Shukla now?
I'm sure he is going to be fine very soon, Pallav. Because once you're actually exposed to zero gravity, things which are never really simulated obviously happen to you. And space motion sickness is a reality which most astronauts have to live with. The first 24 hours can be the most troublesome. I think those are already over, and I'm sure that Shubhanshu is going to get better and better.
Dr. Hemant Jahangir, a space traveler himself and physician scientist with us. Dr. Jahangir, what is space sickness? How long does it last? Dr. Jahangir, can you hear me? All right, apologies, we don't have him. I'm just going to go through our panelists. They've all joined, but I'm not sure why they're speaking. I think they're all pretty taken in by the moment. Manish Purohit, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Give us, your thoughts on this huge moment. We are deeply aspirational in terms of what we want to achieve in space. Now, this is a small step towards our larger objectives, but this is obviously an emotional moment for so many interested in science and space.
Yeah, this particular thing will motivate a big generation towards the endeavors in space, and they will start dreaming big about the space and taking up career in space. And there will be so many queries from the youngsters that how can they be in a place where right now Shubhanshu Shukla is. But the bigger thing is this particular moment is coming when India is already having its own plans of human space flight. And as very clearly mentioned by Shubhanshu Shukla itself, that this is the beginning of human space program. We have our G1 flight plan maybe somewhere down the line in November and December in this year. And then 2027, we have our own plans of our own Gaganyaan module flying into the space with our Gaganyaan 3s. 2028, we need our Bharatiya Antariksh Station first module in the space, then our crew module docking to it. So big things are planned for India. And then docking, the part we talk about. So right now, the visuals that we are getting, I want to explain a bit about this. What's happening right now? Right now, the umbilicals of Dragon will connect with the International Space Station, and then the International Space Station will take over the control. The power will be supplied from the International Space Station to the Dragon. The data from the Dragon can be read by the International Space Station, and it will become a part of it. Then pressurization will start. Once it's checked that there are no leaks, everything is perfectly in place, then they will start pressurizing this vestibule. Once that is done, then again there will be few checks. The checks will be for some, debris thing. If it is lying here and there somewhere, that will be checked. Air circulation will be checked. The air circulating tracks are there. That will be checked that they should be working perfectly fine. Why? Because in microgravity, there is an issue of CO2 pocket. That shouldn't be there. Once all these checks are done, and when they give a go for opening of hatches, hatch will open first from ISS side, then the hatch will open from Dragon side, and then they will move in, and then we'll see the meet and greet ceremony.
Pallav?
Right now what we can tell you is that the power and communication is now connected between the Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, and the power to the Crew Dragon is now coming from the International Space Station. This is a very important part of the docking procedure, because here onwards the power is coming from the International Space Station, and the communication is also going to be happening through the International Space Station. So important milestone over, and
we are troubleshooting the Big Loop audio comm issues from earlier, and the action we're about to take will take down Big Loop comm between ISS and the Axiom crew for about 5 minutes. We may require additional comm checks after.
What I'm hearing from the teams between SpaceX and Axiom is that they are doing some communication checks between the Crew Dragon, SpaceX, International Space Station, and there would be a 5-minute gap between the communication. But at the same time, right now they're continuing with the docking process.
And the big loop that you have been hearing that have connected everyone here inside of Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, those aboard the space station, and inside the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft, and the teams in Hawthorne, California, those 4 parties, that's the big loop. They will troubleshoot those communications for about 5 minutes and then recheck. But you heard just prior to that NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers have begun the hatch opening procedures, in which the large hatch at the Node 2 Zenith, that's the space-facing side of the Harmony module, has been opened, and that will allow for them to begin the hatch opening procedures and pressurize the vestibule, which is what, in addition to the comms checks, we will monitor, as Ayers will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. That's the gap between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station that has been exposed to vacuum. And from there, they will match the pressure, the atmosphere inside both station and Dragon.
All right, I'm joined now by Dr. Ayman Jahangir. Dr. Jahangir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you on the program. Shubhanshu Shukla was perhaps a little space sick, seems to be getting better now. What exactly is space sickness?
Yeah, so this is actually quite common amongst many people who go to space. Something like 2/3 to 3/4 of the people who go up there get sick. And it's because what you're eyes are seeing doesn't correlate with what your inner ear is telling you. You know, on Earth, we're grounded by gravity. So we were designed for this, or we were built here, however you want to say it. And so when our body goes into space, what our inner ear is telling our brain is different than when our eyes are telling our brain. So it's very, very common for people to get sick in space for the first few days until their body gets used to it. But really, after about 2 days, people feel better. So this is not uncommon. And despite Captain Shukla's amazing career, it happens to fighter pilots. It happens to astronauts who've been training for 10 years. And there's no way to really predict it, but it's just part of the process.
Jahangir, could you give us a sense of what happens next once the hard seal is achieved and the vestibule is pressurized and there are no leaks? I think what our viewers right now are really trying to understand is why is it taking so long? It's a simple question, but I think it deserves an answer.
Yeah, so you would think it's as simple as opening a door, right? You've brought the Dragon capsule to the space station, but really there's a lot of things that have to happen between you pretty much attach and open this capsule to the space station. You want to make sure that everything is perfect, which is what they're doing right now. They're making sure that the pressure on one side is not greater than the pressure on the other side, because if that's different, you can have a big problem when you open the doors and have a vacuum, for instance. Now, once they get the doors open, and all of these things take a long time, and it's because they just want to make sure that everything is going perfectly, as perfect as can be, because they are in space, right? They're their own source of protection, of care right now. It's not like if there's a problem, they can just come back to Earth in the next 30 minutes. So this is a very important part of it. This is probably the most important part of the process after the launch, is making sure that these two are docked, which they've done successfully, and then making sure everything is correct. Now, once the door is open, I mean, it's going to be pure excitement, and you will see it, right? It's always the most exciting part of when a new capsule comes to the space station, is when the crews meet, and really you can just feel the enthusiasm in the video. So I'm very excited to see when Captain Shukla meets the crew of the ISS here, hopefully shortly.
Pallav, go ahead.
Well, the different procedures for the docking and the crew pressurization of the vestibule are going on. Right now, what I've been told is that at 7:05 p.m. India time, the welcome remarks will happen. This is now then communication between the crew members who are already there at the space station, the 4 who will join them, and the Johnson Space Center. They will have welcome remarks. So that would be a very lovely point, and they haven't specified how much before that will the crew enter the International Space Station. I presume it will be a few minutes before that. And usually when there is
Go ahead, Pallav, keep speaking, yeah.
Usually when there is a person from Navy, there is a bell which is rung. I don't think there is any person who is there from the Navy on this Axiom 4 mission, because 3 are scientists and 1 is an Indian Air Force person. So if the bell doesn't ring, don't get anxious. They would have still have entered, because the bell rings only when there is a Navy person. Remember, the bell, when astronaut Sunita Williams entered the space station, they rang a bell. She is from the American Navy. So we expect at 7:05 the astronauts coming in a little earlier, and the welcome remarks from the International Space Station. But right now we can say Group Captain Astronaut Subhanshu Shukla has created history, and he is already there at the International Space Station.
The first Indian to be in an International Space Station since Rakesh Sharma was on Mir, the Russian space station, 41 years ago. But just think about it, Mir, 41 years ago, what a remarkable piece of engineering that was. And one of the capsules, or rather modules, in the International Space Station is also Russian. The Chinese, of course, have Shenzhen, which is their space station as well.
And we will have our own space station
Called
soon,
Bharat.
Vishnu, which
By
will be the Bharatiya Antariksh
2030.
Station. 2035, we'll have a full-fledged station. And by 2028, we have to have the first module up in space. So we are very close to having a third space station. Before that, there could be private and commercial space stations coming up, both from Axiom and Vast Space. Two companies who are competing with each other to make private commercial space stations.
All right. Let's just listen into some of the audio from...
I'm waiting on Dragon to ground. We are about to enter a LOS period for about 4 minutes, so we'll need to stand by.
Chris and Karthik, what are some of the science experiments that this crew would be involved in once they get on board?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching your compilation. Almost you have covered everything. From Indian side, it is almost like crop seeds on ISS. Then the sprouts, how it is in that environment, it is growth, it is there. And another thing is about some bacteria, cyanobacteria, which is called aquatic bacteria, and how it behaves. I mean, in that microgravity. And another one, microalgae organism, that is how it behaves with that those environment. And then myogenesis, that is like some muscle dysfunction and all those things regarding our physical things. And then the computer screens how it behaves in microgravity. And then a STEM concept, of course, out.
All right, hold on a second, we've got Shubhanshu Shukla's family sound bites coming in. Let's listen in.
सेफली वो पहुंचे और उसकी डॉकिंग हो एंड वो हमने भी देखा एंड आई एम सो हैप्पी कि वो डॉकिंग भी सेफली हो गई है जिसका जी हमारी बात उनके लॉन्च होने से पहले तो उनकी यहाँ से लिफ्ट ऑफ होने से पहले बात हुई थी एंड वो बहुत खुश और कॉन्फिडेंट थे वो बोल रहे थे कि वो पहुंचेंगे और अपना काम अच्छे से करेंगे जो उन्होंने करके दिखाया है आई एम श्योर थैंक यू पूरी दुनिया की नजर उन पर रही सफल लैंडिंग के बाद कैसे देख रहे हैं आप लोग कैसा इसी सफलता का पहुंच रहे हैं बस थोड़ी देर में वो लॉन्च करेंगे गौरवपूर्ण क्षण है सर आपके लिए
बहुत गौरवपूर्ण क्षण है हमारे लिए देश के लिए प्रदेश के लिए सभी के लिए गौरव का क्षण है और ये है हमारा तो बेटा ही है तो हमको तो बहुत ही खुशी होती है और देश प्रदेश की पूरी जनता हमारी जो बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया है उसके लिए हम सबका धन्यवाद अदा करते हैं
बधाई दे रहा है
You and I cannot do it justice, even attempting to tell everyone joining us today about it. So instead, we have invited Axiom Space's own commander, Michael Lopez Alegria, to share from his previous experiences.
LA, MLA, or commander, you've got a few designations, right? For those who may not know.
How you doing, Paul? Good to see you, Ronnie.
Hey, it's good to see you as well, sir. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, good to be with you.
So for those who may not know, I've got to share a few stats here just to make sure people understand who we have joining us today on the show. You've flown to space 6 times, 2 of those to Dragon, on Dragon for Axiom Space. You've got a running total of, say, 296 days, 16 hours and 15 minutes, give or take or so, in space. You've conducted 10 EVAs over the course of your career, and when you're not in space, you're helping get others at Axiom Space to space, right? As our chief astronaut. Do I have all of that right?
Sounds good. I'm not sure about the minutes and seconds, but everything else sounds right.
That's awesome. Well, we want to spend some time with you and just ask you some questions about your experiences getting to...
All right, we'll come back to that in a moment, but we've got reactions of Shubhanshu Shukla's parents as well on the right-hand side of your screen with the Crew Dragon, a Harmony spacecraft completing docking at the International Space Station just a few minutes back. The astronauts haven't transferred as yet from the Crew Dragon spaceship onto the International Space Station. That'll take a little while as they equalize the pressure. But let's listen in to what Shubhanshu Shukla's dad said just a little while back.
हमारे बच्चे की जो है भी लैंडिंग हुई है कायदे से जो है डॉकिंग हो गई ये बहुत खुशी की बात है ये बहुत ही अहम पड़ाव था उसके लिए उसने जो है अच्छी तरह उसने मेहनत करके जो भी सक्सेस प्राप्त की है, उसके लिए हम बहुत खुश हैं और बच्चे पर गर्व है, हमें पूरा अपने बच्चे पर गर्व है। और बच्चा बोल्ड है शुरू से ही, बताया तो कि स्कूल का जो है ये सब महिमा स्कूल की है। हम लोग भी हैं, मगर स्कूल ने बहुत कुछ दिया उसे, इतनी बोल्डनेस जो है बहुत ज़्यादा। अब उनका प्रोग्राम है, उसमें जाएंगे, मिलेंगे जाके, उनको बुलाया है तो हम जाएंगे, अभी यहीं निकलेंगे हम तो।
आप ये जो है मैम कैसे हो पीछे पुश हो रही है, लाइव लैंडिंग चलती है, सफल लैंडिंग के बाद कैसे ऐसा लग रहा है डॉकिंग कंप्लीट बड़ा दिन है, कितना खुशी का पल है आप?
डॉकिंग कंप्लीट है, अभी हैचिंग बाकी है, उसके लिए वेट कर रहे हैं प्रेशराइजेशन के लिए। और शुभांशु एक बहुत ही मतलब एक इज अ ग्रेट एग्जांपल।
Pranav, thank you very much for being with us. What has this moment been for you? You've followed space now for a long time. It's obviously something which is happening for India only on the second occasion in 41 years. But it is momentous, and it augurs well for the Indian space program in terms of the knowledge that Shubhanshu Shukla will bring back with him as we go ahead developing our own Gaganyaan program. Pranav?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just talking to my wife a couple of hours ago, and I was telling her it's an extremely euphoric moment. I mean, half of the time I'm just trying to hold my tears back. It is extremely rare that a post-colonial country like ours, a country that has built its space program from scratch, a country that actually missed the bus on the International Space Station, is there and is conducting experiments. He's a national hero. He just took us leaps and bounds ahead of the kind of things that we could not have imagined to be done. It's a very big moment. I think I can't do justice in the present time, but historians, when they look back in time for the day that the kind of things that are happening today and the kind of things that will happen in next couple of weeks, historians would do more justice in defining and also historicizing the fact that how this moment took the countries such as ours on a very different trajectory than we could have ever imagined.
All right. Okay, so we're going to come back to live footage of the International Space Station. And it's just incredible to be seeing this in high resolution. They're at a speed of 26,490 odd kilometers at an altitude of 421 kilometers. It seems terribly still right now, but in fact, they are in orbit of the Earth at a remarkable speed. And just to think that the Crew Dragon, which you see which you see docked with the International Space Station now, being able to match the attitude of the International Space Station perfectly through maneuvers using thrusters and a lot of calculations and a lot of automated software and hardware to make it in perfectly like this. And it's become regular, it's become a regular feature. But it has to be said, every time it does happen, it just tells you about the insane progress that we've made when it comes to rocketry and space technology. It's been happening for decades, but we are focusing a lot on it now, obviously for Shubhanshu Shukla, but truly the technology is remarkable. And I think this docking technology is where India needs to get, because even when we set up our own International Space Station, we need to have the ability to dock two spacecraft together. And just in the last couple of months, we've taken important steps, critical steps, towards having the ability of docking two satellites together. Pallav, you want to tell us about that and how that's a small replica of what we've just seen?
It's not a small replica.
It's an exact replica.
It's a giant step for India. Also, the docking mechanism which ISRO is using is a 21st century docking mechanism. They say it is superior to the docking mechanism which the International Space Station uses. And they say once they perfected it, in some respects it matches with the dimensions of the international docking procedure and the docking port, but the way it is done is superior because India has developed it in the 21st century, and the docking process which we are seeing through Crew Dragon and the International Space Station was done more than 30 years ago. So India is saying that the docking mechanism they have developed is superior. They have taken a patent over it. And right now what we did was to dock 2 spacecrafts, which are satellites, in a circular orbit. Next step would be to try and dock 2 satellites in an inclined orbit, because that's what India will need when India does its Chandrayaan-4 mission, which is to bring a sample from the moon. We need at least 2 dockings done, and those dockings will be done in an inclined orbit. So India needs to learn that. And then when we have a Bharatiya Antariksh Station, obviously docking would be essential. So India has learned the first steps, and currently the 2 satellites which experimented the docking for India are currently in orbit doing different sorts of maneuvers, some very tame maneuvers in a way, because docking, if I can call it tame, but right now they are into strategic maneuvers of chasing each other and doing stuff which satellites in the strategic sector do. So there's a lot happening between the 2 SpaceX chaser and the docking satellite. So India learning the first steps. And what is interesting for the Indian human space program is that all of this is happening in parallel. While India is preparing the crew module, apologies, I still slip of mind say Dragon, it's the crew module, the Gaganyaan crew module, the human space rated launch vehicle Mark III, which has almost been completed, and then we need to perfect the environment life control systems, have a plan for the Bharatiya Antariksh Station. So all of this happening in parallel. For other nations, a lot of this happened at sequential steps, but India is hop, skip and jumping and trying to catch up in a way and do better. So the Indian Space Research Organization is thinking way ahead, and the government has also given enough support for the organization to think till 2040 and have a plan for that. So docking is one small step. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla going to the International Space Station as part of Axiom 4, or what I sometimes call Mission Akash Ganga, is the first step for India's Gaganyaan program, which is to send an Indian astronaut from Sriharikota to space. And I repeatedly say that when the countdown will also be Indian. On the Axiom 4, the countdown was an American countdown. When Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma went, the countdown was a Russian countdown. So we need an Indian countdown when an Indian goes up. It would be a fascinating moment in India's history to be able to send an Indian to space from India. So the first steps have been laid. Group Captain Shukla is already at the International Space Station. He's trained for 10 months with NASA and Axiom Space. I presume he has imbibed all that needs to be imbibed on the human spaceflight program through his training, and he will bring that knowledge back to the Gaganyaan program and back to the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Thiruvananthapuram and to the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota and to the UR Rao Satellite Center in Bangalore, where teams are actively working for India's Gaganyaan program. And I'm told Prime Minister Narendra Modi literally monitors the Gaganyaan program on a monthly basis, making sure that they are catching up with whatever is lagging behind and all the tests need to be done. But obviously, Gaganyaan will be attempted when all the safety is in space, is in place.
Okay.
Because you can't launch an astronaut without safety. So sending a person is easy, bringing a person back from space is the hard part. So with Group Captain Shukla also, we've seen what can be called the easy part, bringing him back safely to Earth in that fireball of the Crew Dragon as it re-enters orbit is the most tricky part. So India has to learn all those, and that will happen. They are working very hard. I've seen up close and personal the hard work happening at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center on the rocketry, on the crew module. So India will become the 4th country in the world to have an independent, indigenously developed human spaceflight program. The last country to do it was China, and it happened in 2003. So whenever India does it, it will be the 4th country because no other country is attempting that.
Yeah. Air Vice Marshal Gore, your thoughts at this stage. Where do we stand presently with the Gaganyaan program? Air Marshal, you need to unmute yourself. Can you go ahead?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, like Pallav said, we have to be very fail-safe when it comes to a human in space. And to that extent, ISRO is already got plans in place about how they are going to be launching the human, the capsule without the human, with perhaps dummies to actually study what is happening inside our own space capsules and how the recovery takes place. So all these various stages of what we discussed yesterday about the mission aborts at launch, and everything needs to be actually practiced real time and so many times over in simulators before we actually send the human being into space. And ISRO is aware of this, and we are all working towards this.
Okay. Again, just for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in now, what you see on the left-hand side is the Crew Dragon completing the docking process. The astronauts, including Shubhanshu Shukla, haven't crossed over into the International Space Station, where they will be welcomed in a short while from now. And that's something that should be absolutely amazing, because there is a bit of a ceremony over there. Shuks wasn't feeling all that great on the journey up, but space sickness is something which is not unusual. Everybody gets it, but then you get over it. And I believe he's feeling better now. And Shukla's parents on the right-hand side of your screen, I think that's footage from Lucknow,
yes,
which is where they live and which is where he's gone to school as well. I think what Pallav was referring to is something which is worth talking a little bit about, and perhaps we can get some expert comment on this. Dr. Karthik, would you like to tell us about how the next stage after they wind up this mission and get set to return to Earth is actually the most difficult, the most dangerous bit?
Actually, they have more experience. Axiom 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4th one. Since our Indian Subhanshu Shukla involved, we are talking about that. I think so. They are familiar. It will be okay only. I mean, it is almost like it's similar to we are traveling on the 120 km/h. So inside the car, it is a closed chamber and we won't feel. But when we are looking from the outside, we are looking on the another frame of reference, all these difficulties. Since they have the experiences, many the capsules, so splashdown will be okay. Even the last splashdown also, I was looking out. That was in the night time, somewhat evening and the night time. So they are good and they are very, very good enough and have more experiences to handle that splashdown also. So I hope so. It will be, everything is positive and good enough.
Right now we are getting an update from the Johnson Space Center, which is the main place where astronauts train and get on board the International Space Station or the Soviet mission. And they say that all is going as per plan, and they expect the welcome remarks at 7:05 p.m. India time. So all well, all systems go. We would be expecting that the astronauts on board the Crew Dragon are changing or doffing their space suits and getting into more comfortable suits, and then they will enter the International Space Station or float into the International Space Station through the hatch. And we saw astronaut Sunita Williams, when she entered the International Space Station from the Boeing Starliner, she did a jig and a dance, literally. Will we see Group Captain Shukla do that? I'm sure he will point to India's flag on his costume. That I'm relatively sure about, because that would be a given for him. But that's how it would be, and then we would expect the welcome remarks. But right now, it's a complex process of the hard docking which is going on, and the pressurization between the Crew Dragon, the vestibule, and the International Space Station is all happening right now. And then the leak test will happen, and then we will see them coming out.
All right, so the spacecraft is now directly, and the International Space Station is directly above Australia. Let's just go full screen to the feed from Axiom 4 and SpaceX, and let's listen in and see if there's any commentary coming in.
Southeasternmost portion of Australia, and they are in an orbital nighttime period right now, and that'll stretch on for another few more moments, and we hope to have those great views of the space station and the Dragon spacecraft once the sunrise and orbital daytime has returned. And again, tracking an 8:35 a.m. Central Time welcome remark, and shortly before then, you'll see the crew, and we'll have all that coverage and views of the Axiom Mission 4 team making its way into the orbiting laboratory. And again, a great interview there with Michael Lopez Alegria, commander, former NASA astronaut and commander of Axiom 1 and Axiom 3. And the ISS, the International Space Station, ready to welcome in Peggy Whitson, a former NASA astronaut, on her fifth flight, second with Axiom as commander of Axiom 2 and now of Axiom Mission 4, and bringing in pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of ESA, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor, each representing India, Poland, and Hungary respectively. It'll be the first time that those three nations have been on board the International Space Station. And that'll bring 14 different private astronaut crew members representing 11 different nations to the orbiting lab, showcasing the strength of private astronaut missions and how it expands access to the International Space Station and low Earth orbit for more nations, people, and opportunities. So we continue to follow along with the hatch opening procedures that Nicole Ayers and Anne McLean of NASA each working diligently through, and will continue to provide updates as they arrive. During that interview, we did hear that there was some troubleshooting that they were working on the big loop that has since been resolved. So we should hear communications on that big loop that connects both the Dragon spacecraft, the International Space Station, and the teams on the ground here inside of Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center, and well, the teams in Hawthorne, California, and the Mission Control Room at SpaceX. Currently on board the International Space Station.
Station Houston on the big loop for PMA.
Houston Station, go ahead on the big loop.
Hey, we're about to get you into your next activity, but in the meantime, would you mind setting up a video of the PMA so that we could watch the crew ingress? You can use the Node 2 Camera 1 or Camera 2.
That's in work.
Thank you.
Communications from the ground here in Mission Control Houston up to the International Space Station, that PMA, pressurized mating adapter, and that is where NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers is currently operating in the hatch opening procedures, and they're asking to set up a camera so we can get live views in and witness the Axiom Mission 4 crew as they ingress or enter the International Space Station. So we will keep an eye out for those views coming from that pressurized mating adapter just inside the Zenith, Node 2 Zenith port of the International Space Station, that space-facing port. Before those communications, I'm going to say aboard the International Space Station as we speak, the 7 members of the Expedition 73 crew, featuring Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers, who are prime characters in today's docking operations, joined by Takuya Onishi of JAXA and Kirill Peskov, alongside NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zubritsky. You heard during the interview with Michael Lopez Alegria some of those key milestones and celebratory moments that he celebrated in his time as the commander of Axiom Mission 1 and Axiom Mission 3 earlier, bringing those first-time flyers in Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu into microgravity for the very first time. The International Space Station also featuring first-time flyers Nicole Ayer and Kirill Peskov, alongside with Johnny Kim and Alexei Zubritsky for Ayers and Peskov. They recently just celebrated their 100th day in orbit this past
Station,
Monday.
you actually have both Node 2 cameras on. You guys are welcome aboard.
Fantastic. Those are great views. Thank you.
And there you see the live view that the team on board the International Space Station has just set up for us to see as we are inside the pressurized mating adapter looking into what will be the APAS hatch that will eventually be pressurized and the vestibule pressurized, to welcome the Axiom Mission 4 crew aboard once everything is equal in pressure from SpaceX Dragon to the vestibule to the International Space Station, and the hatches on the Dragon and Space Station side are open. Everything will be on schedule to welcome in the 4-member crew. And the, again, welcome remarks tracking for approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time, 9:35 a.m. Eastern. And you heard Michael Lopez Alegria talking about the pinning ceremony that will take place during those welcome remarks. I'm looking forward to seeing those as the team aboard the International Space Station continuing to work through their hatch opening procedures.
Translates to 7:05 p.m. is when the hatch opening would take place.
A little before that, that's the opening remarks.
The opening remarks.
They haven't specified when they will walk in. So a few minutes before that, it happens simultaneously.
Right.
7:05.
The Axiom Mission 4 crew above the newly named Dragon SpaceX Grace spacecraft have tracked down the International Space Station through a stair-stepping procedure of multiple burns that occurred from just moments or a few moments after launch up until the early morning hours today to allow them to catch up to the orbiting laboratory and set up for the final approach and docking. And that contact with the orbiting laboratory at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And from that point on, it takes about 2 hours or so to allow for the hatch opening and hard mating procedures to be complete, umbilicals to be run, power and communications to be connected. And once everything is set, that's where you'll begin to see the hatch opening procedures and lead up to those welcoming remarks. And as you're following along with us, as we continue to wait for views of the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft as they are in an orbital nighttime period, making their way across the Pacific Ocean and approaching the equator, almost right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We'll get those views back from the exterior cameras. And the astronauts on board the International Space Station continuing to configure the cameras for views inside the orbiting lab. If you are just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the docking of Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station, the fourth private astronaut mission to the orbiting lab and the first since January of 2024. Docking has occurred, and that was exactly an hour ago, 5:31 a.m. Central. 6:31 a.m. Eastern. And now with Axiom Mission 4 attached to the International Space Station, docking and leak checks and hatch procedures and opening procedures continuing to move along. The crew aboard the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft going through their procedures, as well as the 7 members of the Expedition 73 crew who are in the middle of their workday, and namely NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers and Anne McClain, who oversaw today's approach monitoring from the cupola of the International Space Station, that window to the world that you see so many wonderful views from. And Nicole Ayers currently working in the space-facing hatch of the Harmony module, where on the other side of the APAS hatch and vestibule is the Dragon SpaceX spacecraft. Ayers will use a small valve on that station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. That's the space between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. That area has been exposed to vacuum of space, so that needs to be brought up to 1 atmosphere, or about 14 psi, what we know here on Earth as the pressure at sea level. And the flight controllers here in Houston will continue to monitor that pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is leak-free before we go ahead and open up the hatches. Just received communications from the team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room that the vestibule leak check has been successful and it is good. So they will continue to move forward with the hatch opening procedures. And again, you heard in the interview with Michael Lopez Alegria, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, as these teams making sure everything is sealed up and safe as they continue through hatch opening procedures.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. We are doing some more troubleshooting for the C2V2 audio issue, so Big Loop is going to be down for another 5 minutes. In the meantime, you are go to pick up in step 3.1 of 2.102, and NASA TV should be available on VME TV now.
There you heard communications radioed up to the crew aboard the International Space Station on the Big Loop that they are continuing with the troubleshooting of that communications as we are looking live up towards that node to Zenith hatch in the Harmony module, and you see several members of the Expedition 73 crew in and out of the field of view. That is Nicole Ayers going into the pressurized mating adapter and continuing hatch opening procedures, and she is wearing the long-sleeved navy polo, and the red polo that just flew by, that is Expedition 73 Commander Takuya Onishi. We've also seen glimpses of Anne McClain in the field of view, as well as certainly everybody aboard the International Space Station anxious and excited to welcome Axiom Mission 4 with Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, Mission Specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, and the Mission Specialist Tibor Kapu aboard the orbiting laboratory. This is Mission Control Houston. If you are just joining us, you are following along with live coverage of the docking and soon-to-be hatch opening and welcome remarks of Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station. The mission began with the launch off of Launch Complex 39A and NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central, 2:31 a.m. Eastern. That took them on a journey that was a little more than a day to get them to the orbiting lab. They have since docked, and contact was at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And after the connections made, the hooks driving to form the hard mate, umbilicals with power and communications connections all run. Now it is those hatch opening procedures and leak checks that the crew is currently working through aboard the International Space Station, while the crew aboard the
on 2 for step 3.2, seeing about 0 for the DBTT, looking for your go to continue.
We see the same. You're go to proceed.
And continued communications as Nicole Ayers once again floating into that pressurized mating adapter and continuing those hatch opening procedures to welcome Axiom Mission 4. The target welcoming remark ceremony time, 8:35 a.m. Central. So a little more than 2 hours from now as leak checks and pressurization checks continue on before the APAS hatch and the vestibule and all procedures can be completed. And a great view of some of those procedures as Nicole Ayers, again, you can see her with that right hand turning the crank and working on that hatch to continue those procedures.
Dragon Station, this is Houston on the Big Loop for comm checks.
Dragon has you loud and clear.
Big breaking news coming in at this point in time. Iran's top leader Khamenei has now put out a post saying that it's a heavy slap to the face of US, and he's also threatened future actions against US bases in a post that he's made just very recently. This is his very first public post in over less than a week, we understand, ever since US had attacked the 3 nuclear bases in Iran. He said the Islamic Republic delivered a heavy slap to the US face. It has attacked and inflicted damage on the Al Udeid air base, which is one of the key US bases in the region. This is the post that has been put up by Al Khamenei. Remember, he's been absent and this comes while Iran has been facing its deadliest action in from Israel as well as US since some time from now, and we understand his
at least week-long absence from public view had also triggered a lot of anxiety and had raised alarm. But we understand at this point in time, this is one post that he's made after over a week. At least it was the last post that that had come from Khamenei was on 18th June, we understand. And after almost a week, he is now spoken out and has made this public comments after a very long time, in which he said that he's claimed victory over Israel, and also said that we've delivered a heavy slap to the face of the US. All right, my colleague Deepthi also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Well, Deepthi, there have been a lot of questions being asked about Khamenei's absence, and we understand this is one post that he's made. This is the second post, I would rather say. One post was made almost 7 to 8 days back, but he's been absent for about a week, and clearly issuing a warning to the US and Israel here.
Oh yes, and Kitty, this tells us that nothing has changed. He also does say that surrender is a word that does not belong in my dictionary. He says the people of Iran will rise, they will respond to this aggression by the US. So you see absolutely no change in the tone and tenor of this man, who happens to be the supreme leader of Iran right now. And interesting is this timing. You know, he has surfaced, he has spoken. But where is he? No one still knows that. We do know that he's in a largely fortified bunker. His location still remains unknown. Is he in the best of health? Again, these are questions that are still being asked. In the last few hours, Kitty, why has he spoken now is a question again people are asking, because the timing is critical. There have been multiple reports, not just in the US media, but even the Iranian media had started to ask these questions that where is he? Largely, people have been on the streets. They want to know about the whereabouts of the supreme leader, about whether he's in the best of the health or not, is he still in charge, and what are we going to do? These are questions that have been discussed in Tehran and everywhere else. And that is why I think the timing of this video address also, not just what he's posting on the social media, but also the video that has been released earlier today, it is not dated. The last video of Ayatollah was the 18th of June. And if you look at the two frames, you will see him almost sitting in the same backdrop. You look at his body language, it doesn't give out much. So still we do not know that when was this video recorded, why has it been released now, what is the next step that Iran will take. He says that we will attack the US. The US should be ready for more attacks in case you continue your aggression. Donald Trump, on the other side, maintains that we have hit Iran hard. They will never be able to restart their nuke programs.
Right.
But again, he punches hole in that theory, and he said that the US attack, Kitty, achieved absolutely nothing.
Well, absolutely. Well, Al Khamenei hasn't been seen in the public since there have been, of course, multiple reports floating around clearly saying that he's taken shelter in a secret location after the outbreak of the war. But we understand there are multiple reports also that said there is no clarity as to these posts also, Deepthi, that, you know, Al Khamenei is making, whether it's him who's making these posts or it could be somebody else. I'll go back to Deepthi in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. We will keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking at this point in time. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to Shubhanshu Shukla's journey to this space. We understand the Axiom 4 mission carrying ISRO astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla has already docked at the International Space Station. And these are live visuals coming in from the ISS.
Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, has returned to inside the pressurized mating adapter and working on the APAS hatch and hatch opening procedures as we continue to get great views from inside the International Space Station.
Check, hardline audio configuration complete, and we have resolved the audio issues on CTV2.
That sounds great, because we have you loud and clear.
We read you the same.
And that was a good communications checkout from the teams on the ground up to Dragon Grace on the C2V2 line, common communications for visiting vehicles, and that communications line connecting all parties. As we continue to work through hatch opening procedures, and again targeting approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time for welcoming remarks as the International Space Station and Expedition 73 crew bring in and welcome aboard Axiom Mission 4. Both the orbiting laboratory and the newly docked SpaceX Dragon spacecraft over the northern Pacific Ocean, about to cross into the west coast of North America, right along the U.S.-Canadian border. And also around that time, we will start seeing an orbital daytime period as Dragon and the International Space Station have been orbiting in a nighttime phasing. Currently experiencing a satellite handover period, and we'll continue to bring you the live views from the International Space Station, both inside or exterior. Once communications is established, which should be here in the next few moments. Until then, you can see on this map where exactly we're talking about, where the station and Dragon orbiting over the Pacific Ocean and about to cross over North America and over the northernmost territories of Canada. As we wait for those communications to return, to recap, Axiom Mission 4 has connected with the International Space Station after launching from NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central Time to connect with the space station at 5:31 a.m. Central this morning. So a little more than a day's transit, and where it would execute a sequence of burns to raise its altitude and close the distance between Dragon Grace and the International Space Station through a phase burn, boost burn, close burn, transfer burn, and then eventually the co-elliptic burn, to make sure that the spacecraft is on the same pathway as the International Space Station and able to make its way up and over top of it to connect to the space-facing port of the Harmony module, the Node 2 Zenith port. As we now get views back inside of the International Space Station, that is the view from the other side. We mentioned the space-facing port. That is looking up into where the hatchways will be to allow for the Axiom Mission 4 crew to pass through and be brought aboard the International Space Station. For Peggy Whitson, commander of Axiom Mission 4, her second flight as an Axiom commander after previously serving as commander of Axiom Mission 2. This is her 5th flight and return to the International Space Station, where she continues to build on an impressive career. The most experienced United States astronaut entered the mission with 675 days to her credit and will certainly add to that record-setting total in her time aboard the orbiting laboratory, and bringing up pilot Shukla of ISRO, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski of Polsa, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor. And for Shukla, Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Kapu, representing India, Poland, and Hungary, respectively, for those nations, it'll be their first time coming to the International Space Station. Nicole Ayers. And the last one into the hatch, I believe that was Anne McLean making her way in as they continue to work through hatch opening procedures. In the middle there, that is Expedition 73 Commander Takuya Onishi of JAXA. And then you just momentarily saw NASA astronaut Johnny Kim float in and out of view as the crew working together to continue these procedures, moving around some equipment, and to allow for the access to the APAS hatch. After successful vestibule pressurization and checks. And that's the operations that Nicole Ayers is working on right now with Takuya Onishi. And Johnny Kim, with camera in hand, to document these procedures. And again, just on the other side of this hatchway is where the Axiom Mission 4 crew going through procedures of their own, inventory and doffing their suits that they wore on the uphill ride to their initial orbit. And after an off-duty period would put back on for those dynamic phases of flight, starting with the approach initiation burn that occurred earlier this morning.
Well, this is history in the making. There has been some turbulence in the starting. There have been some delays, postponements, but we understand the Axiom 4 crew successfully lifted off on June 25th, just yesterday, into space on board SpaceX Dragon aircraft. And the Axiom 4 mission carrying ISRO astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla and his other crew members docked at the International Space Station just a while back. What's going to happen next is that the hatch will be open in some time from now. And this is what everybody is waiting for, when the Axiom 4 astronauts will enter the orbital lab.
And continue on with those procedures to welcome aboard.
My colleague Pallav Bagla also with us. Pallav, explain to our viewers what's happening now. What are we looking at, and how soon are we going to witness the hatch opening? How is it going to look like, and what's the process ahead?
Well, the hatch opening process is going on. The docking happened at 1 minute past 4 p.m. India time. And the welcome remarks, I am told, will happen at 5 minutes past 7 p.m. India time. And there's a long process of the hatch opening. Right now, you can see the International Space Station, the 7 astronauts who are there, and especially the 2 American and the Russian and the Japanese commander, getting things right so that the hatch on both sides can be opened and that the astronauts should be able to enter the International Space Station. That should happen a little earlier, and I'm told Right now, they have announced that the welcome remarks will happen at 7:05 India time. The docking is a very complex process. It takes several hours for it to be completed. And whenever the safety and the pressure between the crew module and the International Space Station is correct, only then will be the astronauts will start entering the International Space Station. But what we can say is Group Captain Shukla has reached the International Space Station, becoming the first Indian to go to the International Space Station. He has created history for India, and these are the first steps for India's Gaganyaan program, which is a massive program of rupees 33,000 crores, leading up till 2040 to land an Indian on the moon. So the first step for Gaganyaan have been laid, and they are firmly in place.
Absolutely, and there is much more that we are going to look at in terms of the research that's going to go on in the next 14 days also. I mean, how are the next 14 days going to look like, Pallav? You've been talking about that earlier as well, but for the viewers also joining us now, how is that going to look like?
Well, 14 days for Earth will look like very similar whatever we do, but 14 days for Group Captain Shukla would be a life-changing moment, as Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma told me. But more than that, every minute of Group Captain Shukla is literally logged at the International Space Station. He has more than a 12.5-hour day every day. The International Space Station works at London time, so he will wake up along at the London time and then continue his 12.5-hour day. Only after that would he get time to go into the cupola and see Earth from there. So it's going to be a packed 14 days of work. In between, there are 3 events which we know of, maybe more. There are 2 outreach events. One, he will participate with the students of his own alma mater, City Montessori School in Lucknow. Then he will also talk to experts and to students in Thiruvananthapuram. And there is also an interaction with a VIP. And I leave it to your better judgment who that VIP would be, while most of us know who the VIP would be. Right. And I am not going to give out chocolates to people who guess it right, but we will have a Sare Jahan se India moment in this mission. And he has 7 India-specific experiments to do, and there are 5 NASA ISRO experiments. Those 5 experiments we have no details of, and there are in all 60 experiments from 31 countries which this crew of 4 will be executing. But for this mission, India has spent rupees 550 crores or so, and this money is all in preparation for India's Gaganyaan program.
Absolutely. All right. All right. Let's also now listen in to what's happening there. These are live pictures now coming in the feed that we're getting from the ISS.
Procedures as they now look to cover up the APAS hatch, which was just opened a few moments ago, to provide an extra layer of safety and protection for astronauts passing through.
All right. This is a very thrilling, very exciting moment for us all, and I'm sure for Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members who are there at this point in time, it's very exciting for them as well, but there must be some nervousness as well. But we've seen the message that he sent from space just some time back, and he was all smiles there, his crew members as well. And we do hope that, this process that's taking place at the moment, the hatch opening process that's continuing at the moment, it's going to take some time at least. This happens successfully as well. Nalin Chandra Vikramasinghe, astronomer and astrobiologist, also with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Vikramasinghe, for joining us here on the broadcast. As I was saying, it's history in the making. and it's a very exciting moment for us all. How do you see this? How exciting, or also, at the same time, if I could say, as Rakesh Sharma also said when he was asked about, what was the most thrilling part about being in space, he said it was actually coming back to Earth. So we do hope it all goes well, and it started well, and we hope it ends well as well.
Well, I hope it ends well. It's certainly a very dramatic start, and I enjoyed watching it on your television coverage. I think this is a tremendous moment for India and a tremendous opportunity for Indian science. The International Space Station has been around for 20 years. India has been excluded from the group of scientists who were working on it thus far, but already before the Indian involvement, they've made many very important discoveries relating to biology, life under low gravity, lots of new physics, and so on, survival of organisms, including creatures like the famous tardigrades, survival of bacteria under extreme conditions, and so on. So I think Group Captain Shukla has a lot of science that he can do, and I hope he will do. India is by no means a novice in space. In fact, I think one could say that they were leaders in space research long even before the Europeans and Americans took off in a big way. So I'm very optimistic that great science, new discoveries will be made in this endeavor, and Indian science would leap forward into a new phase of their development.
Absolutely. Sir, I'll just come back to you. We also have to dip in back to these live visuals and the feed that we're getting here from the ISS. Let's take a look.
Down to the team at SpaceX. They are awaiting the go for hatch opening. I'd imagine the crew aboard the Dragon Gray spacecraft anxious and excited to float into the International Space Station for the very first time. And you just saw that orange ductwork or hose-like piece of equipment that Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers were just operating with. That's a part of helping mix the air between the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft. They'll continue to check some vent valves as well, so it just might be a little bit more time before we welcome the crew on board. But these final checks, again, critical to making sure that everything is good and sealed tight with no leaks and no issues, as Dragon Grace will be docked to the International Space Station for approximately the next 2 weeks.
Houston, SpaceX station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Houston, copy. Stand by.
Another step in those hatch opening procedures as Nicole Ayers just radioed down for the SpaceX Dragon hatch pressurization and equalization. As you see the pop of flash bulbs aboard the International Space Station being documented, and plenty of smiles from the Expedition 73 crew as we draw closer and closer to hatch opening and welcoming Axiom Mission 4 aboard the orbital outpost. Meanwhile, here on the ground inside NASA's Mission Control, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, anticipation also building up as the room's starting to fill with NASA leadership as well as the Athena flight team continuing to work through the hatch opening procedures. Flight Director Allison Bollinger closely monitoring every step of the way as Nicole Ayers continuing to work through each checkpoint on her list. That's what you saw on the little tablet that she was referring to, making sure every step is covered as she has now floated back into the pressurized mating adapter across the APAS hatch.
Station Houston on the big loop. We're still working some ground config actions before we're ready for equalization. In the meantime, can we get confirmation that the standoff cross went into the standoff cross bag? We were unable to tell from the video.
It was in there when you guys called. Thanks.
Copy, thanks.
Hearing communications from teams on the ground as they continue to work through hatch opening procedures and making sure all pressurization and leak checks are good and everything equal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station before the hatches can be formally opened on both sides. You can see into this hatchway the space-facing port, or into the space-facing side of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station and the International Docking Adapter that welcomed the connection of Axiom Mission 4 at 5:31 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. And since then, the crews aboard both the Dragon Gray spacecraft and International Space Station have been diligently working and continue to monitor the progress of that hatch opening with teams on the ground also following suit.
All right, live feed coming in from the ISS where we understand the Axiom 4 mission docked on the International Space Station a while back. That was around 4:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And now what's happening now, what you're looking at on your TV screens is the hatch opening process that's taking place. We are now learning it's going to happen in just a little bit from now when the Axiom 4 astronauts are going to enter the orbital lab. And there was this a little warm exchange also that happened between the ISS and Axiom 4 crew members also. And that was very interesting. We understand one of the ISS crew members said that, we can't really wait to open the hatch and give you guys a big hug. And Peggy Whitson was the one who replied to that, saying that we're looking forward to it and we are really honored to be here.
Station Dragon.
So Kitty, the puppy and Jhappi moment will come very soon. Right now, the hatch on the International Space Station side has been opened up. We can see American astronauts preparing the vestibule for the entry of the Axiom 4 astronauts. So it's a fairly long process. What NASA has announced that at 5 minutes past 7 p.m. there would be the welcome remarks. We do not know what time the astronauts would, I don't know whether to say walk in, float in, or fly in. It's all going to be very interesting to see Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla entering the International Space Station. What I'm very sure is that he's going to be pointing towards his India flag as he enters, because he carries that flag on his uniform which he's wearing. And this will be the first time when India's flag will float into the International Space Station and an Indian would reach inside the space station. Group Captain Shukla is already at the International Space Station because the Crew Dragon docked with the International Space Station at 1 minute past 4 p.m. That was exactly the time when it docked, a soft capture, and then it's a long wait before all safety checks are done. And finally, once the pressure and the air between the crew module, which they have named Grace, and the International Space Station, and they've docked with the Harmony module, when the pressure and the air is stabilized and checked and there is no leaks, and then